Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharon Bracy and the Wildest. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? It is a wild time in America. It's getting crazy out there. And you know, like how we like to start our day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say back, because I can feel that great productive energy. And clearly in today's time, it's been rough and it's tough, and we need that clear productive energy, because what's going on in Minnesota is absolutely ridiculous. And we're going to review a couple of videos, and we're going to discuss these things, because there's a lot of things that need to happen over here in America that's clearly in certain parts we got to clean up some things. Clearly, there's a lot of things going on. And the Democrats and the Republicans need to do better. They got to do better for the country. We need them to stop playing this goddamn blame game. Enough is enough. We have to work together. And it's Alex. Man, it's such a sad situation to see people so angry on both sides of the party. I don't know if I could play the whole video, but I will play up to when we start hearing the situation. I'm going to play other videos as well. And we're going to sit, we're going to review, we're going to hang out with each other. Make sure you hit that like and the share button, drop a comment, let me know that you are there. I really appreciate it. Let me know if I'm coming through clear, if I sound crazy. Let's get into the video. And as we could see, that the main problem I see already is that the fact that he is directing traffic. It's the main problem I see off the rip. The main problem I see is that the state is not regulating. They are not regulating. They're not getting the police to actually work with ICE. This is what they really actually need. They need the police officers of that state to work with the ICE agents. Because when you got the citizens do it, it is no rhyme or reason for the things that they are doing. It's lawless. Who is the traffic police? Is it the citizens, or is it goddamn Minneapolis? Which one is it? Because it is no reason why this man is in the streets directing traffic, telling people when and when to go.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
And then so everybody's that's getting involved, which is just wild. Oh man, that's just wild to see. So the ICE officers absolutely pushing the protesters. Clearly, the protesters are seemingly to attempt to get in the way of the officers. It's crazy. And it is a sad moment that they went straight to pepper spraying these people straight in their face. So they pepper sprayed the lady, pushed the lady on the goddamn hard ice, and also they pepper sprayed the man already. That's wild and crazy to see. It doesn't seem like this is like a lawful protest. It seems like it's just a bunch of people that's just in the street, just impeding on official business. And it needs to stop. It's already shown to be very dangerous. This is a very dangerous thing. You cannot be vigilantes against the ICE. You just can't. We got to figure out a better way to protest. We got to figure out a better way for ICE to go ahead and interject themselves into different cities. Yeah.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Okay, so now we understand that we see two different things going on. They are subduing the men and they are subduing the women. Two ladies is over there to the left on the car. We got multiple ICE agents. There is no way at this moment. It is no way at this moment. Good day, sir. Good day to you, Otis. How you doing? It is no way at this moment these ICE agents can say that their lives is in danger. There's over 6 of them. This is wild. I can't play the whole thing. So, okay, so now they're about to unarm. Okay, and that's where it happens. That's when the craziness happens. So right there, we can see that they unarmed this young man. Yeah, the ice and the roads is crazy out there, so be safe. They unarmed. They took the gun off of this man. He did have a weapon. And now for all the people that is on the other side that's trying to use because he was armed as a reason for this young man's unaliveness is just ridiculous, to be honest with you. It's absolutely insane. They disarmed this man. It is no way anybody on the right side of things can argue that this man was not unarmed unless they're saying he had another weapon. Maybe he had a secondary weapon is the only argument they will be able to have, and they will have to prove that. Right at this moment, the officer pulls out his side and he gets to shoot him after he was unarmed. This is execution in broad daylight. It is no other way around that. I can't even play. I don't even want to play the rest of the video. That's how horrible it is. They shot him over 5 times. It is no way any Republican, Trump supporter, ICE supporter, it is no way you could support this. This right here is 100%. If it is 100% true, we see that he was unarmed. That they unarmed him, I should say. They took the gun off of him. 5 other agents around him. Five other agents around him. He's on the floor. He is pepper sprayed. They unarmed him. That officer that pulled out that gun and started shooting right here is absolutely insane. He was bloodthirsty. This angle right here is 100% proof, in my opinion. And anybody can see something else. If somebody sees something differently than ICE agent shooting an unarmed man, we gotta be living in two parallel universes. We have to be, because once you take that weapon off of his, and by the way, the man had a legal firearm. This wasn't like he was just trying to hide it. He had a legal firearm. This is a concealed and carry state. This was 100% an execution. And now this is going to give them, so now the problem is now they're going to use this situation and say that every ICE situation was like this. That's the issue that's going to be a problem. I don't even want to show the rest of this video because that is just ridiculous. Good day, Shicey Bum. It is absolutely insane. But I got more videos to show. I don't want to show this young man because it seemed like he was a solid young man, besides getting caught up in the hype of all this protests and believing that he's doing the right thing for his people and his city. And this is the problem that I have with Tim Walz. I have a huge problem with Tim Walz because you are making people believe that they are doing the right thing by being outside and impeding on ICE situations, impeding on law enforcement. I have a problem with that. Bubba homeschool. That's crazy to Bubba. That is wild, man. I don't know about that, Bubba. That is crazy. That is crazy to me, Bubba. I ain't gonna lie to you. I believe sometimes this country loves to argue more than it loves to solve anything. I'm starting to really believe that. I'm starting to really believe that. I got to drink some water to that. I have to drink some water to that. This happened in 1 second. This was tragedy caused 100% by the Democratic left leadership, far left organizations. Framing it in any other way is, whoo. I don't think, man, that's just crazy. That is just crazy. You kind of got me a little speechless, Bubba. You kind of got me a little speechless right there. Man, thank you for that.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Okay, Southern Charm with the 499. My favorite show is on. Good morning. Good day to you, Southern Charm. Thank you so much for all that you do. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Like, all right, let's keep it moving. Let's play some more videos. Okay. Let me play another video because that is just disappointing. That is just flat out disappointing that we cannot come to agree. It's like we watching two different things.
And tell me you can justify this.
You see him sending a message, sir.
Hold on, let me pull up this video of the live protesting, because the protesting is just insane out there. Now let's go see what's happening live at the protests. Sheesh.
Here, you live here. You've got to be here after all this bullshit is over. 5 shots they put into that man's body. And how do you look me in the eye and tell me you can justify this?
Damn. Shout out to Conversations with MJ. What I was saying, what I was saying while I was on mute was, hey, be careful because there's real ice out there now. If you wasn't shoveling while that ice was falling down, it is nice and strong and thick and slippery outside. Be careful. We don't want you breaking your back, okay? It's ice out there. God damn it. So that's all I was saying, that because it's really cold. That ice is for real. It was falling ice all night last night. Absolutely ridiculous. And the ice we talking about was the one that's coming from the sky, not the ones that's running around in the streets. All right. Shit. And how can you justify this situation? That is the real issue that we are having. You cannot. This is not possible. I think anybody that watches it, unless we in a parallel universe and we are both watching the same video, but each person in a different universe while I'm playing it, they see something completely different. That's the only thing. It's kind of like, it's kind of like that black and blue dress, white and gold dress. Like we all was looking at the same dress. But for some reason, some people seen it black and blue and some people seen it white and gold. I think we in a parallel universe. It gotta be. But we all looking at the same thing. We somehow collided. So this is crazy.
You see him sending a message. Sir, let me ask you why you came out today. What brought you out here?
I'm a veteran. I swore an oath back in 1969 to protect this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is unbelievable. People, this is the 3rd person that's been shot as a result of this. How many more bodies do we have to have in the state of Minnesota? How many more? How many more before somebody is responsible or held responsible for this? These people live here. This is their home. They got to come back to this. They will never be accepted again. I promise you that.
When you say these people, you're...
It's a very good point. This is a very good point. Ever since Donald Trump got into office for the first and second time, this whole thing is like a goddamn reality TV show. I promise you. This is not real life. What is going on? Like since ICE got to Minnesota, 3 people got shot by ICE officers alone. That's a problem. If it was anything else, we would have a problem. If it was goddamn rappers doing it, it'd be a problem. If it was goddamn black gang members and Bloods, Crips, GDs, Vice Lords, and all those things, it'd be a problem. They would say that the culture is trash. Or while we're not saying that, maybe the ICE culture is trash. I wonder if any of the black conservatives out there would say, the ICE culture is trash right now because they out there shooting people in the street. Well, Black, that is partially true. I wonder if any of the alternate right are going to say, hey, you know what? Maybe the ICE culture is trash and we need to revamp the way how we are engaging in this city, especially this city. We got 3 people shot, 2 of them gone. All right, we got one. We got one. Shout out to Otis Hill.
Talking about the state troopers, the local police. Earlier today, this is not what was here. It was all federal authorities in these streets. Can you describe just what you saw happening in these streets?
I saw at home, I saw them hold a man down and put 5 shots into his body unnecessarily. They say he had a weapon, but this is a conceal and carry state. I have a weapon. Okay, every day I leave my house.
Goddamn. Hey, he said, I got a weapon. It's on me. Stop playing with me. I have it on me. Whoa. Now, why that man got a goddamn hockey stick? What's wrong with you? What the hell are you doing with a hockey stick?
I have a weapon because I feel unsafe in my own state. Ace cannot do this. We cannot allow this to happen again. This is going to be a powder keg. A powder keg.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you talking to me.
Shit. God damn it. No, protest does not mean obstructing law enforcement. However, also subduing somebody, does that mean shooting them in executional style in the middle? That is the issue that we are having now. That man did not deserve to be shot in the middle of the street after they took the goddamn gun away. And it's not like the officer that pulled his firearm did not see the gun get pulled away. It was clearly in his sight. And we need to call a spade a spade. Hey, is every ICE agent horrible? No. But this right here, it needs to be checked. This right here, this is blatant execution in broad daylight at that. Shit is crazy, man. There's no justification for this at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Let me see if I can find some more. Let me see if I can find something for the other side. Let me see if I can find something for the other side. So, this is kind of crazy as well. So this is the part that Bubba is talking about, right? This is the part that is also crazy on the other side. This is also wild. Like, so it's also showing that, hey, the Democrats is a part of these people being outside in the streets protesting. They are out there chasing cars, taking photographs of cars that look like it's government official agents. They have a whole text thread on what vehicles is registered to ICE. How can a regular civilian have the database to what is an ICE vehicle or not?
Jake's at the ICE facility.
This is crazy.
Okay, cool.
It shows it's a whole thread of Democrat. What they are presenting this information. Whoever's putting this information, Cam Higby, he has put out this information as if the Democrats have a whole text group chat with other protesters and pushing protesters to different spots. Now, this is what got the young lady Renee in her situation, because they're out in this group text, pushing people out and chasing them with their whistles and horns in their cars to make sure they are impeding in ICE agents' investigations. If this comes out to be true, that the Democrats is actually pushing it, that is wild. If this is a true text thread. This is wild. It is no way that the Democrats now can justify this. It is no way the Democrats can justify that. You should not have a whole text thread that you are pushing out information to the protesters so they could go around chasing ICE agents and impede on their investigations. You are caught. If this is a true text thread from Democrats, this is evidence that you are out there purposely causing this chaos. Both sides are wilding out. Something serious. Both sides is acting ridiculous. Y'all need to grow up. Y'all need to grow up. Shout out to Detroit Cardinals with $2. Justify ICE killing would save your spot. He ain't put a question, exclamation mark, but I know what he is. This is crazy. If the Democrats, if this is true, this is absolutely ridiculous that you are riling up the people to go against ICE official business. You're out there chasing people. What makes you think that you are giving these? Because if this is a true thing, you are giving these people the understanding and the belief that they are doing the righteous thing, and you are putting them in harm's way. So you could get these 3 shootings, and so you can have this so-called uprising that we have. That's the issue that I have with this whole situation. This is a serious situation. You cannot. There's no way that if this text thread is true, the Democrats are pushing this out there for their protesters to go ahead and impede on ICE officials. They are putting civilians in danger. And people like Tim Walz and whoever, Ilha Omar and that Mr. Frey guy, the mayor, all they ass need to be locked up too then. I'm sorry. I know we shouldn't be talking about locking people up all the goddamn time, but goddamn. Who is going to be the blame of these goddamn people getting deleted? Who is responsible for these online? Who is it? Is it the Trump administration? Is it the Republican Party? Is it the Democrats? Is it Tim Walz? Who is it? This is American citizens that's being harmed, by the way. Right, Aries? Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button, because this is the only way we're going to keep getting actual independent ideas out there. Let me get some more of that too. This is wild, man. Yeah, neither side can be trusted at this point. Neither side. For sure. And this is the reason why. This is the reason why neither side can be trusted. So the reason why neither side can be trusted is because who is sponsoring this side of the situation? This is the Democratic side that everybody is going crazy about. Who is responsible for this? Where are they getting all these hats? These goddamn so-called designer. That's right. I'm a citizen journalist. God damn it. That's what that. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be called. A citizen journalism. God damn right. We're gonna play the goddamn. We're gonna just call it how we see it. It says designer face mask. I don't know why I say designer face mask. Is that a Fendi? They got shirts, coffee, t-shirts, winter hats, all for protesters to come outside because it's cold as hell out there. What is going on? Byron Turner said they didn't have not one police shooting all last year. What is going on? Who's going to say that this culture is trash? Who's going to say that ICE culture is trash? I wonder, Chicago Rilla. Who's going to say it, Rilla? So the problem with the citizen journalism is the people that's just going out in the street that's just impeding on shit. Hey, you should be doing it from a safer place. You should not be impeding on goddamn official business. Like, do you want your city back, or you want this? Like, how long is this is going to continue of this rioting? So Bubba said, no, the protest culture is the trash. It is not the ICE culture. That's wild. So what about them chasing young kids into their households? Somebody got to do something. So this is how I look at it. I believe Tim Walz and them, they have a responsibility to calm their citizens down and say, hey, listen, we are going to fight this. We're going to get some understanding, but we need y'all to not be in the street impeded because it's very dangerous. You're dealing with untrained, heavily armed individuals, right? If he agrees with that, they are untrained. You should be warning your citizens to stay away from them if you actually believe that these are untrained individuals. You should not be telling them to go and protest harder against untrained armed. This is crazy. Something's got to give. We cannot keep playing both sides of the goddamn coin. We can't keep playing the blame game. This is a dangerous game. We cannot allow Tim Walz to use the citizens, and he's keep pushing and he's keep aggravating until more people get shot, so it can be more protesting. And now he's using that to say that something has to stop. This is literally very similar to rage baiting on the internet. This is race baiting on the internet that's spilled out into the real streets of Minnesota. This is 100% what's happening. And something got to change. Both sides got to do better, because this is absolutely ridiculous. Because while we are trying to excuse everything, we're all members of the press, we're all press here, right? While other people like this cannot be tolerated as well, right? So this part cannot be tolerated as well. This is an ICE agent standing in front of a goddamn hotel where people ransacked this goddamn hotel because they heard ICE agents was staying there. This is unacceptable as well, Tim. Tim Walz, you have to do something about this. It is no reason why this ICE agent should be defending a goddamn hotel where his other ICE agents is sitting down and trying to just get some rest and get back to their 9 to 5 as ICE agents. This is wild. Let me play the audio. Let me see. But the more interesting thing is this is what makes this very interesting right here. Where is the local PD? Why is an ICE agent defending a goddamn hotel that him and his other officers are staying at? Where is all the people that's saying that you destroying your own city? Where they at? You're destroying your own city. You're destroying a business. Where are they? Let me see what's being said. Because this is just craziness to me. Back up. That's what he's saying. All right, let me see.
Is everyone pressed?
That's crazy that he got to access everyone press. That's how much pressure he has on him. He got the gun cocked, ready, and loaded. Look at what they did to this hotel. Just because they believe ICE agents there, clearly they are. It says ICE out. They spray painted the walls. They destroyed this business. What?
We're all members of the press. We're all press here. Okay. This officer appears to be bleeding from the mouth. Oh my God. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Are you okay?
Like he's gonna get it.
He's all right. He's all right.
Where's the local PD?
Right.
That's my question for the press.
Great question.
Where is the local PD?
That's a great question.
What's your
That's a very great question. Where is the local PD? They should be there by now. Now we gotta call a spade a spade. We cannot keep playing the blame game. Right. They should not be the citizens should not be going into the local hotels and just running through there and making sure they don't get enough. Like you making sure the ICE agents don't get enough sleep and rest and putting more stress on them is not doing the city any good. It's not. And we know that the local PD is not busy with real crime. Because the real crime is this. This is crazy to me. We got more, I believe. Let me see if I can find some more stuff that's going on crazy. Let me see what this guy's saying. Let's see what this guy's saying. Hold on.
All this shit happened, and so I need to come.
Okay, we found a conservative. Let's see. This is a conservative. Let's see what he's talking about. Let's see what side of the coin this conservative white tea man is talking about. Let's see what he's talking about. This is we finally found the conservative. We're gonna see what side of the coin he actually on. In Chicago Rilla. Let's see what this YT man is going to say.
Come on here and make a video just so that we can just put everything to bed. I already made a video yesterday.
Goddamn, he's a conservative? I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. My fault, y'all. I apologize. I was not prepared for those S's to come out that way. I'm sorry. This is he's a conservative. That's his name. His name is
After all this shit happened, and I stand by what I said, so that's not changing. I randomly went into my junk inbox where people think that they can message me and I'm going to see it, and I don't. But I will if I go in there. Some lady drew up this whole fucking message about how, where's my voice for what happened to this guy in Minnesota, and blah, blah, blah. I already made a video about that, Honey Boo Boo Child, so you can go and see it. I stand on that. I want to say this. All these fake-ass fucking conservatives that, they're swaying on this situation. Here's what I'm going to say to you. Stay your fucking ass at home, and nothing like this is going to happen to you. That's what...
Hey, he said he's a conservative. Look. As many conservatives that I had in my panel, I thought this. Oh shit! Now we understand why certain websites crash when it is a conservative convention going on in cities. We understand now. We get it. Lord mercy.
Where I stand. If you stay your fucking ass at home, okay, and take care of your fucking families and do the shit that you have to do, and you don't go in these fucking crowds, that shit's not going to happen to you. That's where I stand on. I don't care who you think is right and who you think is wrong. Stay your fucking ass at home. That's how I feel.
Okay.
And to the people who I'm friends with,
yeah,
I'm politely asking you,
Okay.
if we do not agree on this,
Wow.
that is okay. We do not have to talk about it. And if
Okay.
you do continue talking about it, you are not exempt from a block out of my entire fucking world. I'm just letting you know. So it's okay, but I'm okay detaching from anybody that can't handle just not bringing it up. Does that make sense? This is where I stand. You can stand where you stand.
All
But
right.
at the end of the day,
Okay,
stay your fucking ass at home.
All right. You heard it. You heard it from a conservative. This is what conservatives feel. This is how conservatives talk. This is some great conservative talk right here. Shout out to all the conservatives that speak just as well as this young man right here. Yo, shout out to all of the conservatives. Shout out to y'all, man. God damn it. This is wild to see. Okay, so again, we have Bubba. He's saying this shooting was 100% legal. The officers reasonably believed the armed man was a threat because they heard gun, gun, gun as the man was vitally resisting. So my problem is that the man was pepper sprayed, and the man, you cannot say that he was violently resisting. We could play the video again up until the point of the shot. If y'all want, y'all let me know. We could all watch it together. He was not resisting, in my opinion. He was trying to separate the officers from roughing up the ladies that was on the street. And he got in the middle of it. Then he got pepper sprayed. And then they grabbed him and threw him onto the floor. And when he was on his hands and knees, they disarmed him and then shot him. He didn't have enough time to be violently resisting any type of arrest. DOD, that's a great point. I don't know. Do y'all want to hear the conservative man talk again? The conservative representative of all the conservatives out there? Black, I do not understand that at all. How do you disarm somebody and then shoot them? Why was you screaming gun, gun when you know that this is a concealed carry state? He wasn't doing nothing illegal. He wasn't reaching for his gun. And the reason why we know he wasn't reaching for his gun, because both his hands was on the ground and he was on his knee. He had hands on the ground and his knees was on the ground. He was not attempting to reach for his firearm from what we've seen in the video. I do not understand how any human being can watch that video and not see an execution. I do not understand that for the life of me. Let me see if we got anything else. Let me see if we can find anything else. Ooh. Okay. And so this is also a problem that we have, right? Hold on. This is an issue that we have in the situation. And what the Republicans and Democrats are not understanding, that if they don't get a handle of this, this is going to continue to happen, right? Citizens are turning into ICE agents. When you are putting the power into the people's hands, you are turning them into their own version of ICE agents. All right, Bubba, don't make me play the video again. Y'all let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want me to play the video again up into the part where he get. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. Y'all want me to play the video again. And so this is the other side. And this is why this is such a confusing situation. This is why it is such a confusing situation. Because we have people that are citizens acting like they are goddamn Batman. Look at this situation right here. And this is what Tim Walls need to get a goddamn handle on. Played in slow motion. Ooh, okay. This is the problem right here. This is the problem right here. Right after we play this good, we're gonna go back to that other video.
We're not ice.
I'm showing my face. I'm not.
We punched you. We're not ice. Yeah, they've been following us for over an hour. We're not ice.
And see, this is a problem when you have civilians following other civilians, thinking that they are ICE and thinking that they have the right to just follow people. You're gonna get yourself hurt, man. Listen, you're gonna get people hurt in these goddamn streets. You cannot be following people for an hour without somebody pulling out a thing and blaming you. You are in a concealed carry state. You are creating a situation where people are turning themselves into unofficial ICE agents or unofficial anti-ICE agents. This is a real problem.
We're just letting them know, and they
Not in a nice vehicle, right?
No. Right.
Right. Get in your truck and get the fuck out. Why? Because you need to go. Confirmed ICE. Get the fuck out.
Confirmed ICE through who? We're American citizens. We're not ICE.
These are the people that you're abducting. Get out. Please go.
Because they've been following us for over an hour.
Why are you guys here? What are you here doing? Where do you live? Where are you from?
Look at the citizens. Look at the citizens. This is yo. It is. This is wild. This is why Tim Walz and the Democrats got to get a hold of this, because this is just wild. You have citizens questioning other citizens, anti-ICE agents, trying to tell other citizens to prove that they are not ICE agents. This is crazy. And anybody that's on the Democratic side, you have to speak up about this part as well. And say, hey, you a goddamn citizen. Sit your ass in the car. Stop trying to follow and impede on ICE official business. You're going to get yourself hurt. If you keep following the wrong person, somebody going to put a hot one in your ass.
The protest is public property. What are you talking about? Did you come in that car right there?
Yeah, this truck. And they're saying we're popping up in an ICE database.
Well, then you're in it. We're not ICE.
So now this is why we are saying, hey, look, this look like it might be a democratic situation. They are pushing their citizens to go ahead and chase ICE agents. Now, how are you going to say that? Is this public knowledge that, hey, you just run a license plate? How do you have the ability to just run a license plate? Can I just go ahead and type in any license plate and it's going to run? It's going to say, hey, ICE agent, NYPD, NYPD, LAPD. You're not like me. I want to know, Detroit Coalition.
What's the database?
Get the fuck out of here, though. Do we look like ICE? No ICE. Nothing on me. Prove it. We're not ICE. I don't know what it is. Let me see your IDs of where you live.
No, they.
That man said, let me see the IDs of where you live. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That man, the anti-ICE agent that got his badge from Tim Walz to be out there in the streets chasing down license plates. Like, he has more right than the ICE agent. That's number one. But now he's pulling over, they are pulling over citizens and asking them for their ID to prove that they are not ICE agents. This is the wildest ish I ever seen in my life. Democrats and the Republicans need to get their ish together. What up, Chaotic Truth? Good day to you, sir. And do like Chaotic Truth says, hit the like and the share button if you can. It's not a big deal. Let's get independent citizen journalism out there in the world. I ain't funded by no side. Shit.
Then following us. That's why we got out and confronted them.
Great.
You think that's okay?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I'm curious
you
about
our neighborhood. Yes, 100%. Yes.
I'm curious, I guess, how you get into an ICE database.
We're not ICE. Okay, thank you. So you're messing it up.
This is wild and crazy to me. Shout out to the Chicago Rilla. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And shout out to the Chicago Rilla with the 5 Wildest Wake Up Show memberships. Everybody that got one, please maintain your membership. It means a lot. We have to fund ourselves. Thank you so much. Shout out to the 100 people that's watching. It makes no sense why we don't have at least 50 likes. That'll make no sense whatsoever. That'll make no sense whatsoever. Let's get it together, y'all. Like, seriously. Hit the like, hit the share. If you got 99 cents, I appreciate you. Hit the like and the share. All right, so y'all requested that we go backwards a little bit and let's play the video again and play it in super slow motion. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do that. Let me go ahead and find that video again. That angle, I think, is the best angle in my opinion. So I think it's this one. All right, so yeah, it's this one. All right. I got y'all. Can I make it any bigger? I cannot. As big as I can make it. Can I slow it down?
Go.
Playback speed. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see where it's at. Pepper spray. This is in slow motion. Do you need me to slow down more? Where is the violently resisting? He's trying to protect the young lady. He falls on the floor. They grab him, throw him down to the ground. He's trying to pick up the young lady. They bring him to the ground. And make sure I pause it before the shooting happens. Okay. Where his hands at? Both hands is on the ground.
Honestly.
They grab his legs. Then what happened? Hold on, it's about to happen right here. Okay, so look, the man is reaching. He's grabbing the gun out of the thing right now. He grabs the gun. All right. This man was absolutely not reaching for his weapon. This man was not reaching for a weapon, Bubba. I'm sorry, but we cannot see this man reaching for no damn weapon. I'm sorry, Bubba. I could go ahead and try to find videos of people that did a very close-up of them grabbing the gun out of his pocket. Look at different angles. He is thrashing around and he gets to his knees. The man is pepper sprayed in the face. He is wrestled down by a bunch of people. We got to understand that if you are getting thrown to the ground, you are going to throw your hands on the ground. People are not just going to just put their face and flat out and let you just, no, that's just, come on. Come on, let's be realistic about what's going on. We cannot justify this situation at all. This is an execution, bro. Ain't no way around this. This is an execution, bro. I'm scared to play the rest of the video. I'm scared to play the rest of the video. I don't want to get dinged. Can I make I can't make this any bigger. Ain't no way.
Honestly.
I don't know how you can say this man's violently resisting, but okay. Man, he shot the man in his back, god damn it. He shot that man in his back, god damn it. Whew. Man, I could try to find another angle if you like. I could open up the panel soon if you like. We can have a discussion about this if you like. Y'all let me know what y'all want to do. Man, this country loves to argue more than it loves to solve anything. You ever notice that? Something tragic happens, something real, something human, something that should make everybody stop and think. And the first thing America does is pull out their jerseys. Not compassions, not solutions, not unity. Nope. Who are we blaming? Republicans point at the Democrats. The Democrats point at the Republicans. And the rest of us are sitting here like, can somebody point out the actual problem? The death of Alex Pretti is one of those moments that shows how broken the system is. A young man loses his life. Tragic, preventable, heartbreaking. And instead of asking, how do we stop this from happening again? Americans go straight into WWE mode. The right jumps in like, see? This is why the city is out of control. The left fire back like, no, this is because the right is fear-mongering. Meanwhile, the real issue is sitting in the corner. Like, is somebody going to talk about me? The right needs to learn how to talk to cities without sounding like they are yelling at them, right? Because let's be honest, some folks on the right talk to cities like they're talking to a teenager who crashed a family car. Look at this mess. Look at what you did. Clean it up. Cities don't respond to that. Clearly. Cities respond to collaboration, not to condemnation. Sometimes, yo, really, I'll be having bars. Really, I'll be having bars. Cities respond to collaboration, not condemnation. You can't walk into a place with millions of people and say everything you're doing is wrong. And I'm here to fix you. We just can't do that. That's not policy. That's an intervention. Let's go. Chicago Riddle put out a challenge for y'all. right? They trying to do a city intervention. And the left, right? Well, the left needs to stop acting like every form of enforcement is oppression. Because sometimes you need people to actually do their jobs. ICE agents, police, investigators, whoever is responsible for keeping dangerous individuals off the street, right? They can't do that if every attempt to enforce the law gets treated like a moral crisis. Not every arrest is a human rights violation. Not every detainment is a tragedy. And sometimes it's just a job, right? And when the system blocks the people who are supposed to protect the public, tragedies slip through the cracks. But instead of fixing the cracks, America argues about who caused them. It's like watching two parents fight. While the house is on fire, one is yelling, "This is your fault." The other's yelling, "No, you started it." We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. And the fire is out there like, y'all know I'm still burning, right? And Alex Pretti didn't die because one side was right and the other was wrong. He died because both sides were too busy fighting to fix the system. And this country needs less blame and more backbone, less finger pointing and more problem solving, less outrage, right? More action. Because when someone loses their life, right, the conversation shouldn't be about political points. It should be about preventing the next tragedy. And that requires both sides to do something they absolutely hate. Work together. And at the end of the day, this isn't about left or right. This isn't about who wins the argument. This is about a young man who should still be alive. And if America wants to stop repeating the same tragedies, both sides need to stop treating each other like enemies and start treating the problem like the enemy. Because blame doesn't save lives. Solutions do. That's why we are the solution-based group. How my cuz always in a peace and love, man. Let me see. I did get a super chat. Let me read that since we are so supportive of civilian journalism. Detroit College for the $2. Play the Minneapolis police chief interview on CBS. All right, let me go ahead and find that. I'll go ahead and find that. I'll go ahead and find out while y'all show some love and support to the show by hitting the like and the share button. I really appreciate y'all. I'll drop the link for anybody that has any kind of commentary that they would like to have with this situation. While I go look for this this other press conference. All right, so the link is pinned to the top. Anybody want to join in on the conversation and give their point of view. It's a shame that we're not even at 50 likes. It's disappointing sometimes. It's real disappointing sometimes.
You live here. You've got to be here after.
All right, so I also seen this video as well, which I thought was real interesting as well.
By the Hilton at St. Paul, and a huge group of protesters are trying to enter.
Hold on. Let me pull it up. This is again. Again, this is just wow. The Democrats need to get a hold of this situation.
Reporting for the Daily Caller, I'm at this Home 2 Suites by the Hilton at St. Paul, and a huge group of protesters are trying to enter that hotel. They believe ICE agents are staying there. Check out the scene here. They kind of barricaded the roads. I don't see any local law enforcement on the scene, but take a look at this. Stay tuned for updates. We'll see if authorities move in to make arrests, but as of right now, we don't see any. Yeah, both roads right here are barricaded, and they're already. I see some graffiti on the windows. Some windows are actually smashed. Take a look at this. So stay tuned for updates here from St. Paul.
I'm sorry, but ain't no justifying that. Like that is just wild. Aaron to Lucas, this is just craziness. And I don't understand how anybody could keep on pushing us that this is okay. Like, there's no way you on the Democratic side thinking that this is okay. Tim Walz need to get a handle of this. You cannot go ahead. Like, I agree, Aaron. That's private property. And those people have the right to give business to whoever needs a goddamn room to sleep. You cannot just go ahead and act as if you are that you got deputized. Who deputized you to block roads? Who deputized you to pull over citizens yourself and question if they are citizens? The very thing that you are blaming ICE of doing by racial profiling ICE. You said that, right? You said that ICE is racially profiling people and just pulling people over and questioning if they are who they are. Now you, the citizens that is empowered by, I'm assuming, the government officials, that you could pull over citizens because they have vehicles that look like they could be government issued vehicles, that you could follow them, chase them, take pictures of their license plates, follow them all around for an hour, pull them over and ask them if they're ICE agents and have proof that they are not ICE agents. And if not, they're going to keep on following them. So we are blaming the state for empowering the citizens to interrupt the daily process of official business because they are giving power to people that should not have it. If ICE is untrained, what are you doing when you are telling these untrained civilians to go ahead and follow ICE agents? Now those untrained civilians are now following everyday people because their vehicle looks too big. Because and my wife is driving a SUV, a Tahoe SUV that is black, and she has she has a hat on, and she might be having a face cover on because it's so goddamn cold outside. That now people can follow her car around, take pictures of her license plate, and attempt to pull her over and impede her because they believe she's an ICE agent and they want her to prove that she is not an ICE agent. There's no way you can make that excuse for people. How can you say that is okay? That regular civilians go out there and be vigilant and pull over people and tell them to prove that they are not ICE agents. You are literally doing exactly what you don't want the ICE agents to do. We got to have some kind of a balance. Where is the balance? We cannot give citizens the right to pull over people and follow people. You follow the wrong person, you are going to get dealt with. As we see, even if you are following the correct ICE agent and you impeded on the investigation, we are seeing what's happening. 3 people since the ICE agents got there have been shot. 2 of them is not here anymore. So the Democratic Party need to do something about it and calm the citizens down and say, hey, stop impeding on investigations of official police. Let the government itself handle that. Because you cannot, the problem that I'm having with the left side of things right now is that you cannot say ICE agents are acting as vigilantes. It's not possible. It's not possible for you to say that ICE agents is acting as vigilantes when they're doing investigations. It's not possible. You have to show me where ICE agents are acting as vigilantes. Now, this one situation where Alex Pretti, hey, that officer right there, 100%. What up, Uda? 100%. That ICE agent need to go to jail because he executed a man in the street. But now we cannot now use this one instance and say that this is what ICE agents are doing. What this ICE agent did, shooting this man in the street and then shooting him 5 more times while he was laying lifeless on the ground, is absolutely execution. And this one ICE agent is a bad apple, and I hope that he get prosecuted. I hope that it is not true. So this is the part where the Democrats have a great argument. Because we did hear, we understand what qualified immunity is and what is immunity is. Now, we need to be very clear that these ICE agents should not have full immunity of anything that they do, because that would cause a different problem. I believe that this federal agent should absolutely 100% get prosecuted. What's up, Sugar? And if Tim Walz and the rest of the Democratic Party over there in Minneapolis do not get a hold of the citizens, instead of pushing for his citizens to do more, to protest more, be louder, be involved, like, hey, you are going to cause more civilians to get themselves hurt. It's going to spill out into now civilians are going to be attacking other civilians, because just because I have a big vehicle doesn't mean you get the opportunity to follow me. And no, I don't have to answer your goddamn questions. Who is the real police here? Aaron, 2 looks with the 5 eyes. These are all stress risers, which lead to the crazy situations we are seeing. If you got angry mobs outside your hotels, put folks on high alert. God damn it. Why are we acting as we don't understand what Aaron is saying?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate you. It's a great point. And I don't know how anybody can argue that. If you are out there stressing these people out, following them, you got little text threads going through and showing, hey, this is where these people at. Go ahead and impede. That is a real problem. We got our first caller for the day. The link is pinned to the top. Cameras on if you can. I appreciate that 100%. Thank you so much. Welcome to the show, KT, the GOAT. Good day, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I think we could be doing better as a country, though.
For shit show. I will say I'll have my camera on in a little bit. I'm gonna put a couple hours in on this clock while I can, though, and I don't want to be on camera for that, looking all my white voice and shit. But nah, I just want to say, man, listen, I agree, I understand to a certain extent, but I have to ask, when do we say they're overstepping their bounds? I'm not disagreeing in saying people aren't being vigilantes here, but what do we think will be the natural response to people being vigilantes? Like, they are being vigilantes. They're walking up on people saying we don't have to identify ourselves. They're pulling people who are not immigrants at all, like at a very common rate. So I mean, I don't understand, or I just would like to know, when will it be okay to say, all right, maybe enough is enough?
So I think Tim Walz, he's the governor, he's the main leader there, right? He's the president of that state. He got to be the one to say, hey, we have to do this the correct way, because ICE is not doing it the correct way. We got to be the bigger person, and we got to do it the correct. I'm going to push my local PD to make sure everything is moving in the right direction, and if not, then we got to do whatever the next step is. But he cannot be pushing his civilians to go out there and impede. Protests, stand in front of a building, have your signs, leave it as that. But this whole having a text thread following agencies, a whole situation where they have an understanding of who is a part of ICE, what license places are part of ICE, how do they have a link to the ICE database? That is leaked information. That is another problem. And Tim Walz need to tell his civilians to stay in the house and go to work. You should not be in the street following and chasing down ICE agents, because a lot of the people that the ICE are arresting are doing some nefarious things as well. So the same way how you are protecting possibly an innocent person, also you might be possibly protecting a PDF that is doing some sex trafficking.
I mean, that kind of just feels like a straw man argument, though. Like this, because listen, we know for a fact most illegal immigrants have not committed a crime. Matter of fact, they commit crime at a lower rate than actual Americans by far. So like the angle of like, well, these could be rapists, and these people, we're trying to protect your kid. That's like a really moot point, because you're saying like you're going to 100% of immigrants are getting treated a certain way because 3% of them are these people. And then beyond that, I think it got to like, when do we say, no offense, it's not really on the way the American system is set up. The federal government is the oversight. Like, they're supposed to be the one who's actually saying, I'm gonna be the bigger person. The state can do whatever they want and say whatever they want, and the feds can literally legally just say, fuck that, we don't adhere, kiss our ass, right? So I think it's kind of weird to say, like, while the feds are literally enforcing a group of, and let's be very clear here, there's plenty of shit that they've had in the last week talking about the studies of, like, they can clearly see, for some odd reason, a lot of the January 6 people are now ICE people. I don't know why we're saying like a group of people who are being hired out of that specific group of people is now like, we need to adhere to what they're asking us to do. They clearly don't really care about what we like. They're trying to do things in a different way. I don't know. I think it gets weird when we start getting to the point of saying, well, like, it's on Tim. Tim can say whatever he wants, and it may not be right, but we do have to acknowledge the feds are literally the one putting them in the position to even want to do this, right? Like, you can't just be out here murking people, riding around in cars with no lights, no nothing, hopping out of whips, grabbing people, and acting like people are just going to comply. That's just not how humans work, right? You muted.
Thank you. Aaron to Lucas, I got you. Aaron to Lucas, the solution is local government helps out so things can be done correctly. That's how it used to be. They purposely stopped that to spite Trump. This is, what do you say about this statement right here, KT? Because I think this is going towards your questioning of how they should be handling, how Tim Walz should be handling it.
No, I'm with you in terms of how they should work, but that's what I'm saying. Where I could literally point out, like with when the whole situation happened with CK, what was Trump's immediate response? It's the far Democratic, they're enemies. We need to eradicate them. Like, it's always been bipartisanship in the government. You're correct. However, Trump has clearly stated plenty of times he doesn't care about bipartisanship. Neither does he really want it. Do what he says, or
Okay, and that's your argument with that. All right, so but I think if Tim wants his citizens to be safe, he do need to tell his local police department, hey, we need to be watching what ICE is doing and work with them so we making sure that they're doing the right things and they're not just pulling over our citizens. I think that is the proper way, rather than getting civilians to be checking the federal government. He should use his state police to be checking the federal government. Hey, we need to work with them to make sure ICE is not overreaching. ICE is not doing something crazy and extra into the situation. I think that's the real problem that I'm having. And once we have real leadership like that, and Tim Walz said, hey, listen, we understand that ICE is targeting our state because of all the fraud that is happening. And again, what it makes it seem like is that Tim Walz, Ilhan, and everybody else that's in the higher ups, it seems like they are a part of this whole fraud case, and really they are causing all this chaos so they can figure out a way to get themselves not locked up themselves. That's the issue that I'm having with this whole situation.
I ain't gonna hold you. You reaching on that one. You reaching on that one. Just because simply, if we being very honest here, right? Like I always say, I'm not Democrat, Republican, so I can admit they're all in on it. Just like any Republican state, I guarantee you can go and see a bunch of fraud. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's weird to have, like, they're not saying you particular, because I know you didn't make but these are disingenuous arguments when we're saying, like, ICE is there because of all the fraud. The fraud is rampant. It's not. Like, we can look at studies of, like, last year, how much was taken out of, like, fraud, quote unquote, from Minnesota and compared to any state. It's pretty much on par with each other. Like, it's an excuse you could say because it does have some validity, right? You could point to a case and say, no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I started ad-lib. That's why we shouldn't ad-lib. Go ahead. I didn't mean to break up your thought.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's a point that can be made because you can point at a case. Like I said, any state I could literally point out right now in North Carolina, it's a fraud case happening. Look at all this rampant fraud. Like, it's just not true to say it's more rampant than other places. And then if we allow that to be an excuse, it's really, in my opinion, it just seems like we're siding for the wrong things at this point, like with America. Because like you said, we in a fucked up position. I think a lot of us are saying, like, let's choose what's right for America over what's right for even us. Because I don't think we realize, like, America is, and I'm not saying it's just for black people, like white people, Americans. If you're the working class, this country hasn't been very good to us, period. So when we say, like, oh, because American interest, well, American does have an interest. And I guess if America survives, that helps us survive. But a lot of this isn't going to help us survive in the long run. It's harming ourselves to defend a lot of this. That's all I feel, at least.
Okay, so now what is the, before I bring in Kev Studders, what is the solution if Minneapolis, right? We're saying that Trump and his administration using the fraud case to bring ICE agents in there. Okay, fine. This is the excuse to get in there. Now, regardless of the other states that are doing it right now, this is the biggest one that we could see as of right now. And so if that is the case, regardless of the other states doing the same exact thing, these people got caught red-handed. I think that is the difference. The other people, they are covering their tracks a little bit better, maybe because they're just not as a big of a state, whatever the case is. However, once we uncover the fraud, and it's publicly known that it is some fraud going on out there, that one of the people, Ilhan Omar, right? She went from 100,000 to 30 million, supposedly. Supposedly, we don't know if it's true or not. However, once we start focusing on you, because now everything is out in the open, and now we putting the ICE agents in there to say, hey, we got to get a control of this. Why are we not in support of getting control of this one state? So this way, this could be used as a stepping stone for all the other states that we are on the lookout for all the fraud, and we coming after y'all. Whoever is trying to use the government as a way to fraud the American people.
Well, because it's not a good one, right? Like you said with Ilhan, right? Let's bring in Ilhan. Everything about Ilhan is allegedly. Even if we talking about how like it's justified for ICE to be in Minnesota, well, we know for a fact they were led by a white woman. Do you think it was just a white woman chilling by herself with 80 plus Somalians? Hell the fuck nah. She got white friends and they were partaking. However, these are black faces that they need to use to justify what's going, like their reasoning for being sent there, right? But that's my point. Even if we did do that, we're going on a witch hunt. We're not actually getting like justice because there's bigger things going on that's really defrauding us. And we're sitting here worried about this group of Somalis. And listen, how are we talking about America and we worried about Minnesota, bruh? Let's be honest. Who the fuck ever talk about Minnesota? Nobody until like some shit with Floyd happened and this shit. But now we all of a sudden that like, oh yeah, it happened in Minnesota. That's hurting Americans. Boy, that shit is let's be adults here. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of problems. We can't tackle them all at once. That's just being very honest. Let's go get somebody. No offense. I'm way more concerned about the Epstein list. Because if we're talking about actually people wanting to stop harming our children in this country, what's a whole fucking list of millionaires and billionaire motherfuckers who contributing to that? I think getting rid of that group would do way more for us as a country in terms of helping and saving us than chasing a group of people and backing ICE on chasing these Somalians for some fraud in years, man. I just feel that's a little redundant with our resources, I guess.
All right, let me welcome into the show, Cap Stutters. Great point. Cap Stutters, good day. What is your thoughts?
What's up, y'all? Bro, I think that all of this is that this whole Minnesota thing is just like political theater. I think that that the officials that are in Minnesota, they know like that if they fight back against Trump, against all of this stuff, like that it's going to cause a freaking right uproar. Like, so I believe that they actually want people out in the streets because it kind of like, because like it makes Donald Trump look bad. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, so they will not willingly work with Donald Trump and work with the federal government. I just think that it's all BS, bro. Oh, what did I say?
So, like, but I hear you saying you cannot say that it's BS when people are literally getting their lives taken. People are dying. ICE agents are getting hurt. One ICE agent supposedly got a finger bit off. That's crazy, man.
Hey, reach for my food, you're gonna pull back a nub. Stop playing out here. I say people, period. You
right, I mean that's a good joke and everything, but we gotta stop with that this is just some theater and that everything is an act. This shit is not acting when somebody passes away. We cannot act as if that this is just some kind to like this is not an act. So, you know, like I don't understand that point of view. Like, we just gotta call a spade and understand. Don't worry, Kev, you can come back as soon as you get back. And shout out to Pan Munalism. He said,
"Fuck up in 2024."
He didn't want to let it happen. Detroit Coalition with the $20. What's up, Pan? What's up? I know you wanted to have something to say. Go ahead, Pan. What's your thoughts?
Big up. I'm gonna try to
Slap
keep
the
it brief.
taste out
Thanks
of your
for
mouth. I'd like to see it.
Bro, it was on the screen. That's crazy.
Shout out to Detroit Corners with Twitter as drop pan before he says booty clapping or twerking. What's up,
Yeah,
man?
gotta
Anybody
be
want
quick.
Pan to come up and say booty clapping or twerking is $20 to bring him back, or Pan mulattoism. You can bring yourself back with $20 because hey, we are a independent journalism. It is what it is. You can control what is being said with your dollar, with your like, with your share. Hey, it is what it is.
But since he got kicked, I guess I ain't gonna agree with him, but I can understand. I'm gonna take this angle. I understand his point because let's be very frank, you know, something could be not as true as it seems and victims happen. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of things that happen sometimes where innocent people die. I mean unalive, but they didn't have nothing to do. They did this for a situation. I can't remember it right now, but a good case would be like the one with Pearl Harbor and shit. They had, I mean, not Pearl Harbor, but what was that war in Iraq we had? Desert Storm.
But,
Where they had the girl.
KT, before you go to that, but what is your thoughts on the fact that it is civilians out there chasing other civilians and telling them to prove that they are not ICE agents? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's how the shit gonna work. That's what I'm saying. This is the innocent game. For a lot of people, they, due to the misinformation they receive.
Okay, so first of all, let me make sure I understand you can. So you saying that you agree with it? That's one thing I want to know first before we move forward.
Oh hell no, I didn't say I agree with none of that. I said I know that's something that's gonna come with the misinformation though. It's the difference between agreeing with something, but I can accept reality. Like I don't agree that it should be people out here doing things to children. However, I accept that it is. You get what I'm saying?
No. Did you see the video that I played earlier of civilians following another civilian because they believe
that's crazy work.
That they called was the ICE agent. So they thought they was ICE agents, and they wanted those civilians to prove that they was not ICE agents. And they said the reason why they followed them because their vehicle popped up on the ICE agent database. Where are they getting this database from?
I don't know, but it's clearly incorrect. You get what I'm saying? Like it can't be that real, and that's why I said I'm sort of in agreement, understanding where he is because it is a degree of political theater to a certain extent. Like you know, both sides are going to do what looks best for them on the political side, and then people who align to one side or the other, you know what I'm saying? They're going to move as they feel that side is speaking to them in. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't think that shit good.
Who's responsible for telling the civilians that's giving them this information? Who's responsible to say get those civilians off the street because they have no business on the street, put over and following other citizens in the street? Who's responsible for getting those people off the street?
I would really say it's on the police, but with ICE being in these places, they can't really do their job. You get what I'm saying? Like they
I don't really saying. So therefore, the state itself need to get on their job and say, "Hey, we need to get these vigilantes off the street from doing their own public protests because they are just outside. They're not in a they're not protesting with the state. Say, hey, we are going to be here. We are marching from 1st Street down to 10th Street. They are not doing that. They just outside with a group text and they just showing up places. That is a different style of protest. And I believe Tim need to get a handle on that.
I mean, I could understand the sentiment. I just don't know how you expect somebody like we've been talking about for a couple of days with Anton. You know, you can't be mad how somebody punch you back. Like ICE came, and I hate to do it like this because I really ain't no leaning person. I'm just pointing out the facts thereof. Trump, I've been saying this for a long time. He got his own ideology, and I've been saying I feel he's trying to enforce violence. So I believe from that alone, like this is kind of proof of it. Because every time he had a chance to send some people somewhere, the governors, the mayors, they're all saying no, we don't want that. And he's still telling them to go there and putting them people there. So I mean, now you making people uncomfortable in their home. How you going to expect? Like, how you going? You can't tell nobody how to react when you just literally kicking in their door and then wiping your boots off without the rug and it's snow and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right. So you saying that ICE need to leave, and then what? So just ICE need to leave, and then Minnesota be peaceful.
Nah, no, it's no fairy tale ending for nothing to just be peaceful in totality, right? But what's gonna happen is it's gonna definitely calm down. It's gonna go back to normal levels of some bullshit happening. Where again the police will handle it. But right
So
now what's going
all right,
on?
so we
Wrong.
understand that the police were not handling it. This is why the corruption got to where it's at, because the government was in on the corruption. That's the issue that we are not addressing. That the corruption there, because the ICE, the corruption is there. And somebody got to do something about the corruption there. And for some reason, we're not addressing that point. And that's the scariest part about this whole situation. Who is supposed to be responsible for all the mistreatment that Minnesota is doing? And once we get that understanding, say, hey, y'all are responsible, and this is why we are here, we cannot not say that just because he was able to get the citizens in an uproar and feed them a fallacy and say, hey, we're going to get the citizens to fight back for us while I clean up whatever else is going on, and say that is okay for Tim Walz to use the citizens as a shield, because that's what he is doing if he is guilty, if he is found guilty of the things that, that he's doing some criminal activity over there. Which
that's what I said. That's bro. I could literally point out a whole list of Republicans and Democrats that when Trump was right before Trump had let the first set of what was them shits called, tariffs, when he lifted them the first time, about 24 hours before. I can show you a whole group of Democrats and Republicans. I'm talking about that day, net worths went up millions.
Right.
At least the smallest one on this list went up 8 million. The highest one went up like 50.
Right.
You hear me? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not, bro. That's falling into some bullshit if we saying, oh, because here, man, that shit really going on.
Okay, so now you saying that. So how should we attack the fraud that is going on?
Like I said, I mean, we can't get everything at once. There's a lot of shit going on. And if we talking about like word, and if we talking about
so that's the confusing part of it. We cannot get all the fraud at once. They got to be done one at a time. For sure. Right?
But we get the real
now
big
this is the one at a time. So Minnesota is on the chopping block because we got some proof. We got a paper trail behind it. It's been years of this paper trail, and so now it's coming to head, and now we have the real proof to say, hey, we could do whatever we need to do. Why are people acting as if it is no facts to this situation on why they are there and not at these other places?
Because they not really big fit. Like that's not nothing, bro. That's not nothing. Because first of all, that's why I always point out, if it was that big, why are we talking about since like 2018? That's like 6 years. You feel me? That's super long for real in terms of fraud, because every year it's more than what happens in this case alone. You know what I'm saying? So that's not really. And even
how do you build the case, KT?
How do you build a case?
Yes, it's usually over years, right? They usually wait years and years for themselves to build the case. They don't do it as soon as you do it that one time. They wait to see who else is involved.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Elite Belzo One with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for all that y'all do. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. Thank you so much, Elite Belzo, for showing some love and support. Appreciate you. It's important. It is. Thank you. And so we got to understand that, hey, listen, we understand if me and you was goddamn police chiefs in this goddamn city, right? We have this group. We got 5 different groups. They all selling crack. But we get the smoking gun on group number one. We cannot say, hey, we shouldn't go after group number one because the other four are doing it. No, we're like, hey, we got the smoking gun on group one. Let's get rid of group number one first.
Nah, I get you on a political tip. But if we talking about actually preventing this shit, why aren't we going after the plug? You get what I'm saying? Like, you're right, it's 5 groups doing this, right? But the plug is this. And the government know the plug is this. And let's be very frank here, the plug is the government. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if we talking about really taking out shit to where we ain't gotta have a problem no more, not saying we need to get rid of them, but we need to get it's many people we can point out in these positions, bro, that are taking it.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is that, like, regardless of the other people that we gotta point out, we have to start somewhere, because once we get somebody locked up or whatever, once the information get out there that we are not as a country allowing this anymore, wouldn't that start cleaning up the situation?
No, because listen, I'm gonna be very honest here again, just pointing out the obvious. Do you know how much Trump net worth then went up from his first presidency to now? See, typically presidents go up to the millions. You get what I'm saying? Like, they might go from worth like $1 million to like 11 million. You get what I'm saying? And then the rest of that shit be kind of like political pool. But Trump, his shit really done went up billions with an S by himself. And we talking about some Ilhan worth 30 million. We don't know, but even if I'm not saying I don't care, but in terms of like, oh yeah, let's take her down. Let's take these people down, because this really showing we getting it. Well, meanwhile, the president literally signing deals with his son, Jared Kushner, over here doing all types of stuff he's not supposed to be doing right now, currently.
Okay, but what does all right? So what does that mean? All right, so Trump, he made more money since he became president. So that means that we're not supposed to investigate other frauds everywhere else.
No, that means we need to like get rid of the big people, the people at the top. Like right now, what we doing is we getting happy because they locking up the nigga with Nick bags.
So okay, so you say, hold on. So you saying Minnesota, Tim Walz is the Nick bag?
Nah, for shit show. Them nickel bag pushers. They ain't getting no cheesy Louise out there off the Friday.
That is insane that you're saying that a whole state for $9 billion is in the nickel bag. It's crazy. But we also understand the way how we get the bigger frauders is by catching the small ones first, because they're the ones that's going to snitch up through the ranks.
No. And that's why crime is still, not saying it ain't gone down and things of that nature, but why crime still exists prevalently in America, because that's how you put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. That's what we've been doing here for a really long time. So now what is the solution? Because what it sounds like to me, KT, what you were saying is that we don't do nothing, because if we can't get the biggest person on top, then we shouldn't do anything. No, I'm saying if we really want to get rid of the overall problem, is really easy. Like, I don't know why we make this seem harder than it is. Let's be real. What drugs do they have without the plug? None. So why are we not taking out the plug? But instead, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying let's do something wild or rash.
Okay,
I'm just saying the systems of government.
So who do you believe is the plug?
The government. The government is the plug. That's just keeping it a buck. Like, they out here doing fraud, insider trading, all types of shit every fucking day. Every day. And meanwhile, we out here talking about like,
so your idea is to get rid of the government?
No. Maybe how it's functioning, the people who are functioning, because it's a lot of people allowing this to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what they allow.
Again, all right. You said get rid of the plug, and the government is a plug. So now we're not getting rid of the plug.
I guess we're gonna co-opt the plug in this case.
And so this is the problem that I'm having, that we go around in a circle, but when we go by your plan, nobody is being held accountable is my issue.
No, if we're talking about my plan, my rationale is different. I'd rather not speak on it. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm just saying what is true. That's like the facts thereof. We know for a fact the cartels are the people that we're screaming is the enemy for these immigrants coming from that way, right? Well, we know for a fact the government is who literally created these motherfuckers. From Osama bin Laden, bro, we always making our ops. If don't nobody find that convenient or weird, well, that's on you. But this is just me speaking to what is there, right? Like, we know these things for facts. I don't know why we're acting like all of a sudden they stop. Even Maduro, that shit seems sus to me. Like, the more I've really like looked at it and thought about it, because like, you're telling them ahead of time, we're coming to get this nigga. He ain't got the whole military there. And then even for the, like, I know people got hurt and stuff, but it wasn't a large group of people there. Like, that's the thing, period. It wasn't really even like 1,000 people there to protect the country's president, who's literally saying, I think he's going to go home in a couple months, kind of like they did dude in Honduras. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just pointing out we're always making our own ops. And then we're trying to justify.
So now if I'm working with somebody and then they start doing things that's a little off kiltered, shouldn't I have the right to check them and say, hey, you're not moving in the direction that you're supposed to be? So,
I like you brought that up. Here's the problem with that. When you're saying the only direction you're supposed to be moving is how I'm telling you to.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, I'm not saying people haven't done rash things, but most of the time people are saying like, look, I just don't really want to follow y'all banking system or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these people, they don't want to share the oil with you. That's their reserve to support country.
No, but the issue is that it's too late for that. Once I start helping you, if we put it in relationship terms, y'all will understand it 100%. Hey, I see this beautiful lady. Let's say Venezuela's a beautiful lady. And then he starts saying, hey, I'm going to take care of you. I got your back. And then once we find out, oh, she got this reserve that is profitable, and then now that she becomes famous because she could write books or whatever, there's nobody that said that man doesn't deserve a portion of the profits of that book that he helped push out there.
For sure. But I give you.
All right, so if that's the case,
stick to what happened in Venezuela, though. See, like, the problem there is, where Venezuela already functioned a certain way, where they like, we really don't rock with y'all niggas, but we as a poor country, we trying to get this cheese, right? So boom, they agreed to do business with us. Now what's not happening is we're not giving them what we're supposed to be giving them and promised them. And then,
right, and that's usually happens in a breakup, right? We ain't together no more. You ain't following my leadership. So now I'm going to take away all the things that I said I was going to give you. That is a normal thing. So like we got
that's lame nigga tendencies, and we'll talk about that when we be talking about them. That's a lame nigga move. Like,
you take care of your ex-girlfriends?
Hell nah.
All right then.
But I'm saying what I already gave to you or promised to you, I'm not about to take that away. Like, if I already bought you a car, I'm not about to lead a relationship and be like, bitch, get my whip back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I bought you the car because I had it to spare anyway. I ain't give a fuck. Trust me, I wouldn't have bought it if I really cared about it. Trust me, I did not. I'm not being funny. I love my lady.
That is a crazy analogy, but we know that's just not real life. Majority of people take back their engagement rings. They kick people out their houses.
I agree, and we be saying that's lame nigga tendency.
You're not paying. So, but that's what normally happens. So we got to understand what normally happens versus what KT the GOAT would do, right? And that's fine. Right? You'll buy a chicken car. Hey, you let her keep the car. But that's just not the norm. It's just not. It's not even close to the norm. Majority of people are in a relationship where both parties beneficial, and maybe one party benefits a little bit more. And we know most of the time the man is going to benefit more in a relationship than a woman, usually, right? It is what it is. Even if it's only a 2 years longer lifespan, it is what it is. So we cannot act as if we are blind to that all of a sudden. And this is the only issue that I'm having with people not correcting the Democratic side and only want to correct the Republican side, saying that, hey, what Trump is doing is some bullshit because of, all the things that you stated, and act as if the things that the Democrats doing is just they just retaliate. They don't know what else to do. So what do we expect? No, we expect human beings to be led properly in the city. We need Tim Walz and all the other people that's in power to say, citizens, stay your ass in the house and go to work. Stop impeding. Let us, the government, fight back the government.
Yeah, I feel you, but it's just not. It's not plausible to say, even with great leadership, people will still go rogue sometimes. That's just being very honest. Especially if we're just talking about us as American citizens, we're built on the basis, damn near, of, well, I could do it how I like if I want to, because that's freedom, right? So when we talk about leadership, I get that. And I'm gonna be very honest. I said it earlier. I do believe it's some what Kev said earlier. It is some political theater going on here, where like people are just appealing to their side, right? But that doesn't change from the fact that regardless, we can't say it's not like they both punched each other. Somebody punches someone first. Trump came through and punched some shit. I'm not saying that what they're doing is correct, and I said that earlier. I don't think how they was chasing them people and saying prove that you're not. I don't think that's correct. However, I also understand if someone picks up a stick after I punched them. I mean, I punched them. I can't be like, "Whoa, what you doing with that stick? I just punched you. Chill." Or somebody pulled out a gun. "Oh, I just punched you. Chill." Nah, that's why I keep mine too, right? Like you got to be prepared for that, I guess. But neither here nor there. I'm not saying they're both on some bullshit, but Trump is literally wanting this. This is what it seems he's asking for. Like he's literally out here punching people and just being like, "Shut the fuck up and accept I punched you." That's nasty work.
So I found some. Let me see. I think I found the video that they wanted me to review. So let's review this together, KT. Let's see what's going on with that. I think this is what they wanted to.
From federal officials, is there any evidence that from what you have seen in the public's?
Why he look like Zelensky? Why this man look like Zelensky? They cloning people out here?
Space and heard from federal officials. Is there any evidence that you know of that Pretti was assaulting the federal officers as the Border Patrol chief claims?
Well, I've seen the videos just as thousands of people.
Yo, do he look like Zelensky or am I tripping?
Nah, kind of like the Americanized. Yeah, nah, for sure. I'll take Americanized. He eating.
He eating though.
Zelensky out here looking like he been on the diet for a grip, and I feel him.
Hey, he's stressed. Yeah.
Yeah, but buddy here looking healthy.
The videos speak for themselves. I think it's deeply concerning the things that are being said. This is an individual that was a city resident. It appears that he was present, exercising his First Amendment rights to record law enforcement activity, and also exercising his Second Amendment rights to lawfully be armed in a public space in the city. So I think very obviously there are serious questions that are being raised. And I think the greater issue is, even if there is an investigation that ultimately proves that at the time of the shooting it was legally justified, I don't think that even matters at this point, because there is so much outrage and concern around what is happening in the city.
What do you mean it doesn't matter at this point? You mean the situation on the ground is already, the impression is left?
People have had enough. This is the third shooting now in less than 3 weeks.
Damn.
The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone.
Damn.
And now this is the second American citizen that's been killed. It's the third shooting within 3 weeks. People have been speaking out, saying that this was going to happen again. And I think everyone is kind of waiting for folks on both sides to come together and just figure this thing out. This is not sustainable. This police department has only 600 police officers. We are stretched incredibly thin. This is taking an enormous toll trying to manage all of this chaos on top of having to be the police department for a major city. It's too much.
Woo.
I ain't gonna lie, white man was baby cooking, and that go back to what I was saying earlier. Like,
hold on, I want to address something real quick. Platinum Dose, what you mean? What crazy nonsensical things that I'm saying? Do you think I'm saying something nonsensical, KT? I don't know. I think when the truth is just being spoken, people think that you are picking a side. I'm not even choosing a side right now. I'm saying that what ICE did to that man in the street, that was execution. I'm pretty sure everybody heard me say that. Is that correct, KT the GOAT?
Yeah. I would just say.
So I don't know what support I'm giving to ICE. I'm just being honest about what is being happening.
It can be taken that way because sometimes it seems you're defensive of like, let's void Trump. I could understand the sentiment sometimes, and I think that's all he means. I think he may be, because this is like, let's be honest, like they always say, religion and politics. Those are pretty tough topics for people. You know what I'm saying? It can be taken that you seem defensive for the Republican side sometimes.
Right. And that's the issue that I have. Like, I don't have a side to choose. I'm just calling what I see with as much honesty as I have in front of me. The ICE situation, we as citizens should not be impeded on official investigations. The government should not be enticing the citizens to go ahead and follow agents. If you happen to be in the street and you see what, hey, record them. But going following police officers and ICE agents, I do not think that is a smart decision to make. Even the police chief just now, he said that we are already thin. And you telling citizens to go out there and be deputized to do what this thin police community already can't do is wild. You are putting citizens in danger by telling them to go and follow ICE agents. Literally.
Nah, and this goes into why people may feel that way, because it seems, because what I was about to say earlier is it seems clear to me that he was saying, like, because ICE is there, it's overworking them. I mean, the citizens being there also, like that's what I pointed out earlier, it's already crime going on in the city. Now some people come through and they like, we doing whatever we want in your city. And now people are like, hell no, you like, that's just wild. Like, we don't even know y'all motherfuckers for real. And now the police has to be there to really stop that with them. And even with them being there to try to stop things, they're literally earthing people out here. You get what I'm saying? So it's that's what I thought he was saying, is putting the police in a pretty hard position anywhere.
So you agree that citizens should be following ICE agents around?
I do.
And what good came out of following ICE agents around?
I don't know. None.
All right. So now when we just look at the problem at hand, we have civilians getting shot. 3 in 3 weeks, 2 of them are unalived. So if I'm telling citizens to stay their ass in the house and do not bother people that have a protection to shoot you, how is that me not protecting the citizen? And how is that me protecting the ICE agent?
Well, that is understandable, and it is correct somewhat. It's just leaving out the point that, like I said earlier, we're Americans. We're built on freedom. If something ain't illegal, and I don't know if I'm incorrect here, but I don't think it's illegal to follow them, like in terms of camerizing them, even if you're following them in a car. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that's something that they legally should be able to do, and I want to just point out also, with like how you just agreed, what happened to do was just straight out some crazy stuff. Yeah, so execution. So now we can see people are legally adhering to things, not breaking anything, and they still getting them up out of here. So
no. So that's the thing. We can't say people, right? We got this one incident where this is literally, from the evidence that we have at hand, until something changes that information. The information that we currently have, that was the execution by that ICE officer. But now we cannot act as if that this is how ICE is operating.
I think it would be safe to do the Muhammad Ali analogy here, where he talks about the snakes. If it's 5 good snakes, but it's 10,000 at your front door, you gonna let them in hoping the 5 good snakes corral the other 10,000? No. They just
right. And so and the fact that we are putting ICE agents as snakes is the wild part to me. We can't assume that ICE agents are just trying to be what is your idea of ICE agents? That they just trying to break the
I
law?
mean, we've seen they are pulling over people who like are clearly black, clearly not Hispanic, and they talking about where your immigration papers and really harassing these people about the shit.
You have to show me the videos of that happening. So
it's one of a black woman and a black girl. I was just watching last night. I can't remember what their name is, but they were literally just somewhere, and ICE was on the. And I'm talking about they clearly like they sound like us type shit. You know, it's not no way you even gonna think there's some immigrant. They like what the hell y'all tripping? Like we not no damn foreigners. And I mean, it's just.
All right, so let me welcome into Chicago Rilla. What is your thoughts on this whole situation, Chicago?
Yeah, just real quick. Hey, how many inches of snow did y'all get up there, Sharon?
Too much.
Right. Yo, I done shoveled like 4 or 5 times in the last 3 days, bro. I'm so ticked off. But it's warming up. Yeah. It's oh shoot, I'm bugging. It's 4 degrees here, but I'm tweaking. Yeah, I'm about to say it's warming up, but you know, in Chicago, you like, oh, now it's summer. 4 degrees, God, dog.
I can't wait till it's like 30.
Oh man, you know, ain't no jacket, right?
I can't wait till it's 30 degrees. It's crazy.
Yeah, but y'all wear Timbs in the summer. I just think it's important again to take all the information in. I'm hearing a lot of different things. I do appreciate your balanced approach, and what I kept trying to say in the chat. You know, I listened to another breakdown, and there's going to be 2 perspectives on it. One is going to be the legal, and then obviously it's going to be the human, the empathetic part. So, you know, rest in peace to Alex Pretti. Should he have lost his life? Absolutely not. Especially as a life, because I see people making art. He should have alerted them that he was, like that's, you know.
Yeah,
I just think the amount of pressure that we put on these quote unquote agents, you know, to be able to do their job and be professional, but then like, cause it's almost like you're fighting criminals and you're fighting civilians. Like, you know, that junk is crazy. But as you break down, if you really look at it, from what I understand and from what I've seen, it looks like the pew went off from the officer that retrieved the gun from him, right?
No, it was 2 different.
Oh, that didn't happen.
So the one that took the gun, I could go find another. Angle.
Yeah, because
I grabbed the gun and he started walking to the side, and the other officer,
correct,
he pulled out his pew. And
so that's what I was asking. Yeah, I agree with that, right? I agree with you on that part, right? But where did that's what I put in the chat too. Where did the first shot come from? Right? Did it come from the officer that pulled his out the holster, or because remember they're trying to say that the gun they retrieved, he had 2 magazines or something. It was loaded. And did he because remember they're supposed to even when he retrieves it, like isn't he supposed to check it? He didn't have time to do all that. He didn't have time. He make sure there wasn't one in the chamber. Right?
He took it off his side, and the other officer started shooting. That's what really happened, to be honest.
I mean, why does it matter though?
Go on mute. Hey, KT, let me say this last thing. I'm gonna go mute. Hey man, and I said this in the chat. This is why I'm not as community minded, fam. This is why you have never seen me live from no doggone protest. These protests are unorganized. They're unorganized. People just getting out there doing anything, and then you slap a protest label on it because you got built, and you think you could jump out in front of these stormtroopers and do whatever. Like, no, you cannot, fam. Stop bringing up Montgomery bus boycott, because them jokers planned, strategized. There was classes with all types of things how you supposed to conduct yourself. You know, people just jumping out here and think you finna jump in front of these stormtroopers and not get dealt with. You gonna FAFO? What is that?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this is the other angle from the, I guess, a coffee shop or something of that nature, and it kind of shows the officer. This is the gun in question, and so you could see the other officer pull the gun out. So you'll see. So this officer now is about to have the gun, and he's going to walk away. So they try to wrestle him down.
Was he running away or did he walk away?
See, this officer. What the fuck? So this officer right here, he has the gun that he took from the civilian. This officer right here.
Yeah.
So he actually has the physical gun in his
correct
hand. And so he's been ran off and walked away and everything. So that's crazy, man. That's just insane.
Yeah,
so
it's nasty work, G.
That officer, that single officer definitely need to get prosecuted, without a doubt.
But what?
That was execution.
At what? At the state level, at the federal level? At the federal level, that's not going to happen. Yeah, it ain't going to happen at the federal level.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's not going in the Fed's not going to allow the state to do it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is. I'm not sitting here saying go and try to fight these motherfuckers, but this is dangerous. Like, do we not see that people are just walking around saying like, yeah, we gonna do what we want for real? And
Yeah, but
y'all really
KT,
not gonna be able to do nothing like that. That's
But
I don't know.
what? Who strapped it? So what? He hit him with his own weapon or with a weapon that he got from him?
No. Go ahead.
So these two ladies, they doing a individual protest like Chicago Real is saying. He trying to direct traffic. The lady started running from the ice and she was getting subdued. He tried to jump in to protect the lady. They all got pepper sprayed. And then now they wrestle him to the ground. And then when they wrestle him to the ground, they notice he had a sidearm because it's a concealed carry state because his shirt pulled up. One officer takes the gun away, and while he's walking away, the officer took that. Oh, he has a gun, and he took that to shoot him. That's pretty much what happened, and that's how he's going to probably justify that he had a gun. But the man was not reaching for the gun because the man was on all fours. He had his two hands on the ground and his two hands on.
And he took his gun away, like already before he shot him. That's what I'm saying. Like, they can't even make the argument he had a gun.
Yeah, you can see both hands in the video because I heard that rhetoric too, Sharon, that he was reaching for another gun, and it's like I don't know how that is when you can see both hands and he's on the ground face. I mean, his chest is facing the ground, so on and so forth.
So unless he is on some secret agent shit and he could gun is gonna pop out the goddamn side of his goddamn sleeve, I don't know how they're gonna justify this. And no, I do not believe federals have immunity like that.
They do.
Hey, Sharon, think about it. When them stormtroopers moving,
Yeah, they do, bro.
yeah, them stormtroopers moving, bro. And that's
over, bro.
again.
Once you see them start throwing the story, I think it was a secondary weapon and all this stuff right there, man. We already know what's going on.
Yeah. And even beyond that, like that's all I'm saying. This is why I do agree. This is like some Gestapo shit. This is what it's seeming to be. Like they trying to enforce that they could just knock on anybody's door and check for pay. What the fuck is going on here?
But KT, this is what I'm saying, right? Instead of us trying to appeal to the morality of the system, there is no morality in the system. We know that. Why do we keep doing that, right? You should be having month-long meetings at your local community facility, the rec center, the church, whatever. We always harken back to civil rights movement. Hey, man, them jokers sat and strategized for months and figured out every angle. And then they did role play. Hey, if they come at you, you sitting at the counter. They did literally as video footage of them doing role play. When you sitting at the lunchroom counter and they come and do this and do, and how you gonna respond? And they yelling at them and da. Oh, they not role playing for these interactions, fam. They going in there and you trying to appeal to a system. You are hoping that they don't do something foul to you, and then when they do something foul to you, then you still trying to tug at the heartstrings. And
also
that ain't gonna work.
before you answer KT to go, no, so ICE agents do not have absolute immunity. They can be prosecuted federally and statewide, civilly and criminally.
Okay, but because we don't watch mad officers get away with it. They would have got away with it. And these people on a higher level than them. So it's going to be
that's a different thing. Whether we could prove it or not, that's a whole nother level, right? It's going to be very difficult, right? We can understand that's going to be difficult, right? However, they do not have absolute immunity.
Would that have to go through a grand jury though, first, Sharon? Because again, what's the likelihood of LEO being like? Because I think Brown was up here one time talking about the clearance rate for not the clearance rate, but cases that go to grand jury for officers, right? And how many of those actually make it to trial?
That's
a very low percentage.
Aaron, to look with the father, I think with this video evidence, I think, hey, it's going to be different. The problem is they won't give ICE simple shit like info on criminals who are already in jail or with records. So now they got to search the streets. Damn.
And I ain't gonna lie, this is gonna tie into what you were just saying, really, and I'm kind of in agreement, right? First of all, this is white people organizing. They're not organized. So I'm not making no moral against I've gotten up here plenty of times and spoken about how I know the system don't work. We need to do a different system. Niggas laugh it off. But this is why I always say that. The system doesn't work. It doesn't really have the morality. It doesn't really give a fuck, right? Beyond that, this also goes into the ICE part too, though. They're not having training. So it's like, again, you got people reacting to things that seem to just, like, no offense, naturally mistakes will happen. That's just natural human beings. You get what I'm saying? But like with ICE acting in ways that it seems they're clearly not trained. Man, it's like 50 days to be a fucking ICE agent, bro. You don't get no fucking training.
Yeah, I heard 47, yeah.
Yeah, like 47, I believe. So that's what I'm saying.
What you mean ICE agents don't get training?
47.
It's like 47 days, Sharon, for their training now.
What training are you getting in 47 days to properly handle crowd control?
Okay, that's fine. So now, how much time do local PD get for training?
Not enough. I've always been advocate for that. Like, I think it's 3 months or some shit.
I don't know off top. I don't remember off top myself.
It's like 3 months.
It might be the same amount of days. No, don't try to say 3 months. Like, is it like we talking about days, right? So they gonna have weekends off as well.
I can't jump off here and research that. I don't know that it's 47 days for local police, though. I think it's a little bit longer, but I don't want to guess. You're right, Sharon. We shouldn't guess.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. We cannot, and a lot of the people that are ICE agents, they are from military backgrounds already.
Hey, what is that Proud Boy? What is his background?
It's 17 to 27 weeks.
No, but how many days? Because that's where the confusion at. Like, we know the exact day, right? So 47 days. 47 days. How many?
What we got? ICE training. What training they get? ICE law enforcement personnel are generally trained at federal law enforcement training centers, i.e. like Georgia. Historically, before recent changes, their academy was longer, roughly 3 to 5 months or more, depending on specific roles. The current training length and the controversy in this change. Recent reports and facts check say that basic academy training for ICE enforcement and removal operations, ERO officers, has been shortened. Multiple outlets report it's about 8 weeks, with recruits in training 6 days a week, which equates to roughly 47 to 48 days. They tell you what kind of training it covers, but as far as a regular officer, it is typically much longer than 8 weeks. 12 to 24 weeks is usually 3 to 6 month process. You could say about a 6 months process for a regular officer, but basically guaranteed. Yeah, so it's been shortened as far as they go. Look like they're just shipping them out, kind of like, you know what I mean? They just
Mr. KT's point for the regular officers, that's still not long enough. And they raised the pay grade with lesser training for the stormtroopers
and bonuses. Sign-on bonuses. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, I was looking at that shit yesterday because that shit.
I'm about to put in the application, guys.
Hey, Sharon, I thought about it. Hey, I thought about it.
Rilla, let's do it, Rilla. Me and Rilla.
I thought about it.
And look, and then in 2 years we can expose everything that we've seen.
Right.
Boy, they're gonna get y'all ass. Y'all gonna fuck up out of there, boy.
After 2 years, we can say, "Hey, this is why I retired from."
Them jokers said $150 to start.
Word.
They done up the ante on these jokers, man. Hey, but listen, old boy from Cuba, the Cuba Proud Boy. Does he have a military background? The one that got his sentence commuted to pardon or whatever? Because he's an agent of chaos.
Yeah,
for sure.
He said, yeah, he do.
So,
you know, hey, Man, so it is shortened. So okay, so we got the proof that it is shortened. So that's good information. So they do have a shorter period of time, and maybe because of what they're doing. So at least we understand that. So it is shortened. But the thing is that it might be shortened because they are not supposed to be doing protesting, right? They ain't supposed to know how to
yeah, they're outmanned. That's why
protesting, right?
yeah, that's why they shortened it, because they need more bodies in the field.
Right.
But
And so it's very specific what ICE does, right? So that's why it could be more focused on what they focusing on instead of a regular everyday cop. He got a more broader situation. He got to deal with crazy people. He got to deal with protests. He got to deal with car accidents. He got to deal with speeding ticket. Like they got to deal with so much more as a regular beat cop than what an ICE agent is supposed to be dealing with. ICE agent ain't supposed to be pulling over no goddamn. What are you training them for? Pulling people over for? Because that ain't their job to pull people over. When
No,
they
but
go
that's
after
the
somebody,
problem, though,
it's
right,
very direct.
Sharon? Because
No.
they acting as if they're regular police now. Now they
No.
are at the protest. Now they
No.
are pulling people over.
No,
So
they're not acting like they regular police though, and I think that's the thing that we missed. Because I think one of the qualifiers, somebody just said up here that they most hires are like have a military background. Listen to some of these cats tell these war stories and what they did when they went into other countries under military. They're not trained to deal with civilians. You're only trained. Yeah, you're only trained to engage in opposition. And so now that we see that reflected back on how they're treating U.S. citizens, like I get the uproar, but I think Sharon's overarching point, which I think is very important. That's why you as a civilian should not have your tail out there, especially black people. Sit y'all tail down somewhere. But for my other brothers and sisters, don't have your tail out there, especially since you're not organized.
Right.
You ain't strategized nothing. Somebody, I think you was talking about the Democrats was funding the campaign with all this hats and all this other stuff. And that's all they give y'all, and then send y'all out there to go get slaughtered. You bugging. Sit down, strategize, figure out every angle. In this situation, what do? How do we move? Because all that whistling and all that yelling and screaming and jumping in front of these cars and obstructing these people, when they get to moving, it's going to get you sent to the upper room. I'm on mute.
Straight up.
It's real, bro. But then I don't know, then people got a right to protest. But going crazy, I'm saying I don't say that, but we all got a right as American citizens, if you are one, to protest peacefully, though. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we understand that people getting up and start lifting their voice will do more to change something than the politicians or the people that we could put our vote on. And a lot of times they're not trying to really help nothing and shit like that. So a lot of times when I look at this whole thing, and I really look back at Minnesota without going straight theory, but I just be looking at it and it just seems like it just looks like something that's going to happen that they're going to have to, the government is going to have to soon step in. And then now here they go with maybe sanctioning our movements and stuff like that. Cause maybe we got curfews now. I think they've already tried some of these things with COVID-19 and all this. They're already seeing how this could work with us being in the crib a little bit more with certain things, how the world could work if people ain't working and different things like that. I think that is more of a design thing. You know what I'm saying? About testing of how we're going to react to stuff. So I think us just lifting our voice, I ain't saying going crazy. And Minnesota's going up though. But people are tired of it,
Can I push back on Uda just real quick? So Uda, who gave you the right to protest?
The same government.
Right. So do you understand what I'm saying? It's dangerous. That's why I say people need to sit your tail down and strategize. This is 4D chess. Right? Because those same people make the rule. Yeah, you got the right to protest, but then you got to examine who gave you the right to protest. And then you got to strategize and plan and plot about how to protest. Again, we always reflect on the civil rights movement, but them jokers had sessions, meetings. There were funds available. If you get locked up, we got money on your books or we're bailing you out. There's lawyers on deck. These protests that they're doing are unorganized, bro.
I
And
agree,
I
but
can't
was
depend
they
on the
ever really organized, Chicago?
benevolence. I can't depend on the benevolence of the government. Go ahead, Uda, and I'm gonna drop down in a second. Go ahead, Uda.
Back, right? The same type. When we look at it on the other side of it, right? People was this day same people is white people, running around. It's a 1-2 blacks in there, but it's a bunch of white people that's running around and pushing back against this, right? And we've seen that being on the other side where white people was going against black people and saying stop this and stop that. You know what I'm saying?
So what I think the problem is that we are misusing the word protesting with what these people are doing. If you are just protesting on sidewalks, fine. You're on a corner and you're telling people to honk your horn if you want ICE out of here. That is like the small organization that you could do. Like, so me and Rilla could say, hey, we're going to get our 20 people and we're going to have 5 people on each corner of this major road, and we're going to have people honking the horn so they could be aware. That is a form of protesting. It is a whole nother thing when you have a whole community of communicating on a thread to go ahead and follow officers or deemed as what you believe as ICE officers around to impede on their investigation by blowing horns and alerting everybody in the neighborhood, whether they good individuals or bad individuals, because you don't know as the protester, you don't know if they are going to get somebody that is actually a criminal or not. You have no idea. You just causing a ruckus for the just and the unjust. And that's where we cannot allow these people to say that they are just protesting. You're doing something a little further than protesting.
Okay, but let's take Selma days. Let's take any of the Martin marches and all of that. What was people doing back then? People wasn't outside. People was peaceful, right? But people was making noise. People was getting active, right? They was outside doing that. They wasn't alerting somebody to say, yo, some enforcement people is down that block, bro. We need to be watching out for that corner over there. They was doing some of the same things. So obviously you're going to keep something connected, but that don't mean you got to be violent. You know what I'm saying?
So no, the difference is that the protests that you were talking about, especially the civil rights, those were well organized.
That's the difference, of course. I agree.
And people had signs and they had permits to walk from X, Y, and Z to other places. This is why the police knew to bring their dogs in the fire department. They didn't just pop up and say, oh, these people are protesting. No, they knew exactly where these protests was going to be. Agreed. Otherwise, with this one is a completely different situation. It looked like it's some goddamn vigilante syndicate that's going on. When I just showed where they have literally a text thread on showing what license plates to look out for. Yeah, I was just showing it not too long ago. They got a long text thread that seemed as if it's a Democratic Party that is pushing out the information to these protesters that want to be out there in the street, that's going around chasing and following these cars and assuming that they are ICE agents. I even showed one where they followed another civilian for an hour until they finally pulled over and they said, you are a registered ICE agent. And they say, how do you know that? What database you got? Because I am a normal civilian. I'm not an ICE agent. My face is seen. And they started asking the civilians, even though they civilians themselves, they was asking civilians for their ID to prove that they are not an ICE agent. That is wild.
It's crazy, but I think that situation right there, because I think KT want to get it pause. But I think that situation was heightened because, as well as you remember when they went inside that church, the pastor David Easterwood or whatever his name was supposed to be a part of it. So I think when that was also broadcast on the news as big as it is, I think that also heightened people really investigating who are around them, because you could really have some people in your ranks, bro. You don't know who's an ICE agent in your midst, bro. And they send the agitators in the midst of the protest. They send the agitator, break that glass, and then they run. So it's so much going on. It's just calamity out there. So
right. So that's the scary part to me. So imagine me, Uda, and Chicago. We say, hey, we're gonna go get that extra 50,000 sign-on bonus. We're gonna stay where they say you got to be here for a year to get the extra 50,000, whatever the case is. We'd stay there for a year. We trying to get this bag, and then now you after my people because I was an ICE agent. Hey, it's something wrong with that. That doesn't mean that because I signed up to be an ICE agent that I'm trying to do something nefarious.
Nah, bro, you're doing something nefarious, homie.
Let me welcome you to the show, Marvelous Opinion. Then we got KT to go. Go ahead, Marvelous.
Interesting subject, of course. Man, it's kind of messed up situation, of course. Only thing I can
If it was me and I was the president, I would just pull out. Like the whole situation is too much. It's too heavy. You got civilians doing all stuff like that. I think it's best that they do pull out of Minnesota. I understand that the crisis of illegals being as high as 14 million, which is very significant. I don't think people understand how high the number is. 14 million out of 340 million people. That's a lot. But there are ways to go about it. And realistically, even the approach that they're trying to do with ICE is not realistic. I mean, you're not going to detain or arrest even 1 million people within 3 years. I don't think people understand how this really works. It's not going to happen that way. Even it's not. It's better to have the people themselves, if they, get involved in some way, in some manner. If they really found it to be an issue, illegal immigration, that is, to clean up with it. If people want that to be a thing, do clean up, and the people have to be involved. If that's the thing they want in their state, I think that's the best approach, because I just can't see. It's too aggressive. You got people getting antsy about it now. People trying to, like you just said, for the most part, they're trying to take it into their own hands by trying to figure out who ICE is. So now I'm just like, bro, it's going so far. You're pretty much having like a civil war and not realizing it, or it's going to break out into a civil war. And I think it's just best to tone it down, because I understand the numbers are great, but this approach, in my opinion, isn't the best. I think that people have to get involved if it's a serious issue, to pretty much police if that's an issue, like to police each other and try to work it out, rather than having the feds step in, because I think it's too extreme. It's just my opinion. Go ahead, KT, to go.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Marvelous is saying. And I also got to point out just that, we were organized, but let's not forget the police were there with the dogs to attack us. It wasn't like we were organized and they supported us, right? And that's what I keep trying to point out. I know this isn't our particular plight, so it's not the same thing. However, we do have to understand it is our plight. Because if we're saying we're Americans, well, I'm not saying let's get out here and do some shit, but maybe we should organize them or start organizing our damn selves. Because if not, like, we are setting a precedence where when they say whatever they want to do, which is come to your house and knock at anybody's door they want to and say, hey, where y'all papers at? Literally, we're enforcing that if we don't say something now. Like, this is why even the white people saying something for real. Because even
so the problem is KT, we cannot use our fight that what we did versus what is going on today. And the reason why we can't, because before the situation happened, when they was protesting and following ICE around, they was doing investigations on who is who and where is where. People that was overstaying their visas and things of that nature. So they had a paper trail on this people, because the ones that got here without no paperwork, it ain't no paper trail for them. So the people that they have investigated is usually because they overstayed. And so they go for the paper trail, and therefore they knocking on certain doors. And so we got to understand that when it escalated to the point where we're going to go door to door to put fear in the illegal people, because a lot of people left themselves. So we got to understand what is actually happening. This is not about a civil situation. This is about people that is doing wrong things within our nation, at least by their investigation, what they say. Now, if we believe that ICE is just acting as vigilantes for Donald Trump, that is a different type of investigation that we should be, or Minnesota should be doing on its own, and investigate what ICE is actually doing. Why are you investigating these people? What is your reason for investigating these people? And show the fraud in ICE, but not just go ahead and impede ICE, because then now we don't have no paper trail of ICE doing some nefarious things. So if we are going to say that ICE is doing the wrong things, we need to form our own version of a paper trail to ensure that ICE is doing the correct thing and what they are lawful to do.
I think we need to push back against ICE, bro. I think
that's what I'm saying. People trying to video
it can be
court
beneficial,
and
but at the same time, son, they got the rights to run down on everybody. So it's not going to be about immigrants shortly, bro. Is they going to be the police?
Facts.
People in our cities are going to be dressed like army. It ain't going to be like when we was remember 1990s movie, you see them running from the ducking from the law. It ain't going to be like Ricky. It's not going to be the movie like that. We going to be running from agents just looking like Afghanistan in our streets, bro. It's how it's about to be, and we cannot deal with these people. These people got full immunities, all type of thing. You talking about they may not have the all the way get away with it, but I don't see these people getting bagged or locked up for nothing. Just me personally, bro. If it happens, well, kudos to it. But these people move above the law. So at the end of the day, I think that I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Because KT, what is it that these white folks are actually fighting for?
What a lot of
The
us
laws.
are trying to ignore. Yeah,
they know the law. They're not stupid. They know the law, and they fighting back for them. You see them out there talking about white and black people. Nah, I mean, we're not going. They know. They're not dumb. They know the law.
And I hate to admit it.
All right, so hold on. So, Uda, are you saying ICE is breaking the law?
I believe that, yeah, the government is breaking the law because they give
so
them the sanction. The government gives them their laws.
So what law you believe ICE is impeding on?
I think that they infringing on average Americans as well. What are they doing with immigrants? That's immigrants. I don't know. I don't got no conversation for immigrant conversation. If
Nobody
you
arguing about what
and they running down on you, bro. What you want me to do with that? I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm here. But I'm just saying, as far as what they doing with, how do you toe the line between an average citizen and these other people when you see them running around doing wild things to white people when you know they white and 9 times out of 10 they American unless they from France or Europe? So come on, bro. If they doing that to them, then that means it's up for everybody and it might be stuck.
No, so the problem is that the white folks that's getting, they are putting themselves in harm's way. The ICE is not investigating them.
No, that's where we lying. No, that's where we're being like, or not lying, but being disingenuous. Okay, because white people didn't start revolting because they were just grabbing up immigrants in Minnesota. They were revolting because they were also grabbing them, like saying like, "Hey, where you an immigrant?" You know what I'm saying? They're like, "Bitch, I'm white."
They stopped the officer. They went to the officer in Minnesota and had an officer.
When did that happen at scale?
Right. Please
when did that happen at scale?
They running down on officers too, bro.
What do you mean at scale? What would
no.
scale for you?
So yeah. So if you say the stormtroopers picked up, 1 or 2 individuals or whatever, I get that, right? Like I understand that. I've seen it here at the crib, right? But you're saying they picked up non-melanated people at scale that would cause the non-melanated people to revolt and protest like this?
For sure, because that's a difference between us and them, and I ain't trying to talk down, but we always talk about how we don't really know if we got community no more. The motherfuckers do. So if you grab 20 of them,
hold on. So why we haven't seen any evidence of them just pulling over innocent Minnesotans and they saying, "See, I am a civilian," and then they arrest them.
we can find the video all the time.
No,
what's more? You can Google everything. We can Google
KT, what's more likely is that who we see out there protesting are liberal bleeding hearts, right? And they are rebelling for the sake of rebelling. And again, I can't emphasize this enough, man. If you black, stay your tail home, for real. This stuff is unorganized. It is not structured. There is. Like they're applying pressure, hoping that the stormtroopers will bend and break, and that's not gonna happen.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not even debating that or even really arguing that in any sense. My thing is just saying that things have happened where they're only complaining about what they're doing to fellow citizens at this point. But what
we saying, KT, is that like you saying that and that's fine that you're saying it. However, we have not seen that evidence anywhere.
Right.
The evidence that we see is that they started uproaring because of this whole fraudulent situation, and the Minnesota government seem like they are part of the fraudulent situation, and then so they are causing chaos in their own city to save their own ass. We do not have any evidence of
that's what I'm saying.
them just pulling over. Is no evidence of them pulling over Minnesotans.
There is, bruh. There is evidence,
That
bruh.
don't seem
Listen,
that about and
KT,
beyond that,
there's
that don't even
evidence.
seem plausible.
Show
How you
me
gonna
it.
save yourself by destroying the
Evidence.
city?
KT,
That don't
there's
even make
evidence,
sense.
bruh.
It
I know.
definitely
I point
There's
out it's
evidence.
plenty
Look,
videos and shit.
listen,
It
it's
really
not just
is.
videos. It's not just videos. Listen to me. We got the police chief from Minnesota, from Brooklyn Park. His name is Bruler or something like that. He came out to say, listen, man, all kind of officers are talking out against it. But at the same time, this is why I got to listen to him in a little bit too. Because at the same time, he said, I'm not moving for the eradication of ICE though, but I'm just saying how they dealing with shit is crazy because they're pulling over officers. They got one instant, they done ran down, slapped phones out the woman's hand. She's an officer. She had to go through some wild, by the time they figured out she was, then they ended up letting her go. I'm not saying that they arrested this woman, but it just goes to show you how people is handling people out there. It's crazy. You know what I mean? They're just running down on you and just dealing with you no matter what until they figure it out. And that's just the crazy thing. Maybe some of your rights is getting violated throughout that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's not even maybe I'm saying it's clearly happening. And I'm saying the point is like Uda's saying, and I've been saying, I don't know why niggas think ICE will stop it. Like if they get rid of enough of the Migos, we next. But Proud Boys do not like black people. That's who is being hired there in abundance. So I don't know why we think all of a sudden they'd be like, oh, because we as Americans backing them, we good. Like, no.
So the problem is that we cannot work off of fear that said, oh, because they did that to them, they're going to do it to us. That's fear. That's not facts. That is not them doing something. No, we got to do with what is actually happening. We cannot, hey, they did it to a white person. What are you talking about? That is crazy. I'm gonna do my best to go ahead and find this evidence of ICE pulling over random people for no reason other than they look like immigrants. I'm gonna go ahead and find it. I don't know.
And Sharon, while you looking, if you really look at what black people are saying, this ain't no if they did it to them, they gonna do it to us. We actually saying this ain't nothing new to us. So there ain't gonna be no we next. We've been on the chopping block. What we talking about? We've been on the chopping block.
That's what I'm saying.
So they ain't coming for us next.
I feel like y'all ignoring y'all senses here when we saying we done been through it, so we get it, and now we saying we seeing some of them signs happen, and now we acting like, man, nah, it's gonna be good this time.
Oh no. I don't know no melanated person that's saying that. What I actually hear is this is the opportunity for us to build without the distraction. But guess what? And that's why I continue to salute Sharon for pivoting the conversation, because guess what continues to permeate the space? DMP conversations. So we still stuck on DMP. Why these things are happening when we should be strategizing?
Oh no, I'm 100% for the strategization. I'm not against that at all, and I think that is what we should be doing. But I do see that it's a lot of people saying let's not strategize because we just need to be supporting them. I don't see a lot of people saying, "Oh yeah,
I don't
let's build
see
without
that.
distraction."
Well, wait,
Like,
when you say supporting them, KT, supporting who? Specifically, when you say supporting them, who are you saying they should be? Who's supporting
ICE,
what?
ICE, and I'd say it's a lot of people just like, yes, sir. It's just
I see a fair
of
amount of people saying that. I don't know if it's a whole bunch, but I won't disagree with that. I do see a fair amount of people saying, well, I see more people saying that's not our issue. Get out.
Yeah, and if anything, I was trying to get to that. Like, if I see anything, it's people saying, let's just sit the fuck down. Like, I hear a lot of people saying, stay out the way and nothing else. And like, I don't think that's smart.
Hey, I got a question for everybody on the panel. Do we before I bring somebody up, I got a question. Can we kind of spot an immigrant in America?
No.
Chicago got on some slippers, especially if you got on slippers. He got on John Pepper slippers.
Hold on, Chicago said no, he cannot spot an immigrant. Uda, do you think you could spot an immigrant?
Yes, if he got on them thong-toed slippers, them little rubber joints that you jumped in the shower with.
Hey, KT to go. Do you think you could point out an immigrant?
I'm with Uda on that one. That or nah, yeah. Other than that, nah.
But you kind of feel like you can.
You up, though.
You kind of feel like you can.
Yeah, open toe.
Can I amend my answer?
And hold on, marvelous opinion. Do you feel like you could spot a immigrant in America?
I can't spot one randomly. I had to observe someone for a period of time for me to know.
All right, so say you got a couple of minutes. You got 10 minutes. Can you observe in 10 minutes?
No, not 10 minutes. No, it's never like that.
Chicago, you want to amend it? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I when you said immigrant, my mind went to illegal, right? And so immigrant, yes.
Okay.
Immigrant, yes.
Immigrant, yes. So for all the people that believe that American citizens cannot spot an immigrant out, you are vastly mistaken. We definitely could tell the difference between if you was here for a couple of generations and not. Even if you have the goddamn thing tied around your head, we could tell the ones that have been here for a couple of generations, 1 or 2, versus one that just got here. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it's I don't know, maybe it's the spiders and frogs, Kulu. I don't know. Maybe it's the spiders and the frogs that are out here that's just poisoning these people's mind. Kulu, what you think?
Not the spider and frogs. That shit crazy, bro. What's up? Man, the fall off of these guys is crazy, bro. But man, I think that y'all are on point. We should definitely stay our asses home. But when it comes to the video, I saw the video. I saw like the video prior to him filming and whatnot. He shouldn't have tried to help that woman that they were trying to, I guess check or whatever they're trying to do. He should have just backed up, kept his phone in his hand. He shouldn't have resisted. But the way that they all tackled him, they took his gun away and then shot him. To me, yeah, that's definitely execution. And that's the problem with having 8 guys on one guy. If one officer like removes the gun and walks away, he didn't let the officers know, and then they think he still has the gun. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, it's just bad, I guess, policing or bad law enforcement. Yeah, man, I definitely think it's all distraction from the fraud, and I think that the ICE is being used as a distraction from the Epstein files. And it being, like 20 or 30 days late now that they haven't posted all the files that they're supposed to according to the law. So I think both sides are using it to this raid as to their advantage, and I think that slowly the Democrats are turning these protests or this ICE issue from immigrant more to a U.S. citizen issue. So, for example, yes, these people were protesting for immigrants and how they're treating, but since the Renee Good and since this Alex dude's like murder, now they're kind of flipping the narrative on it. ICE against U.S. citizens, right? And they're slowly winning in the public debate, or not the public debate, of a public like opinion worldwide. Like they're slowly winning because people are slowly starting to have their views turn on ICE a little bit. But I wanted to speak on, so like real quick, is y'all were correct, but slowly there's new evidence coming out. There's a whistleblower that recently showed a couple secret memos, and Sharon, you can look this up, from DHS. Apparently now they're allowed to go door to door without a judicial warrant. Now they're only using administrative warrants, which come from ICE, like come from the FBI, like come from agencies, not the actual judge. Which these warrants, these administrative warrants that they're using now to go door to door, or potentially in the future go door to door, have a lower standard of proof than what you need for a judicial warrant. So it's slowly escalating. And I've seen that Tim Walz recently activated the National Guard, and he's using them as a way to help the protesters, give them coffee, water, donuts, and stuff like that. So I think both sides are using it as a distraction at this point.
I agree. I think it is definitely a distraction. And I'm going to welcome somebody in the show that I know definitely can spot out an American immigrant from a mile away. Walk without no binoculars. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Supreme Vaginal Vessel.
Good day, folks.
Good day to you. Can you spot out an American immigrant from a mile away?
Well, I think, with just a little bit of strategization that, yes, we are able to tell an immigrant from an American. So I'm 100% behind strategization.
Yeah, I think it's weird that people don't think that we can't tell who's who. That's weird to me. Like even it doesn't matter what color they are, we can still tell who's who.
Right.
You think like, if anybody thinks that they'll walk into my wife and just think that she's automatically American if she don't speak, is crazy. They see that big ass Russian forehead, they know exactly that woman ain't from here.
Well, then what do they make of your big ass forehead?
Yeah, he ain't from here either. He's from Mars.
I got you, Anya. I got you, Anya.
Hey, PhD, but you right. And I was thinking right before I entered my sales meeting, I know Chicago not from here. Chicago really is an immigrant. He been fooling y'all on this blackity black stuff for the longest. Like he's from Chicago. Nah, he was implanted in Chicago. I'm telling you, he an immigrant.
Oh God! Wait, so Sharon, your wife isn't a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, she's a citizen. Yeah.
So how is she qualified as an immigrant then?
Oh man, let me break this down for you, brother. I got you, Sharon.
All right.
So listen, you're still an immigrant, even though that you filed for U.S. paperwork, right? That means that you're just now a citizen. So if I was born in a foreign land but come and get papers, I am still a U.S. immigrant. I'm still a U.S. citizen, but I still are an immigrant. That makes sense. So, like, if you was born in Mexico and you came over and got your papers, you still be considered an immigrant with papers. You got that info?
No, because I'm looking at this and it says an immigrant is a person who is not a citizen or a national. I don't understand how y'all saying that
it's all national.
Yeah.
Okay.
So your wife
is
a citizen. That's what they're like. Dude, your wife is a citizen. So how is she an immigrant?
Well, let me ask this question, Mo. What's the difference between an illegal immigrant and an immigrant?
Well, it's simple. One has documentation that came to the country via the visa or some type of formation like that. Then you have someone who came into the country illegally, not documented. That's why it's called illegal immigration.
All right, so you think? Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I understand, Mo. As soon as an immigrant get papers, they're no longer an immigrant?
No, listen to me. Someone comes to the country, right? And you go to U.S. Custom Borders, right? And you come into this country and you say, I'm visiting, I'm the working visa, or whatever it is you're here. You state your reason why you're here. You're here legally at that point. If you come into this country and the country does not even know that you're here, it's called illegal immigration, bro.
No. I want you to still answer my question. If I was an immigrant and then I get citizenship, am I no longer an immigrant?
You're no longer, yes, that's true. You're an American citizen now. Yes, it's true.
Oh, you still.
All right, that's fine. Diva, what is your take on all this ICE situation? Do you think ICE need to just leave Minnesota? That's the best situation, or Minnesota need to work with the ICE agents and let ICE agents do their job?
Diva.
Well, they probably not just going up and leave. So yeah, it's probably better for them to work with them and help them do their job, so they can, do whatever they need to do and move on to the next
city.
Oh, the queen has spoken. Well, she's speaking like she got a PhD. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about, PhD. Like it's like what? It's like she 100% right. Just go ahead and help them. At this point, they're not leaving. It's almost like, you know what I came for. I ain't leaving without it. Go ahead and give it to them. I actually think, and this is like the first time I think in history that the state didn't work with the feds at this level.
And so, that is an interesting point too. Diva, do you think this was an execution, or do you think this was what do you think of this whole situation? Let me not put any words. What is your whole thoughts of this man, Alex Pretti, getting shot, the third American citizen being shot by ICE? What is your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I really don't know anything about it, except for hearing that somebody else was shot. So
you didn't see it or nothing?
No, I haven't seen it or anything.
Should I show it to you? That's the question, I guess.
You should ask me before I get to the sales meeting. And you better not show it and get them to take our channel. No, you can show it. You show that, you asking for the people to come over here, the white folks. No, you gotta go watch.
You gotta tell me. I try to.
You got send her the link so she can watch it herself, but don't show it on the channel.
I don't even need that.
We thinking like 2 to 5 years ahead, Sharon. You can't make some ISIS
Yeah.
take our champ. So listen, I think, one of those things is that, Sharon, I believe we get what we asked for. I think everybody, you all the way in New York, and you know that it's hostile up in Minnesota. You know that it's a level of tension there. So if I'm not mistaken, we talking about the guy who brought a weapon onto the scene of this hostile environment, right? Or are you talking about somebody else, Sharon?
What you mean?
He had a weapon, the guy who got shot, right?
Yeah.
A legal weapon.
A legal
weapon, yes. Yeah, it was legal. So what I'm saying is the tension in this state with, we done seen chaos on both sides, right? I'm not going to say like we haven't seen chaos on the ISIS side or the protester side. We don't see protesters breaking into cars. We don't see ISIS snatching people up, regardless if they had the right or not to do it, right? But it's more of we see some aggressive arrests. So I think we got
the thing is, either man, his weapon was holstered, and he was not the way how he had all these ICE agents on him. It was no way for him to be reaching for this holstered weapon. And not only that, it also shows pretty clear evidence. I mean, really clear evidence that the officers disarmed him as well. I mean, really clear evidence that he was disarmed.
I mean, send me the link that you watch. Man, I must have watched a Republican link. You must watch the Democrat link. There must be two different links out there. Like two different angles.
What you mean?
I saw something different. That's what I'm saying. I want to make sure we saw the same video.
No, we absolutely saw the same video, and that man was disarmed for sure.
Yeah, the officer was walking back to the car with his gun, while the other officers were still putting him on the ground.
Was he arrested, in your opinion, Kulu? That's what I'm trying to understand.
As I think the officer who took the gun didn't communicate with the other officers that he took the gun, and immediately grabbed it and took it back to the car. And the officer that shot him, from his angle, you can see he probably didn't know that the gun was taken. When he was wrestling.
I said, but I just want to make sure I understand. You understand my question. Was he resisting arrest in your opinion?
Yes.
You think so? I don't think so.
Okay. So listen.
Well, I don't know if he was arrested, but I mean, when you got 8 dudes on you, I mean, you're gonna kind of fight back, just like natural fight or flight.
That is crazy that you think you have to fight back. You just gotta fight back, right?
All right. So if you are you got pepper sprayed and nobody said that you've been arrested because you didn't break no crime yet, why should I don't see him as resisting though. I don't see that. What I seen was he was trying to get involved. He was trying to direct traffic. He seen the young lady running, and the ICE officer pushed the young lady on the floor. He then tried to help the lady up off the floor, and then the ICE agent proceeded to spray him with pepper spray and grab him and throw him to the ground. And then when he threw him to the ground, he was, normally you are going to protect yourself. You ain't going to just lay flat because somebody grabbed you and threw you to the ground. That's just what happened. And then they recognized that because of all the commotion that he did have a weapon holstered, they pulled the weapon up off him and then they shot him. He didn't have time to resist. They didn't have time to say that he was arrested for obstructing justice or anything. They didn't have no time to tell him that he was arrested for something. So I do not see that man resisting. It happened way too fast for him to be resisting arrest. And it also happened way too fast for him to go for his weapon. Number 3, he was protecting himself from the concrete and a bunch of people punching on him.
So at the bare minimum, based off what you're saying, do you think it was obstruction when he got involved?
No.
They
didn't get a chance to give him no instructions.
No. I said obstruction. I know I speak from the South. Like he was getting involved.
Don't mind on the South, nigga.
So I don't think he. It looked like from the video he was directing traffic for sure.
No, I'm saying when the ISIS was trying to arrest the young lady and he got involved with the situation, was he obstructing the investigation?
He didn't have time to obstruct the investigation, no, because we don't even know if that lady was being chased or not. We just know that she probably was doing something that she ain't supposed to do for sure. I don't know what's going on with that lady. I don't know why that lady was being whatever that lady was doing. I don't know.
Okay, that's a good take. I heard a different take, but that's a good take.
You know what? I thought I could play all the way up into.
Yeah, play it. You can play up to that.
Play up to the pow pow. Let me also welcome into the show the real GOAT, not KT, the fake GOAT. What's up, GOAT? Good day to you, sir. How you doing?
What's up? What's good with the SBG fam?
We doing well. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you. What's your thoughts on it, GOAT? Was he resisting or was he executed? What's your thoughts?
I think both are true. I think he resisted, but that level of resistance doesn't mean shoot him in the back, though. You know what I'm saying? So, because for me, if you don't just accept that you're being detained, arrested, or whatever, the minute you stand up and this and that, you are resisting. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Having been arrested and having a resisting arrest charge myself, if you don't just put your hands behind your back, lay down, any level of resistance is resisting. But that don't mean pop him in the back, though. That's, you know what I'm saying? That was crazy. And up until now, I've kind of been, you know, not necessarily on the side of ICE, but giving them some leeway in having to do their job. But in that instance, it's 8 people there right there. They're like, you mean to tell me y'all can't just put him down and hold him down? Somebody got to clap him? I can't do that one. That was
no, but go. Let me ask you some qualifying questions because Mo brought a perspective. The person who actually shot him did not see the angle of the gun being removed. So someone having a gun, does that change? We're not saying that they're right, but does it change the situation for me, 8 people just trying to arrest somebody versus 8 people trying to arrest a person with a gun?
I do agree. I saw that that he did pull it off of him and then went the other direction. Then the other one fires. But the problem is nobody's in danger for you to have to fire in the first place. There's not one person in that moment that's in danger that says, go ahead, pull the trigger. That's the issue with it. Because I agree, you know what I'm saying, he's doing too much, shouldn't be standing up. They don't know what he's going for in his bag. But shit, again, it's 8 of y'all. Like y'all, 8 of y'all ain't got control of him. Like,
but no, but I get what you said.
Either man, you can see the video. This is
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it.
This is one of the angles. I'm gonna play up to the actual before they start pow powing.
Yep.
Okay, so that's him. Him in the brown right here. So this is the lady that they started chasing. It seems like, right? So she's in the middle of it. He's just directing traffic. So I don't think he's impeding. This lady right here is the main protagonist. Antagonist.
It looked like he doing the same thing Tim Walz told him to do to me. He got his camera out.
Yep. And then so now chasing the lady.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So he hugs that lady.
There was something crucial we just missed. That camera was
and
down.
now he got sprayed. He got sprayed again. He falls on the lady. He grabs him. And now he throws him on the ground.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, Sharon, we just missed.
And then they disarm him right here. He disarmed. And then now you're about to see this guy pull out his weapon, and that's it.
Yeah, nah, fam. I can't co-sign that one.
Ron, there was something that we missed though. When the camera was down, I went and saw the angle. There was a car that was recording what was going on. That was being directed by traffic. As that person was driving by, the gentleman was approached by ICE and given instructions to move to the side of the curb, something like that. And he kind of wasn't listening. I'm not saying wait. Listen where I'm going with this. Right? I'm not saying nothing justified or nothing. I'm just letting you know context matters. So he did make contact with ICE before touching a woman, trying to get her up off the ground. It wasn't like how you just saw where she's getting up off the ground. No, they made contact with both persons, telling them to move to the sidewalk. He was actually shoved over to the sidewalk, to tell you the truth. He was already put hands on by ICE. Then, yes.
It's a video. Send the video.
That's what. But that's
one at a time, y'all. This one at a time. This I think.
Okay,
continue, bro. I didn't hear that.
Prior to him being trying to save the young lady, right? Because she got pushed too. They both got pushed. Technically,
two ladies got pushed. Correct.
Yes. They both got pushed, but also he did too. The gentleman who went to go pick the lady up the ground, he also got pushed as well to the side of the curb because ICE was pushing out to the side, saying get off the street,
So they technically did make contact. As far as the resistance, because I did see that too. The officer, it's all perspective. So what one officer saw with the other person who touched him, and he gave him instructions, and he seemed like he was interfering, or he actually had put hands on the other officer. That really happened too. He actually did touch the other officer. That's where shit went left. As soon as he touched the officer, it went left.
Wow.
And that never happened.
Wow.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Gold. I think Gold got an opinion possibly.
So again, when it comes to the situation, I agree when you say he was contacted before. There's a video of somebody riding past. He's walking across the street. You see ICE put him to the side of the street. They physically pushed him off the street. He walks back into the street, which I agree you shouldn't do. However, they came and pushed that man like he was a football player or something, which again is too much. That's when we talking excessive. Then they take him down. Then they pistol whip him. Then they clap him. No, bro, over walking into the street, I can't co-sign that, because the argument is that he just walked into the street a second time. Okay, cool. They take him down, cuff him, let the police come get him, whatever. He died over that shit. I can't co-sign that with that many officers right there. It's too many of them right there.
Yeah, it's way too many officers right there for them to act as if they was in any kind of danger at all. That was to me. That was execution, 100%.
Yeah, just to let you know, guys, I stand with the person who got shot. It was a bad shoot all around. I'm just letting you know what the articulation is from the officer standpoint, what they're going to say. I'm not taking sides here. I'm giving you the full perspective here. You understand what it is that they're going to say and what it is that we saw. And the day it was a bad shoot because yes, clearly there was no weapon on the person. Too many shots too. After I saw the video, I was like, God damn, they really like maybe 8 or 10 shots into the dude while he was on the ground.
Yeah, it was 5 after he was laying down.
Yeah, so like I said, like no, I heard a lot of shots. There was more than 5, bro. Way more than 5.
After he was laying down and he was clearly done, they shot 5 more times.
Yeah, he was.
That's
They
crazy.
overkilled. It was way overkill. I was like, damn, that's a lot more than 5 shots he shot off, bro. That is huge. But again, he was already the threat in itself. It's just the whole situation is poor training, in my opinion. Only because you look at the situation, you got the weapon, there was no communication. You had way too many people hands-on, in my opinion, for one dude.
Too much chefs in the pot. Too much shit going on.
Could have been at least, honestly, could have been at least 3 or 4 maximum on one guy. 8, it's already excessive. It's already excessive. And then you went and used deadly force on top of that. It was already excessive with 8 people on him already. You know what I'm saying? So I think it was poor training. I don't know what the rules of engagement are for them because, I mean, they're different agencies. Like I said, I don't know anything about ICE in terms of what they're doing and what their training really is, you know, but it's just excessive. That's clear.
But do we have a problem with ICE and their officials coming out and saying he tried to pull a gun when obviously we can all see he didn't try to pull it?
The thing is, we can't say what we saw because from the outside, we can say that his weapon was brandished from the side, right? Because he was being tussled with, right? And his hands are clearly on the ground.
Well,
as far as things that were possibly said, we do not know. Things that were touched, we do not know. Because he could have touched the officer's weapon. Again, I'm not saying to take the word at face value. No, I'm just saying that things they're going to probably say to justify why they did what they did. Again, I'm not taking the sides of the officers. I'm just letting you know these are things that they can say. You know, for most.
But do you got a problem with that though?
So look, this is clearly visible that he took the weapon away.
Yeah, we saw that. There was another video that we saw. He took the video. I mean, yes, he took off his hip while it was on the ground. He was tussling away, like pulled it up, and he got it out already. So, like I said, failure to communication. Seems like it could be an issue.
Ooh, crazy.
Well, he was dumping on cuz.
Yeah, they wound out.
Look,
Yeah, but the other side of this, for me, again, the other side of this, though, is this was all happening in the same place, in the same spot. I don't see this happening on the streets of every American city. So for me, it comes when you're overstating it. You're doing too much with it. These are people that are in ICE way. They are there fucking with them. They are there in the protest. Get the fuck out the way, fam. That's my issue with this. Like if they do this to an American citizen in, let's say, Portland, Oregon, then we got a conversation. But these people out there bothering ICE, which I think muddies the water.
It does muddy the
Yeah,
water.
it
That's
does.
why I mentioned earlier when I said like there has to be a different approach to this because now civilians is getting involved. The president needs to take a step back. I agree he can be more aggressive on the border, more aggressive when it comes to scanning people in. Basically, it's like once they're in, it's already out your jurisdiction. There's no need to try to overcorrect what y'all couldn't correct in the first place. That's why I see it's like because for the most part, y'all failed at the border. So y'all trying to overcompensate by being, over policing. Trying to clean up y'all dirty work. But the thing is, y'all already fucked up. Y'all need to go back to the borders, figure out what y'all did wrong, and fix that situation there. Everything else,
what has to happen? I think. You know what I think.
Different administrations. One
these people ain't
administration
got
got me. Wait. Let's be clear though. These are two different administrations. It seems like we don't have the conversation that one administration let them in freely, the other is getting them out by force.
Yes, and I agree. That is
working
exactly what's happening.
But both sides is two sides of the same coin. So you have to always understand that, though.
Right. So show me the same. So now that these motherfuckers get executed on the street, show me both sides.
He doesn't buy it.
No, but this is what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is this, though. These people need better training, man. The people that they're shipping out there, these ERO officers, these people they don't have training in crowd control, riot control, protest type things. That's more of a SRT, more of a special tactical units that they have. These should be type protocols that they should be learning. Maybe some of these things could help how you dealing with people in crowds and in riots or in protest mode.
But the thing is, Uda, they not supposed to be dealing with crowds and protests. They supposed to be very specific. They ain't supposed to be dealing in no crowd controls and protesting.
But they are though.
No, but they normally. What I'm saying, but they job is normally not dealing with people protesting them. It's not dealing with the majority of people. Their job is very specific. Like you going after this group of people, you have a warrant, you have all judges that go after these people. Now, when you start adding all these other people acting as if it's okay for them to be protesting them and say, hey, now I guess moving forward, they're going to have to add in all these other situations because as of right now, man, I'm telling you, they got me looking at every angle like this, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
listen, man. we
Yo, Uda.
Why you gonna do that?
I'm sorry. All right. My bad. I'm looking at every angle, Diva. I'm in.
Don't do that.
You got to though. Got to look at every angle. And listen, all I know is with them, we can't use that excuse because since Trump has came in office, they've been ramping up their size and pushing them everywhere across the country. If we just read that their training time is 47 days, they should have known that in them 47 days, you're definitely going to be dealing with crowds of people. Like where you're most likely because let's be real, even if we talk about Portland and other places where it's not happening as much, people still are like protesting. They're still outside the ICE places and shit. Shit was going on in Portland. They was talking about more the people got hit with the shit in the face and all that.
Yeah, but you talking about this year, KT.
So I agree they need to be trained and listen clear so you understand. ICE needs to be better trained to deal with these fucking morons that keep going out fucking with law enforcement. They need to be better trained on how to deal with these fucking morons. I get what you're saying, but let's be real. Until niggas go out and do what people are doing to ICE, I don't believe y'all. You know what's happening in terms of law enforcement is wrong. They're not supposed to be interfering. You add a lot of issues to it. You got tension out there, people blowing whistles, all this shit. Then you want these unqualified officers to make the right decision. Hey, fam, I don't get that. I don't understand the logic. I don't understand the logic. You want these unqualified officers to make the right decision under all this pressure that the public is putting on them right there on the spot. If we know they're unqualified, maybe we should deal with them as such.
I wouldn't say unqualified. I would say low standard budget police at best because they're qualified to what they're qualified to, but the standard is low. It's the
niggas security guards.
I'm saying they unqualified.
They security guards with badges and guns for real. Like, I'm gonna keep
I'm
it a
saying
buck.
unqualified, bro. I'm sticking with unqualified. I don't
Nah,
think they're
they for sure unqualified, and I really don't listen. This is what I've been pointing out. Like, we watching it ramp up. It's gonna continue to ramp up. Their next step is literally talking about how they gonna issue warrants to go to everybody's door. I've said Gestapo before, and I'm gonna say it again because that is some shit. Like, literally popping up at your door like you got your papers.
Yeah,
Like,
look
this
like
is
that.
where. And that's what I'm saying. If we see that's where, like, I've been able to say shit's gonna keep getting worse because we can see the steps being taken. Like, I'm just saying, when do we start really saying, like, all right,
I don't
let's
know.
prepare instead of sit back? Because
So
we
it's
can't just keep saying, just stay out the way, my niggas.
it's difficult for me when you say that because it's like until you show me ICE going to somebody's house that they're not supposed to go to, I don't like some of this is like, okay, fam, so keep that same energy when they go to somebody's house with a warrant. Where's the energy for that? Because this is all that they're going to people's houses who are supposed to be arrested. We seeing them go to places, they arrest people, they take them out, and you got crowds of people following them, yelling at them, doing shit. Like I told some niggas last night, be ready because you can't keep doing this shit. They're going to protect them. At some point, they're going to make a law, some type of qualification for you can't follow them around, you can't record them, you can't this, you can't that. Watch, because this is what's being set up. People are making it seem like you can just do whatever to them, and you really can't. They are law enforcement.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like, legally, you can record law enforcement, nigga. Like, they beating people up on them premises, and that's what I'm saying. We're watching this. I feel Minnesota is like a testing ground, right?
So when you say stuff like that, right? This is when it sounds disingenuous. So you saying that I could just get in my car right now and just start following a cop.
I don't know. I'm not
Listen
gonna
to
lie.
what you. Okay, so do you think that would be a good thing? I say, hey, listen, I'm scared about what's going on in my neighborhood. I'm just gonna follow the police everywhere they go. And then when they ask me why
I mean, this different because they not the police.
Huh?
This different because they not the police though.
Okay,
like
so
that, and that's what's making it hard. Like, are they law enforcement? Yes. Are they the police?
All right, so you saying don't do it to the police? Okay, so you saying don't do it to your local police officers? All right, fine.
Yeah.
So now with ICE agents, you think that now that we know they got less training, they are more a focused group, we should be following those people around with our cameras out and just follow them.
No. I don't think so, bro.
I mean, when we talking about what is safe versus like, yeah, no, because you have to show some resistance, or they'll naturally just proceed to do. That's why we're talking about, like, we know for a fact they're putting out the issue to the whole government, a branch of them.
Okay, so
y'all
all right,
can just start
okay,
going everywhere y'all want.
That's fine. You don't want to answer that question. Do you believe that they are taking criminals? You didn't. Do you believe that they're taking criminals off the street? Yes or no?
Sometimes, yeah.
And so, are you willing to impede that just because they might took one or two innocent people off the street?
I apologize. Repeating my son.
All right, so you agree that they are taking criminals off the street, but because they took one innocent person off the street and they had to figure it out, you saying that is enough reason for us to follow and
but that's
an
what
investigation.
That's where I'm being. That's being disingenuous. It's not one. You know what I'm saying? There's multiple cases. The black dude in LA. Like, we can point out other cases.
That's a horrible argument. That's a horrible argument. That man was horrible. The reason why that's a horrible argument is because that man was shooting a gun.
It's not. It's just like the same thing we saying here, dude. White dude got a gun.
So do you want laws? Do you want laws in America?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so therefore now we cannot say that we should be impeding on the people that is here to do their job as law enforcement in America.
No, we can say that some laws are incorrect. Like, it's okay to say.
Okay, that's fine. That it is some laws that we need to work on, but that's not the argument that we have in here, right? The fact that they are the fact that every time an ICE agent go to somebody's house and you are blowing the whistle and you don't know that person that you are blowing the whistle for, you don't know if that is a criminal are a civilian yourself, you don't know if that's a citizen or a criminal, and you are possibly helping a goddamn criminal that is doing nefarious things to individuals, whether it's children or grown folks, that should be a problem.
No, the problem would be here that this is the likelihood of that being an actuality is really fucking small. Let's go back to the numbers that I think Rilla pointed out
KT,
earlier, like 14 million immigrants.
Hold on.
Right?
You saying that number is small. So KT, the people that got shot so far, are those people being investigated?
The people who got shot?
Yes.
I mean, not that I know.
Okay, so we understand that the people that are getting investigated are not being arrested at all. Correct?
I don't know of anyone being investigated.
Okay, so now we understand that that's why they are impeding on their investigations, because the people that are getting harmed in this situation are not even the ones that are being investigated.
Yeah, like American citizens. That's what you're saying, right?
So they are putting themselves in harm's way, literally.
Yeah,
Alex
no,
was
I'm
not being investigated. Renee Good was not being investigated. The other person, like,
exactly. Why'd you kill him? You could have arrested him. I mean, that's what I'm pointing out, because that's like what most law enforcement do. That's why it's not happening at a rapid pace. Like at this rate, they're literally killing more people than cops in America, which is
what I'm
crazy.
saying. So, like, we are in agreement that they executed Alex. However, he put himself in that harm's way, because the way how people are framing it is as if these people are being investigated. They are the ones getting pulled over, and ICE is doing so terrible, and ICE is just shooting random citizens because they get pulled over. That is not what is happening. The people that they're investigating are getting scot-free because citizens are involving themselves in things that they have no idea if it's legal or not illegal.
Yeah, no, my point, if anything, would be it ain't justified in what keeps continuing to happen, which is like murder. And again, at this rate that they're unaliving people, they will be at the end of this year, they will literally be killing about as many people as officers in America, which is crazy.
No, the crazy thing is that you're not addressing what I'm saying.
What am I not addressing?
Those citizens put themselves in harm's way, and the people that they are actually investigating are getting away scot-free.
They're not getting away no scot-free. They still deporting, they still grabbing up immigrants, they still deporting.
They are not
them,
able to do their job because they are busy fighting citizens. We are not talking about them deporting a bunch of citizens. We are not talking about them
making it seem like everywhere ICE just fighting off citizens.
Yes, that's what we are trying to make you understand, that everywhere they go in Minnesota, we're talking about very specific. In Minnesota, they have to fight and go against protesters everywhere they go, because they are taking pictures of their license plates. They are following them around, blowing horns, stopping traffic, and blowing whistles.
Well, yeah, it's said from the beginning, they're doing things to the regular American, the police officers there. They're harassing them before any of this happened with the Renee woman, with the dude that died. Before any of that, they're already.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I tried to look it up. All I see is people resisting arrest, claiming that they're citizens. That's the only thing I see. It is not a bunch of people that's just getting randomly pulled over without no kind of situation. It's like, hey, how you doing? This is what my investigation shows. Can you prove that you are not such and such and such? And then those persons like, I have a right.
I mean, yeah, most people don't record what they do. I mean, it's not really instinctive for most.
So what I'm saying, if I'm illegal, if I'm illegal, you think I'm going to tell them that I'm illegal, or I'm going to say I'm a citizen?
No.
What I'm going to say.
We have our literal police officers speaking on even how they're handling the situation incorrectly.
Okay, so when I'm trying to get you to understand,
talking out, but they not recording.
So show me the video and what did the officer do and what happened to that officer, please.
Sure.
What did that officer? What happened to the officer?
Sure, you can
Did
look up
did the officer get beat up and pulled out and shot, or like what happened? Like what is the
No.
what's the
Just talking
escalation?
about how they're pulling them over
Okay,
and trying to get them to identify themselves
okay,
is non-immigrants. And the way
okay.
that they're going about it is really aggressive, and it's really for regular everyday local. I don't think people are used to. People barely like the police. Let's be very frank. Like it's a lot of
No,
people
hold
who
on.
feel
Keep
a way
it. No,
about
no, no.
police.
Don't move it
So
from the
I'm
police.
on track.
Hold
I'm on
on. No,
track.
no, you're not,
So
because you turned it. You went from
listen.
police officers. You
So
cannot
now
say
you have. So
stay
now
on
you
track.
have the ICE agents being even more aggressive than those police officers. So from there, you thinking that they're gonna be susceptible to just saying like, "Oh yeah, do what I'm telling you." They don't even know who the fuck you are because they're used to, if anything, the local police. But now here's some people kind of being really aggressive, not identifying themselves, doing things in front of other people, family members of yours and stuff,
Okay, hold
kind of
on.
degrading feeling.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
hold on, because are we acting as if police officers have not been mistaken before and got pulled over and questioned by other police officers before? Does this happen in America?
they're not police officers. Like we both agree on this.
Do people of power to arrest sometimes get officers confused as citizens and that they are not police officers? Does this happen sometimes
It's
in
not. That's what I'm saying.
America?
We can't make that. It's just not. It's not a good analogy.
Right,
'Cause
but
these are
you
people
are
saying,
trying to
"Are
make
you an
it. You
American
are trying to
citizen?"
make
Versus
you are
people
trying
pulling
to make the
somebody over and saying, "Maybe you were
you are
speeding."
trying to make the minority argument that majority of police officers in Minnesota is getting pulled over by ICE agents at
No,
random.
I'm saying there's enough for there to be a complaint of it.
Right.
I know it happened, but it's happening. It's not happening at no wild alarming rate though.
Come
But
on.
it's happening out there. Okay, we
Right,
get
it
that.
happened, right? We
That's
understand
all
that
I'm
nothing is
saying.
100%. We get
Yeah.
it. It's a one-off. Like this guy, Alex, is a one-off. And now, yes, you can say it happens that ICE deleted a completely innocent human being. We get that. Nobody is
It's
arguing
not a
that
one-off.
a
It's
police
3 times.
officer
3
literally
people got shot in 3
executed.
weeks.
Hold on. We are not arguing that this thing does not happen. It happened. Yes. Is this the main thing that is ICE doing? No.
They've shot one person per week. I mean, if we do this for any black
Right.
city,
So
we're
hold
like,
on.
these
So
niggas
hold on.
wilding.
Why did they get okay? So these people that got shot, is it because they was random people on the street or because they put themselves in the situation?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It
Hold on. No,
doesn't.
it does matter.
You gotta
Did these,
answer the question first before you move on. Gotta answer
please,
the question.
did those people put themselves in the situation?
Yes.
Okay, so let's stop acting as if they are just out there randomly trying to shoot American citizens, because that's not what's happening.
Yeah, so I'm not saying they weren't in the situation. I'm saying
No, they put themselves in the situation.
yeah, put themselves in the situation. In the situation, that's the point of it. They were in the situation, right? Like if they weren't there, they couldn't have got hurt.
No, because me getting pulled over randomly and getting shot by an officer is different than me putting myself in the cop's way and then I get shot by the officer. Those are two different scenarios. And we cannot paint the situation as ICE is just putting over citizens and trying to find an excuse to shoot them dead in the street. Those are two different things.
No, nobody's made that argument, man.
Yes, you are making that.
For
You are making
Minnesota,
that argument
for
that
Minneapolis.
ICE is harassing citizens. That's your argument.
They are in that area.
Okay, so
you
now
just said we were talking about
now
Minnesota,
you have
right?
to substantiate that argument that citizens are not putting themselves in harm's way, because the videos that we're seeing, majority of these citizens are putting themselves in harm's way.
Yeah, if you're going to protest, that doesn't mean you're putting yourself in harm's way to die. I don't think most people go out protesting thinking like, yeah, I'm probably going to die. It's a possibility.
Okay, now protesting means what to you? How do you protest?
It's groups. It's different ways to protest. You can.
Is it
grouping together is what
no,
we're most
protest is
likely
a very
going to do.
specific
Marching.
thing. So you believe following law enforcement is protesting?
It can be, yeah.
No, that's okay. Then we have no way to move this conversation forward. It is no way to say
like
that
I
that
said, they're
is.
just not police. It's a
I
group
said
of
law
people.
enforcement. I said law
Yeah,
enforcement.
that's what I'm saying. And
They
law
are law
enforcement is
enforcement.
one
Are you
thing, and
saying
I
that they
get
are
that.
not? Are you saying that they are not law enforcement?
Yeah, I said that from the beginning, Sharon. I remember I separated. They're not police. They're law enforcement for sure. And but
Okay, so
again, your
all right.
job is
So
supposed to
use
be.
my words. I'm saying don't switch my conversation. I've said they are
I
law
didn't.
enforcement. So why are we acting as if people can just follow law enforcement and impede on the investigators, blowing horns and informing criminals and citizens alike? Because we don't know which one is which. Because we don't get to let them investigate enough to lock up actual criminals or citizens. You cannot jump in the middle of them arresting somebody and say, "What are you doing?"
Yes. What I'm saying is, this is a group of people kind of new to local areas. There's not a large immigration population, regardless of I understand it's a large Somali population there. That's still about less than 3% of the population of Minnesota. So like you saying with the one-off thing for it's a one-off thing with immigration. First of all, like I was saying, back to the numbers: 14 million immigrants, 300 million Americans. Like, it's really your odds of actually doing something, protecting one of these.
Numbers they all the way right though, because out of the 14 million immigrants, only 4.6 of them are actual documented citizens here. So let's chop them off and then say the ones that are illegal ones is the rest of them, because there's 4.6 around that, roughly about 5 million people that's immigrants to the country, but they're documented like having some citizenship here. So it's like about whatever the rest of the change is, like 10 million.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I was trying to really give it the highest number possible with that 14, because I know it is a breakdown, but that if we're being nice, even with the 14 million, that's not going to really. Your odds is crazy low.
But KT, respectfully, these same white people watch your own ethnicity get cooked for over 400 years. Why are you scared to watch them get cooked? This is their karma, bro. You advocate for them every day. Why? Just let them get cooked.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You need a hug. Who would tell her?
You got to be. But allow him to answer the question.
You and Anton both is
talking about who the fuck is Tethers? Get the fuck out of here,
All right,
boy.
but allow him to answer the question though.
I ain't
I'm
got
trying
no.
to.
Hey, stop.
I'm trying to trigger like.
Look, stop booty clapping for the white man before you say it. You
Hold
hear
on,
me?
let me run my. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, because I don't want it to deteriorate. So, do you think the people that's doing the trafficking of human beings, you think those are illegal immigrants or legal human beings and citizens, or they are illegal people that's in America?
Huh? I'm
The
confused.
people that is trafficking human beings in America, do you think those are citizens that's doing that, or most likely illegal human beings doing that?
I think that's mostly citizens. For shit, y'all.
Okay, so now if that's the case, do you understand that ICE has the ability to lock up those citizens if they are involved in sex trafficking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now you believe that if that is the case, so why we are promoting people to jump in front of ICE agents if they can also arrest a citizen that is doing trafficking of human beings?
Thank you.
I love that you asked that question. Could you bring that back full circle to where me and you was just up here earlier? Go get the fucking plug. There's an Epstein list full of a bunch of people that seem to be white Americans.
Y'all gave them wiggle room.
Plug, bro.
Come on, bro.
The government's the plug. They're not going to stop themselves, obviously.
Hold on.
The government's the plug, bro.
Hold on. This is crazy to me. This is the problem that we have, right? Y'all don't want these people to do their job because y'all trying to go behind the fact that a citizen. But if citizens are using human trafficking, narcotic trafficking, and all these other things, these are the things that ICE is investigating, whether you're a citizen or not. So even if they go after a so-called citizen, if they are involved in human trafficking or trafficking narcotics, they could come and get you, bro. So like we cannot have it both ways. it's either we're gonna allow them to do their investigations, and then when they are proven to do the wrong things, hey, then that's when we can start having this argument of following ICE agents all of a sudden. This is crazy. Imagine they just start going around following SWAT and making this is crazy to me.
I mean, what do you like? That's what I'm saying. Listen, I brought down the numbers, how the small likelihood. So if we got a group that's saying that they now giving each other the right to knock on anybody's door because of 14 million people maximum, do you think this sounds intelligent to just be like, let them do their job? Like, no, this sounds crazy. It sounds ridiculous. This sounds like some fear mongering shit. Because why are we like, are you really this scared of 14 million people? Go ahead.
And please allow KT to answer this. Because
hold on, Pans. You skipping the line. People will say before you. Hold on. Go. Did you want to respond to KT by any chance? And I'm gonna bring in Jay.
Yeah, I wanted to, but it sounded like Mulatto was gonna go down that lane. I let him have it.
Mulatto's gonna say that KT's twerking. Go ahead, Jay.
That's not what I was about to say.
Thank you,
Let me go after her.
Go ahead, Mulatto.
Welcome to the show. All right, get. We're gonna let you skip the line. Go ahead. Because you can't.
Did somebody super chat me? Hold on. Did somebody all right, nobody super chatted me. All right. And this will be brief. And I'm trying to trigger a light bulb in KT's head. Really, allow him to answer. With all due respect, allow him to answer. KT, with all due respect, and I'm gonna repeat it again. These same white people watch your own ancestors cook. They cooked your own ancestors. Why you can't just watch them get cooked? Let them get their karma. Really, bro.
Why do you not understand? I don't give a fuck about them white people. I give a fuck about what's gonna happen to us in the long run. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying we're watching the steps that's gonna lead to our own demise, and sitting there saying like, "Shit, just chill, nigga." That's kind of crazy to me.
But brother, when were we not under attack? When were we not under attack by the U.S. government?
Just right quick, don't go down that lane. Take him backwards some. Because my question to that, KT, would be, aren't we already the example? Wasn't this already a conversation about us? When you say in the future, no, in the past, it's been us.
Mm-hmm.
It's us now.
This was us.
This
was always us.
So if you paid attention to what happened to our people, you kind of see some of the steps that happened then kind of ramping up now. That's all I'm saying. So you should learn from the past, right?
No, I don't. What I see is a bunch of people that are fighting for something that they didn't fight for when Tarika Wilson was shot, when Sam DuBose was shot. Those being my friends that brought me to the front line. I didn't see this energy from niggas like you. I didn't.
We've been through this a million times to ask you.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Don't mean it wasn't happening.
But it wasn't happening. I'm telling you what was happening. I was doing this on the internet. I was doing this in person.
That's what I'm saying. Listen,
these are our people who were killed.
Because I'm new to the internet doesn't mean I wasn't out there in Winston-Salem having marches and people participating in the marches.
It's not a personal attack on you. I'm talking about the sentiments of our people. If we had the sentiments that you're displaying right now, by now, you would have seen more of a collective effort to deal with the police and what they do in our communities. Niggas running their mouth about these white folks more than they ever ran their mouth about my people. What are you talking about? Niggas did not care, and they still don't. Do you know how many black people died at the hands of the police last year that we could be talking about that you niggas don't care about because the mainstream media ain't tell you to care about it? Do you know how many?
Police just killed a black dude yesterday without no gun, with nothing. Bro was walking away from hands up and everything.
And she had been stalking and impeding.
Just saying, KT. It's real, bro. It's not something that's we looking at in the future. We got a history of that. So if you gonna argue that, I'm saying argue it at least from the position that we have always been here. We ain't looking at shit in the future. That's our past.
I can agree with that, but we don't got to keep making that our future though too. Like at some point we got to say, all right, this is what happened. Now we can take what they did, what worked well, drop what didn't work well, and then start applying new things in them areas. But what we doing now is just literally niggas is saying, all I hear niggas saying is black people, we ain't got nothing to do with this. Chill out, which is cool.
But they saying that in terms of protesting, though, KT. You got people crashing out at protests. Like, I don't think people just saying that like, hey, give up your rights. They saying don't go out there and crash out with these people who doing crazy shit at protests. Don't do this.
No,
And I
I
agree
think
with
that
that.
I think that's the deeper sentiment though, Taz. That's not what's being heard. Because again, what's being heard mostly is niggas sit out of this. This ain't got nothing to do with us. Chill the fuck out, my beautiful black people. And I feel it to a certain extent, but I also find the ignorance if we just because we just saying let's sit back and ignore like
But that's a
it's
different
not gonna get
statement,
no
though.
better, bro.
That's a
That's all I
different
point out.
statement. I just disagree. That's a different. Sit back and ignore it is a different statement than don't get involved with their protests. I think that's a different statement. You can literally still go against this by voting and doing what you do on your end, but they saying don't go to the streets, and I agree with that.
100%.
I agree with you, guys. Because that one black guy that was in the middle that was jumping out the window for that guy that was a whole racist, he was looking crazy in that protest, that one black guy, bro. After that man was so racist to everybody, bro. It was looking crazy, bro.
Ridiculous. Let me welcome into the show. Finally, Jay get to give her opinion. And then we got Bon Cherry Juice right after. Welcome to the show. Jay, good day. How you doing?
What's up?
Good day to you.
Hey.
What's your thoughts?
What up?
Well, has ICE been caught in a black neighborhood yet?
Damn. According to KT, I'm pretty sure yes, but not really.
Not really.
Africans running by me in New York one day.
I would argue
video.
yes.
I see the African run by me.
Oh, they definitely have. I mean, keep in mind, and for example, right quick, in Chicago, when they moved those immigrants in, they moved them into communities where black people live. So they absolutely are in communities where black people live. Now, just outright black communities, no, but they're in communities where black people live for sure.
Oh, okay. So, anybody get shot dead yet by ICE in those neighborhoods?
Yes.
Keith Porter.
One.
And which that's not, because again, even that case is, to me, it needs to be separated from an ICE investigation where they going out and getting some person who's taking advantage of children or something. That's somebody who was at home and some ICE agent came out of his house. That's a whole different situation than an ICE investigation.
And they killed him though, and they used ICE, him working for ICE, as a reason for it's being okay.
No. That's not what they're using it for. I think people are trying to use him as an ICE agent to move the argument that ICE is doing some wrong things. That's what is happening.
No, that's not true.
That was the off-duty federal agent that possibly misused, or he used it correctly. Hopefully, we get some more information about it, because all we have is the officer's what he's encountered. We don't have the opposition to that at the moment. But we can't use that as saying that this is a ICE investigation or an ICE situation. That this doesn't have anything to actually do with ICE. That was an individual that is a ICE agent, and he was off duty at the time.
And they protected him like he was an ICE agent. That's what I'm saying.
Are they giving him immunity? Trying to give him immunity under him being an ICE agent, though?
No, they trying to. No. We cannot. Hold on. We cannot confuse those things, right? If the man is telling the truth at the moment, all we got is that man's understanding of the situation. Nobody's going to say any officer that gets a assault rifle pointed at him, they're going to feel like he has the right to shoot that human being.
Yeah, you must
So
know
we
the
got to
story.
make sure we got to make sure we say correct.
Yeah, you making up the story. I didn't even know the story, but some of us did know the story.
That's the story, though. That is
no story. The story. One in on the ICE agent portion is claiming that he pointed the gun at him, but everybody else, the story is he was shooting in the air, right, to celebrate like people do. And then a guy and an ICE agent ran out there and tackled him.
Right.
And now y'all saying that he claimed that he was pointing the gun at him. Which one was it? Was he pointing it in the air, or was he pointing it at him?
The ICE agent gonna claim he was pointed at him.
Correct.
Yes. And the ICE agent make that claim, but that don't mean that's necessarily true. But because he's an ICE agent, he getting
I agree. But I agree, which is why that needs to be separated from all these other people.
Right.
I agree.
No, it should be just the same. These ICE agents are lying, making up stories.
You can undermine his story which I know black people now are all lives matter, but I'm not. I'm watching his story be undermined because you putting people in it that are fucking with ICE versus somebody who wasn't bothering ICE, wasn't doing nothing to nobody, and some Rambo ICE agent ran down on him. That's a different story.
It's a different story.
No, but yeah, but the thing that they equaling it the same as the ICE agent. You're right. That man wasn't out there messing with nobody, protesting or nothing. But what make it similar is the ICE agent themselves. They're saying, "Oh, he's an ICE agent, so he has the right to shoot him." And then he said, "Oh, he had a gun." So most people are like, "Oh, he shouldn't have had a gun."
Well, he shouldn't have had the gun, and he shouldn't be shooting in the air. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, but that don't mean that he should get killed, and that is where black people are messing up, right? Because it don't matter what you should and shouldn't be doing if it doesn't equate getting murdered for it. And that's what y'all doing. Like the whole, I was trying to see if I'm listening to y'all, right? We have a right to follow police if we want to. I don't know why you think we don't, but in America, we have a right to protest them. We have a right to hold our signs and even make fun of them and yell at them.
So the problem is that y'all conflating what these people are doing by blowing whistles, blocking traffic.
Yes, you can blow a whistle.
That is not protesting.
Yes, blowing whistles. Y'all don't know what protest is.
No, protesting.
Civil rights.
Hold on.
Can blow whistles.
No, protesting is a very specific thing. You cannot say people impeding on investigations is protesting. We cannot put those under the same.
Blowing a whistle is not impeding on the investigation. You have a right to.
I would argue it is.
Well, I know y'all can make an argument, but y'all would lose because it doesn't make sense.
So I need some black people to prove it because I know what obstruction of justice is. And when that officer says, "Hey, you're interfering with my investigation," somebody going to jail.
No, but interference is an actual act. Just because I'm making noise don't mean I'm interfering.
Okay, so hold on. So Bomb Cherry. So you saying if you were just on your corner, you picked me, Go, and everybody on this panel. We chose a corner and we picked the corner. We say honk your horn. We blowing whistles. That is not interfering. But when you follow officers, law enforcement, and you are literally making noise so everybody that is possibly in trouble to flee, that is impeding. You are blocking traffic.
Is not. Listen, that is the First Amendment right. Listen.
No, it's not.
This has already been argued with the Supreme Court. Did you know that police used to say if you driving down the highway and you see a police and flashing your highlights, they tried to criminalize that. They were saying that people was telling other people that the police was on the way, and that went to the Supreme Court. You can absolutely follow the police, and on the other side, I can put on my high beams to warn people police is on the way.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's fine. We talking about the problem is we complain too many things. That's fine. I'm glad that we could put on high beams to say that it's a police officer in the bushes waiting to give you a speeding ticket. That's fine. That's not a police investigation.
Yes, that is a police investigation.
So Sharon, do you Sharon, do you feel
hold on. That is not an investigation.
Yes, that's what they call an investigation. They tried to claim that.
So the people so the highway patrol that is sitting on the road waiting for somebody to speed down the street, who are they investigating?
They're investigating drivers on the highway. They looking for the speeders, the traffickers.
Okay, so the difference. All right, so now the difference is that ICE is going after a certain individual. They are investigating on a person.
No, but they're not
just traffic. We are not talking about traffic law of people doing 100 miles an hour. That's literally doing 100 miles an hour is not the same as ICE investigating possible criminal activity.
Bring it to 100 miles an hour. Listen, the Supreme Court, we have rights in this country.
Yeah.
If I want to follow the police, these ICE people are going door to door, and they don't know who live at these doors.
Hold on, please.
They're not going door to door.
I want us to go down a timeline of what we actually talking about because we cannot add traffic violations as into what's happening with ICE. Can we not do that?
Yeah, we actually can. You're talking about the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment. Like we could go on and on.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you said, Uda?
They're saying like, okay, as far as protesting and blowing the whistles and all these things, right? Is this thing normal? Can we do it? What kind of protesting is protesting? They said yes. Making noise like blowing whistles, shouting, and alerting others is a form of protest and communications. In many protests, especially like the ones that respond to police or enforcement activity, people use vocal or noise to make noise-making tactics to alert others, to encourage people to gather or watch, or signal urgency or solidarity. They said these actions fall protected under speech and symbolic expression in the U.S. as long as they're peaceful, though. So you do have a right. You could blow whistles and stuff like that as
Now,
long
who makes
as
the
you're
decision? Who makes the
the
decision on
person,
it?
the ICE agent. ICE agent. Yeah, so,
No, the
yeah.
ICE agent don't make the decision. The law make the decision. The Supreme Court make the decision. Yes, they
Who
can
makes
kill
the
you and
determination?
but
You
then
think that?
no, I know
Wait.
that. I know that.
They said you
I
can
know.
record. Look what they said.
Oh
This
my
is what's
God.
permitted. Hold up, go.
This
They
is
said this is
bad.
what permitted. They said peacefully blowing whistles, alerting people about the presence of law enforcement is protected. Recording or observing law enforcement activity, peacefully assembling and chanting under the First Amendment, speech, noise, symbolic action, and all of those things are protected under there too as well. So you could, in some way, follow in some way, but to the degree, I don't know. Is like Goat said, it's still up to them to judge it. You know?
You said it
So
was up to them when he asked, but he's
All right,
wrong.
so
I
does
do
it,
agree.
does,
If
hold
they
on,
on
hold
it,
on,
it's
hold
gonna
on.
be
So
up to
hold on.
them to judge it.
Here's the key part. Does it say that you can follow law enforcement on investigations?
They said physically blocking ICE or other agents from doing lawful duties not permitted, touching or preventing an officer from carrying out an arrest, obstruction or physically interfering with enforcement operations, or encouraging or participating in violent acts or property damage. Then they can go
Right.
the opposite
And
way.
again,
Right.
I ask,
You
who
could blow
makes those?
whistles. You could follow them. You cannot put your hands on them, just like they can't. They should be putting their hands on us.
Fine line, though.
But all that other stuff y'all was talking about, yes, you could do that. You could follow them from house to house.
Absolutely
and
not.
yes, you can, most definitely.
Absolutely
And
not.
people doing it. We're watching them do it.
And this
And
is
then
why.
Civil rights, they did it.
No, absolutely. You're gonna push people to getting themselves hurt. Go ahead,
No.
go.
Because my issue is like I think there's a level of where Bomb is correct, but she's not willing to concede that they determine now when you're interfering, though. It's up to them to say when you're interfering. You can legally follow them at the safe distance and blah, 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 and recording all of this shit. But once they say you're impeding, now you got to fight a case.
Yeah,
So
you
that, I
might
mean,
have to fight a case, but that doesn't make that case legal and right. So we are basically saying they can lie on you, which we know they can, right?
Right, I'm
So
starting
yeah,
there.
I can
I'm
see
starting
that
and
they can
finishing
lie
there.
on you. You can have a case, but based on the law, I would get out of it. I have to fight a case.
But if we know they lie and if we know they misrepresent things, why put ourselves in harm's way is what I'm saying, because telling people that they can follow them implies that they can't do anything about it. And I'm saying they can. They can do a lot.
Yeah, they could kill people like they're doing, but it's illegal for them to do it, right? So, but no, so I'm not saying telling people to go out there or not go out there. Y'all the ones who saying ICE is right because the people who are following them are out there are wrong, and that's wrong. The people who are out there are flexing their right, their constitutional right to be heard and to protest, and they not doing anything wrong. The people doing something wrong is the ones who going door to door with no warrant, right? Or this fake now warrant that they've been having for a year, which proved they've been just going to door without the right paperwork. That's what people have been complaining about. That's why people are protesting.
So just so we clear though, I'm not saying they right because I don't think they have those protections yet. I think they're going to get those protections before too long. I just don't think right now they have in place what they need to be protected when they're doing all of this shit. And Trump is going to protect them, and the citizens are helping usher that in.
No, okay, so you saying that I'm right. So you saying that they don't have that right, but you're saying that based on what's happening, they will get that right. But
they're going to get that right. Yes.
That's not what the past has shown us, right? There we have actual law that goes above all other laws, all other policies. That's the Constitution laws, right? Our constitutional rights. So that is what's going to prevent them from doing what you say. But then again, We are with a group of people who are illegal. Trump gonna do what the hell he want. He gonna
protecting law enforcement.
the laws.
But wait, protecting law enforcement doesn't go against the Constitution, though. I'm saying ICE does not have law enforcement protection right now. They don't have it. They got federal protections, but they go in these local municipalities. They don't have the protections that Trump would like them to have. They're going to
because Trump want them to control everything, but they do have protections. In fact, federal government have protections all over this country in all states. They supposed to be the supreme policeman. The federal.
Let me give you an example, though, right? So they can't conduct the traffic stop. They're not legally allowed to conduct traffic stops on citizens just for no reason. But a citizen can block them. But that citizen blocking them impedes their investigation. And so now they can do something about it. But there's a lot of inner workings between all of this that can be eliminated with immunity. See what I'm saying? I just don't like the idea of let's keep pushing them to see if they're going to fold or if Trump going to do more. I don't like the odds of that. We're pushing the envelope by saying go protest, go blow whistles, go interfere.
That's what they said when we was enslaved. When there was the black people, and they pressing too far, y'all. But y'all better sit down. We gonna all get killed. We risk our freedom. We risk our rights.
Hold on. So the problem that we keep having, we keep trying to add everything into the situation that doesn't apply.
Listen, the Constitution applies. Y'all the ones that
what you just said does not apply to this situation.
Yes, it does. This situation is about constitutional rights. That's why people are protesting.
So, okay, so if they are investigating somebody that is doing human trafficking and narcotics, you think that you have the right to impede in that and warn that person and say, hey, they are coming to arrest you for human trafficking and narcotics. You think that is okay?
I have the right to, if I know and hear that the police are coming to get a group of people, I can warn them. But you using the word impeding because that's the word they want to use. Now you got to go define what impeding means. But me warning them that I saw the police down the street and they must be coming, that is not illegal for me to do or anyone
yes,
to do.
It is.
No, it is not.
That's obstruction.
It literally means to delay or prevent by obstructing them.
No, I didn't delay anything. I just told these people.
I'm giving a definition so you can understand what you are arguing. Because the problem is that you're throwing all these other things that is close to the situation, but it's not the situation. And way too many people are doing that. Is to delay or prevent someone or something by obstructing them, hindering them. So once you're doing that, so that's you impeding, you are delaying the arrest of this goddamn criminal.
Yes, but not by just me telling people they coming. If I stop them, like literally just held them back, a whole group of us forced them back and wouldn't let them through, that would be one thing. But by me just firing them and blowing whistles and all the things that these people are doing, that is not impeding. That's not hindering anything.
In the middle of the street ain't impeding.
He just gave us a clear definition what impeding was, and what he said is to delay them, not just by words,
but walking in the middle of the street.
No, walking in the middle of the street is not impeding them, not them from doing their job. If you're talking about from driving by, I'm not sure what you mean when you say in the street.
Right, driving by, they conducting whatever traffic stop they doing, investigation. You in the middle of the street, cars stopping because they can't get past. They tell you to get out the street.
But they are getting past. Just because people are protesting in front of them don't mean that they're stopping them from. They're getting past. They don't like that people are out there angry at them and saying anything to them. And now y'all are conflating that and saying because they are out there letting them know their grievances, that is impeding, and it doesn't equal that.
No, the problem is that you're saying that impeding is protesting. Impeding.
No, I'm not saying that you are.
No, because the difference is this: if I'm on a corner blowing whistles and screaming and yelling, that is protesting. Hey, police is down the block. I'm on my design corner and I'm protesting. It's different than me literally going to follow them from job to job, from position to position, from investigation to investigation, and say, hey, these people are coming. Because if that's the case, and if that's the case, that is okay. And then now you're giving people that have huge criminal organizations to go ahead and follow all law enforcement because they're getting investigated. Hey, just follow this officer until so this way we know exactly when SWAT coming. We know exactly when they are on stakeouts. We know everything about them because it is all a part of the law that we can just go ahead and follow them, even though I'm doing a criminal activity. This is the thing that you are not paying attention to. We cannot impede on law investigations.
Yeah, I'm paying very much a close attention to what I'm saying, and I am saying that we can follow them, right? I am saying that we can sit out in front of the ICE federal building with our signs, and when they pull off, we could pull up off behind them. And yes, and it's legal. You're the one who's trying to make it seem like I'm saying
hold on. Oh, slow down. So that we are in 100% agreement. 100% agreement. They could go inside of that in front of that federal building, put out their signs, blow whistles, horns, honk, scream, yell, do all those things in front of that building. 100% we're in agreement.
And they can follow them to wherever they're going.
Once we nah, not until they're investigating. But don't you think they are you are protecting criminals when you do that?
I mean, that's what you want to say. But what I'm saying is they are not trying to protect criminals. They are saying, I have a constitutional right, my grievances, and I don't like how y'all are moving. I don't like how this administration is moving. And that is what those people are doing.
So don't arrest the predators? So don't arrest them then.
Don't arrest who?
The predators.
The predators. Because that's the bottom line for me. I can show you a list of these people that they didn't arrested.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Listen, now that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to pull out, don't get the predators. But how many out of all them people they picking up are the predators? And then y'all say, well, it don't matter because one is too many. And that's the game y'all play.
We did a stream on it last night. We can look at them. It's about a third of them are actual child molesters, actual convicted, messing with 12-year-olds, murder, everything.
Okay.
So I mean, so I'm saying that, but
I think when you say a third of them, I think you're blowing that up out of proportion, or you just don't want to pay attention to the legal ones who they knocking at the door and going through their house, right? Because they don't have a warrant to come in, but they come in force. And if they don't know what color the people are in the house, then what kind of investigation did they make before they went storming in somebody's house? That's a constitutional right for people not to just come barging in your house. But not until it happens to you, then you will realize that shit is fucked up. And in Minnesota, it's happening for a lot of people.
If it were to happen to me, I would just file a lawsuit. But in terms of these people, they can't file a lawsuit because a lot of them are criminals. They are exactly what they're going to arrest. As they're walking these people out, and people out there blowing whistles and screaming and shouting, let's not forget that they are walking these people out. That's why I call it protecting predators, because for some reason, at some point, we've got to get to the point of people being arrested for what they're doing. Can't leave that out.
If they was already what you said, the predators, that means they already arrested them. That's how you know they were predators. Now, they still here. They should have been gone if they illegals, but now you're trying to situate that with ICE. What they got to do with ICE? If they already went to, was already claimed to be predators, why are they still here?
So they're here because a state like Minnesota, a municipality like Minneapolis has protected them. They do not cooperate with federal investigations. They didn't cooperate with them now, which is why ICE is running all over the streets acting crazy and whatnot. And it's somewhat acceptable because they blocked federal investigation. They made sure illegals got free, stayed free after committing these type of crimes because they won't give them to ICE. They won't give them to ICE in the first place. That's the problem.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about because we've seen a lot of them in jail. Right, for shootings, murder, rape, and all of this, right? And we know this to be true. But after they do their time, they get out. They really supposed to be deported if they aren't a citizen or they was an immigrant
of any type. You know, they're supposed to be deported back to where they came. But this I think a lot of you, right? Because I know these people are paying some of y'all to make the claims that y'all making, and we need to understand that everybody isn't having this conversation on the same level, right? Reality, real. Some people are getting paid or want to get paid for the things that they put out there. But the Constitution is what a lot of us are going by. Now, I'm not telling black people to go out there. I say sit down, let these motherfuckers deal with their own shit. Just like you say, Taz. Okay, I agree with that as far as me personally. But at the same time, when they kill people, I'm not going to be like, yeah, get them, ICE. Because like you said, when it's always been us.
Crazy.
And they're going to continue to be us after they finish with them.
Yeah, a lot of them is predators though, but I don't know if the stats are how they trying to make them all to be. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just some stats that they're throwing around right now, the 70-30, but it's really not solidified by the DOJ or the DHS. They haven't solidified that stat, but a lot are predators though. Some people are predators, but that number is also thrown in with people that's in immigration cases and other people that got other cases as well.
And don't forget the narcotics part as well too. Let me just check on something real quick. Welcome to the show, Saint Supreme. How you doing?
Salute, Saint.
Saint Supreme.
Yo, what's up?
What's good?
Oh, Uda, you know Saint Supreme?
Salute.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, yeah, no, just to piggyback off of what Bomb Chair was saying, man, I've been listening for a little bit. I just don't know how we're getting to a point where like we don't believe in the Constitution as for all of our citizens. Like we have a constitutional right to the First Amendment. I'm pretty sure we all know that. It means
we ain't talking about citizens.
So Alex Pretti was an American citizen. So was Renee Good. Now, yeah, ICE has
they're out there in the middle of an investigation.
So what was Alex? One more time. What was Alex Pretti's crime?
What was his crime?
Yeah, what was his crime that deserved death?
Okay, so I'm not saying he deserved death, but if you want to argue what it was that ICE was dealing with him for, we can discuss that. But my argument ain't that he deserved to die.
But I've been hearing throughout the rest of it. Go ahead.
My argument would be leave these people alone. Why are you walking back into the street a second time? That still doesn't justify his death, but he's putting himself in harm's way. Do you agree or disagree?
I completely disagree. You are again, because of your First Amendment right, you're legally allowed to be within, I believe 10 feet was the Supreme Court ruling of any law enforcement officer. So if we're claiming that ICE is a law enforcement officer or agency or whatever, then they are also allowed to be within 10 feet. Also, simply recording and blowing whistles, that is, I don't know where that's.
But I just want to make sure you heard my claim, though. My claim was that he put himself in harm's way.
So what I'm saying to you,
but I just want to be clear. I said he put himself in harm's way. The motherfucker dead now.
Yeah,
and you saying I'm wrong?
Because of ICE.
But you saying I'm wrong? Right, but wait. I'm saying he put himself in harm's way. You're saying he didn't, but he did.
Yeah, because
you understand that?
Because the ICE agents are bloodthirsty.
So he put it, but did he put himself, fam? Can we just get past this stuff? Did he put himself in harm's way?
No, he went to go help a person who was.
All right, bro.
No, I don't know how you.
He didn't put himself in harm's way.
I don't know how you watch the video. It's like saying, like, did Breonna Taylor put herself in harm's way?
No,
she was reacting.
No, she didn't. She was in her bed asleep. Bad example.
God,
no, she didn't. And if anybody, her boyfriend put her in harm's way by jumping up shooting.
It's
what we're talking about.
Yeah, but he had the right to do that.
To say that you have the right to do something. That is what I'm looking at.
Still put her in harm's way. That don't change the question of harm's way. Leave the fucking police alone. Leave on. If you run and do this shit to a mall cop, you're putting yourself in harm's way.
Man, I done heard you go the police. Now you're talking about leave them alone.
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand this.
Yes, it's harm's way. Let me ask you a question. If somebody stealing shit at the mall, do you?
All right, so let's try to do one at a time. Go ahead, go, and Saint Supreme, you get the response to go.
I'm just trying to understand the logic here. This is equivalent to somebody snatching something and running out the mall. Okay, these are mall cops, to my understanding. I don't support ICE like that. But with that, even the mall cop can enforce the law. Do you think you can just steal out the mall and run up out of there and knock him down and blah blah blah? No, fam.
I believe that you should not be murdered for that. I believe you should not be murdered for that.
I'm not saying you should.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, we need to stop acting as if you're looking at not the totality, but then sometimes the totality. What I'm saying is, no matter what he did, being disarmed, being pepper sprayed, being arrested, being put on the ground, which is exactly what happened in the video, that does not warrant murder. I understand what you're saying, because I can agree with what you're saying. I can agree with the idea of, hey, as a black person, we should not be investing. I live in Colorado. I live in a fucking half and half state. I see I can go down 20 fucking miles and meet crazy right-wingers over in fucking Grand Junction. I understand what you're saying, but the difference is, I do not believe in the society. One last thing that I'll say, and I'm sorry to kind of talk about this. Someone had said, like, leave it to the white people so the white people can deal with it. The problem is, I don't know if you guys have ever, I'm a big history nerd. I don't know if you've ever read a poem. It's a very famous poem. It said, no one came for me. And all it starts with, they came for the Jews, but I didn't stop the Jews. I didn't stop them because I'm not a Jew. They came for the Russians.
Yeah, we know this poem.
So when they get to you, that's where we're talking about. For some reason, you guys cannot see your intelligence.
We've been here already.
Eventually go down to us.
This is insulting.
It's not insulting. I understand that we know as black people about Philando Castile, about Tamir Rice, about George Floyd. I understand that, but then you don't understand that they're now doing it to white people more.
They are not. Okay, hold on. I want to jump in real quick. Hold on. It is not the same.
Okay.
The reason why it's not the same is because just like they are putting themselves in the harm's way, those people that you just named was minding a goddamn business, going in a whole complete. They're trying to stay away from police. They wasn't trying to stop police from doing any investigation. They wasn't trying to stop and bully police to leave out of their city or out of their county. None of those things. We cannot put all our black situations that we had into this ICE. It ain't the same. It's not even remotely. It's not even remotely close.
When these people died, some of these same people was up here saying they deserve it. They shouldn't have did this. She should. Breonna Taylor should have had a boyfriend who was a criminal.
People are not here right now. Hold on. We're going by what we are seeing right now. What we seen was that man put himself in the way of police.
I thought he went to help a woman, right? Like, let's say it was your woman was out there walking around, and
that's not what happened.
Somebody run and push her.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what narrative we want to put out there to justify.
We talk about the truth.
Yeah, that's gonna get more people hurt.
The truth is that man he was not just walking down the street and he happened to see two women being assaulted by a gang of people. He wanted to involve himself in it. No, he was there to address police officers. That was his whole
peacefully with his phone, right?
Can I ask you a question?
He had the right to do that peacefully with his phone.
Yeah, but he needed to be 10 feet away, Bomb, according to what the other brother just asserted, right?
Hold on, because I want Saint to get a chance to talk. But it's peaceful until it's not. Like we gotta understand it is a threshold to that shit. There's a threshold to when you are protesting on the sidewalk, to when you are protesting in the middle of the street, to when now you are directing traffic. That is not protesting anymore. When you are directing traffic, it's not protesting anymore.
Yes, that exactly is protesting. Because like you said, when they directing traffic, that means they not impeding, they letting traffic go by, making sure nobody gets harmed. And listen, I get it. That is we would still be enslaved if it was up to somebody.
Hold on, so Bomb, you saying that if I was to walk outside, stand in the middle of the street and start directing traffic, that is okay for me to do?
If there was a whole group of people, we talk about what happened, right? There was protesters out there, right? In the way. We want to make sure nobody get hurt. We want the drivers to get by, and we don't want nobody get hit by the drivers. And so, yes.
I'm Cherry.
Yes.
Me and you.
Now you're talking about me and you.
Okay. Yes, me and you. We get 10 people. 10 people. Everybody's on their corner. We got, 2, so it could be even on each corner. For us, we want to cause mostly want people to honk their horns, blow whistles. If I go into the middle of the street, you saying that is still a legal protest?
I could go in the middle of the street. Are you saying I can't?
I'll answer for her too. It is legal protest. The difference is protesting in and of itself is usually not legal or stringent upon its legality because you're protesting against the government. So yes, perfect example, Jan 6 for the Republicans. That was bordering on legality. As you can see, because of the president we have, they currently are free because of that. But we as a government found that to be illegal action that they took for demonstrating protesting. That's why you hear Republicans use the word rioting, because they like to incite that the violent aspect is what you need to hyper focus on. The George Floyd, the BLM protests, the No Kings protest. I live in Colorado. Yes, you cannot be in the street taking up a highway, but the difference is that is how you get your voice heard. I don't know if we're scholars of any protest movement, the Black or not the Black Lives Matter, the freedom movement, the fucking civil rights movement. Yes, they were doing civil disobedience, and then you had other people on the other half who were doing uncivil disobedience, and both sides of this collapsed into making what we have currently now. I do believe that protesting in and of itself against a government, regardless if it's tyrannical or not, is usually bordering the line of legality. But that's the point. You need to do that because your government is breaking, or in the people's eyes, is breaking some type of rule of law or whatever the case is. Look at other places around the world. They're doing the same thing. Hong Kong, Taiwan, Taipei.
Other places around the world.
I know, because we're not a unified people, because we for some reason think that people should. Yeah, because we believe that people are separate from each other.
Because the one thing that's being left out of all of this so-called legal protesting is the permit that typically goes with illegal protest. I understand.
Can we be honest? Trump is not going to sign a legal protest.
You only need a permit depending on where.
All right, hold on. We got to let people finish their full thoughts, so this way we don't have an interrupt. But if you are in the middle of the street, you do need a legal permit. If you're on the sidewalk, you don't need one. But if you are in the street, you need a permit. But go ahead. Let me let go. Bomb want to talk to it, and Saint Supreme want to talk right after. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was the only point I was trying to make. Is again, we are towing the line of what's legal and whatnot, and I just don't think this is wise to do for other people. I've never heard this in-depth discussion about our own people. I've never seen people say, "Hey, go out and blow the whistles when you see SWAT get ready to do a raid on that house." So
they used to do that.
Ain't nobody said that in the history of me being on YouTube.
I see, just because you talking about history of YouTube, but I have been here. I watch drug dealers. Y'all watch drug dealers blowing whistles and all kinds of shit.
But nothing anecdotal. Let's just be honest. Nobody's telling black people to do that.
And hold on, let's also be honest too that those people was criminals that was alerting that the police was coming. The people that was okay, so.
But y'all said that nobody.
Hold on. What we're saying is that even with your example, those was criminals alerting criminals.
Yeah, civil rights, we were criminals too. Did you know that? When they were beating us,
I'm not allowing that anymore. We are talking about something specific. It doesn't have anything to do with civil. This thing don't have nothing to do with civil rights. We gotta stop. We gotta stop adding our movement into these other people's movement.
Stop doing that.
Hey, what are you talking about? This is civil rights is an American movement. It is our movement.
No, but this situation, the situation that we are talking about have nothing to do with civil rights.
It is.
Yes, it does.
Quite literally, your civil.
It actually has something to do with civil rights.
Civil rights, when we did it in the '60s, was because black people weren't being treated as citizens. Civil rights citizens.
But black people were citizens and have been citizens for 100 years.
And now
you're talking about people who aren't citizens in this conversation.
So Alex Pretti was a citizen, and ICE has been saying that they've been
protesting a citizen.
Because the difference is we're not talking about.
But can we just be clear? You're using them, but you're using them to hide the fact that ICE is not going after citizens. These people are getting in ICE's way. ICE ain't got warrants for citizens.
Do you remember in 2000?
Hold on. So, Saint, you saying that Alex Pretti was being investigated by ICE?
No, absolutely not. And they used
was
the justification
Alex Pretti was he being stopped to do anything civil in this world? Was he being stopped to vote? Was he being stopped?
He was being a civil servant by recording.
So we got to make sure we put it in context. It was none of his civil rights being. He put himself in front of ICE, not the other way around.
You don't get. The cops don't get to become.
Hold on, y'all, please.
Go ahead.
ICE did not put themselves in front of Alex. Alex put himself in front of ICE. That you got to maintain your argument as that. Stop trying to add in Martin Luther
because
King.
I refuse the I literally refuse
you
the
keep
framing
giving
of
us
that.
restrictions that don't fit
Watch the video.
narrative.
He walked up to the woman. He did not fight this officer. He didn't pull out his gun. He yelled at them.
Yes,
Again,
he
you are
did.
allowed to do so.
Cap.
Watch the video. We can watch it right now, all of us together. That's not what happened.
That man didn't insert himself between that woman and that officer and touch
He
that
went
officer.
he went and grabbed the woman. The officer pushed him down and pepper sprayed him. Watch it. Let's just watch it.
That's why the officer
difference is
and shoved him. And I'm not.
So he
That's
goes
what
into
I'm.
the street.
I'm
This stuff
against.
finna get more people hurt, fam.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
I'm against that officer walking up and shoving him, fam. I'm against that. I'm
so
not
that
in
means the
agreement with
entire interaction then becomes problematic from the officer's point of view. If the officer
it-
shouldn't have
but
done
why are-
that, then that means that everything else he's been using to justify it is wrong. That's the same thing.
I'm
I was
not
just about to
using
tell you.
nothing to justify nothing. I need to understand why you telling people it's okay to walk back out in the street, knowing that these officers are going to walk up and shove him like that.
Why is it okay? Because we need
Why
to
are
record it. We
you
need to
telling,
document.
are you telling them it's okay?
We need to
It's
document.
okay, y'all.
It is okay. It is. You should be brave. You should be brave, and you should.
It sounds
You
like
didn't know that they would be criminal and shooting him and killing him.
No, I don't. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because I'm not afraid of. I'm not afraid of saying.
Hold on, we gotta say one at a time. Hold on, we gotta say one at a time, please. I know it's a heated argument. We have to try to say one. Let's not interject every second, y'all,
someone
please.
to have a bleeding heart. You want me to cry with you. You want me to understand this. You want me to complain with you. If that's the case, stay out of their way then. I don't want to see people die either. But I'm saying stop sending people on these dummy missions to go fuck with them when you qualify what they're doing. People next to you are fucking with ICE. Now they're hiding. Now they see you walking down the street. Now you involved. It would be better if we just told black people to stay out of it. I don't understand what y'all doing.
No, absolutely not. It's better for people to be out and to be active and to show that the tyrannical government that you do not support them, and that does not mean that you need to lose your life, and nor does that mean you need to be a superhero.
So what's the strategy and plan for protesting? What's the, hold on, Shadow. I just want to know what the strategy and plan is.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the strategy and plan is to, like, person to person, is to ingratiate yourself with your local polling and your local voting like people, so that way you can have a more direct hand in making sure that that these people cannot be a part of your community, that these people and that the people that are, protecting and serving you know, like exactly who they're protecting and serving. The biggest problem is we have these mass militias. We have these people who come from, wherever the fuck they want to come to. Just
wait, before you go to the
harass
problem, I want to get to what the strategy and plan is.
Yeah.
So
And
one
that's the
plan you
strategy
said is to vote locally. Wait.
No,
To protest ICE, you need to vote locally. That's one part.
Yes, that's one of the many things to do aside from being out there and actively protesting.
Okay, so when you're out there, what is the plan and strategy? Where are the leaders? Where are the captains? Who are you reporting to? What are you taking with the
You don't need any of that to be effective in your own right. You don't need any
You don't?
No, you don't.
You don't. This is
we know that
right
because
here.
George
What
Floyd
we
and
are
many
doing-
others didn't have that.
Like what we are doing right now is effective. I don't understand. So look, he's getting pushed over. Alex Pretti's not even looking at him. Do we see this?
What did you see that?
Y'all
Hold on.
gonna get so many more people hurt, man.
Hold on. There's no way somebody hurt. Hold on. It is not possible that you didn't see that man push the officer.
Bring it back. Put it back. Show me literally the freeze frame. Let's see it. So he puts his hand up. Is literally what he does, Sharon. Are we being serious? Are we being serious?
They like
is that obstruction?
No, seriously, answer me.
That is a push.
Are we being Sharon, stop it.
Hold on, that's literally a push.
I mean that out of, and I'm not
He literally jumped in front of him, bro. Why lie? Why lie? Like you don't see him jumping right in front of him, bro. Why lie?
No, he jumped in front of him. What that mean?
Stop pushing her. Are we?
You can't jump literally jumping in front of an officer is impeding him.
No, that's
literally.
Okay, but
No,
so mind you,
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on, please. This is not. We have to be living in a parallel universe. We are watching the same, but we must be looking at two different videos, even though we all looking at the same video. But in your universe, it must be some different information that you see versus the information that I see. It is no way possible that y'all looking at that with that man with his phone in his left and his right hand, and then he go like this. He literally push, and then he try to put his hands up in the air like he ain't doing that. Like we don't see that. That is wild to me.
So now
We
he deserves to die?
looking at
He
it
deserves
is
to
not
die?
possible that we are
He
looking
deserves-
at. Hold on, it is not. It is not possible that we're looking at the same video.
This is why I think it's sad what y'all doing. I think it's sad what y'all doing because if anything, I can respect him for jumping. He literally jumped in there to defend her. He literally jumped in front of that officer to defend her. That's respectable. But why lie about it? That's what I don't get.
No, y'all the ones who lying about it.
It's just
We
like,
know
yeah,
that he jumped in to
he jumped in
protect
front
her.
of, yeah, but
Y'all
then he
making
didn't
it seem
push
like
her,
he was out
yeah,
there fighting.
violently,
He
yeah.
pushed because he was ready to fight.
Exactly.
Basically
You're
what y'all
changing your
saying.
arguments in real time. You said push. I said show me the. What's funny is I remember this exact argumentation about the Tim Waltz thing because I was watching your stream like 2 or 3 days ago, and the exact verbiage. So I'm using the same thing that you did. Pushed. No, he didn't push. He puts his hands up. If that's the justification you're going to
Okay,
say,
all right, hold
then
on, Saint.
multiple people
Stop right
deserve
there,
to be
Saint.
like
Saint.
executed. Go ahead.
Hold on, Saint.
Go
When
ahead.
you say he put his hand up, what do you mean? That he just did like this?
So
Or that he
if
did like
so,
this?
Sharon, if you put your hand and you go and you scoop it upwards, go like there you go, and then push it up. Is that seriously a push? Is that seriously?
If I go like if I
extend
extend my hand,
mind you, the guy
hold
doesn't move his hand.
hold on.
Mind
Saint,
you,
I
the guy
want to
doesn't move his
understand.
hand.
I want to understand what we both looking at.
Yeah, let's do it.
Did he go like this or did he go like this?
He goes like closer to the second motion, honestly. He goes a lot closer to the second motion.
And that's our disagreement. I believe that he went like this first.
So
in
how did
front
his
of
hand
him,
go all the way
and
up?
then he put his hand up in the air as if he ain't do anything.
Did he put power behind that push
That's
that
what
you're
I'm saying,
saying like this to push anybody
like the
off?
Renee
Which
Good thing with the
could have
car
been a
thing.
stop movement.
Okay,
Like,
so
hey,
hold on. So I need y'all to
it's
understand.
crazy.
Hold on, I need y'all to understand. Because I think the confusion is that y'all believe, we all here believe so far, everybody believe that man was executed. So this way that part is out.
Sure.
Nobody believes that this man should have been shot at all. Nobody here.
Right.
Not one person on this panel believed that he should have been shot. And we believe that man was executed in broad daylight. So this way.
I mean,
I don't know. That's what I hear y'all saying. I don't know.
Okay, so
I'm just saying, play stupid games the way a stupid process.
Hold on, please. Hold on. I do not want to conflate things. So this way we can have a clear understanding. Josh, do you believe that man should have been shot?
I mean, after he stepped in there, I mean, he kind of asked for whatever was going to come with it. Hold on. Look, did he deserve to die when he jumped?
I'm trying to get to something, please. So I want to know, do you believe he deserved to be shot?
Post video, yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, fine. So we got one person on the panel that believes that he should be shot. I do not believe that man should have been shot at all. Go. Do you believe he should have been shot? Yes or no? Just so I can get a clear understand what the panel is saying.
No.
Okay, Chicago Real, do you believe that man should have been shot? Yes or no?
No.
Uda on go. Do you believe that man should have been shot? No. Kulu, do you believe that man should have been shot?
No.
PhD Diva, I mean, I don't think we need to go any further, to be honest. That's more than half the panel, right? But PhD, do you believe that man deserved to be shot?
No, I don't.
All right, so we know Bomb and Saint don't. Marvelous Opinion, do you believe that man deserved to be shot? Yes or no?
No, I do not, sir.
Okay, so we only got one person on the whole panel that just got here that believes that man should have been shot. So I just want to let y'all know who y'all argue with. You argue with me and GOAT, and we do not believe that man should have been shot. I also believe that man was executed on the street. So this way we could have the understanding what we're talking about. All right. Now, as far as what is happening, what led up to it, me and GOAT are saying that he put himself in harm's way for this bloodthirsty human being to do what he did.
Yes.
That's what we are. That is our argument about it. So Satan Bomb, so you can understand our argument. That's what we are saying. And we want our people to not put themselves in harm's way by putting themselves in between whatever official business that they have and put yourself in between that official business.
I think that words, y'all play games with words, right?
Please address what I'm saying.
Right.
Don't go to the past, please.
Wait, no, we're gonna move forward because I know I heard a few people kind of say it's his fault, like he did it. And if you're saying he put himself in harm's way, you essentially are saying that he did it, right? Instead of just saying, well, even though he may have pushed, that guy shouldn't have been killed, and this person should be charges should be pressed against him. But what we're saying is, no, they shouldn't have been whistling. They shouldn't have been directing traffic. He shouldn't have went to protect a woman. Like that's what I'm hearing. So, but you clarified it. But I know I heard at least a couple of people be okay. And when you said nobody, but there is someone at least who admit it now. But you know what I mean? Like y'all, I believe that you don't believe he should have been killed. I do believe that about Ishrar. And maybe even Taz too, right? As well. But like, do y'all hear what y'all saying?
Yeah, I absolutely hear myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. When it came to Renee Good, I told you that was a good shoot, good job, Ice. When it came to this one, nah, 8 people. That y'all should be able to get them zip ties on him and get him to the sidewalk. That's a failure. That's
Even
a
that
failure.
Renee woman, she didn't even do shit. If anybody y'all wanted to blame was her girlfriend, but she got shot and killed.
Though. But I'm just drawing a distinction between.
Oh, I know.
I'm saying, I just want you to understand. I'm not just riding with or even just going against Ice. I'm looking at each scenario for what it was. And in his situation, I can respect that you saw the officer push her, and even with what y'all arguing about with the push. I would say when the officer pushed her, he's advancing forward. So while you stepping in and say, hey, man, why you push her like that? He's advancing forward. He's going to receive that as a push. Whether we like it or not, it's not a good idea to step in front of an officer. It's not a good idea to step in front of Ice. So did that warrant him dying? No. But we know what's going to happen if you step in front of them. They're going to jump you.
How we know what's going to happen?
But that's my entire argument.
Just right quick, let me answer that, please. Because if you ever deal with law enforcement and know that you are stepping in front of them doing their job, 8 or 9 of them gonna jump you. Right. We should know that already.
Hell yeah.
I guess some of y'all may know that a lot of us are American citizens and have stepped in front of the police, and that didn't happen. Maybe we just had the good cops, right? And I don't know, but you know, the idea that that we supposed to walk around this country afraid of a group of people, especially ICE, who not even trained. Like we know they were criminals.
You're not afraid, Mom. That's a false.
Why do we keep saying that?
Afraid.
Yeah, I don't know why we keep saying that. That's not.
We're
not saying we're afraid.
I'm saying ain't nobody afraid. Shimon, let's just be clear. Who's how is somebody afraid and he's stepping in front of him like why you push her? He ain't nobody afraid. Like
they are not afraid at all. Nobody's actually afraid. We are not talking about being afraid, and we're not actually having a conversation about being afraid. What we having a conversation is about allow ICE to do their job, and if they're not doing their job correctly, we need to check them on that, not impede them on their job before they do it incorrectly. No, we're not. We are stopping them from doing. No, is a difference between you doing this wrong and stopping them from doing the job. Those are two different scenarios, and we keep trying to ignore the fact. Let me allow Saint to get a chance to jump in there. Go ahead, Saint.
Yeah.
Just Ron, if I may afterwards.
No problem.
Yeah, I think like the biggest thing I'm thinking of, if most of us are in agreement, or it seems like the only person who's not in agreement is like fuck around and find out position, which is close enough. I guess like what I'm trying to say is like I just don't understand. We've had internal memos. We've had Kristi Noem, which is the DHS secretary, who have made these claims about how ICE people are. We had the internal memo that leaked that says they can enter your home. That's a clear violation of the 14th Amendment. We have clear violation. We have them the video now. They're trying to say that the dad left his 5-year-old child, even though the mom had already reported that she wanted her child back and they couldn't get her. So ICE is very clearly breaking laws or using extrajudicial laws. Someone had said, well, I can't remember exactly what they were. The reason why I don't call them officers because they're federal agents, and they get that status in the same way that those Jan 6ers, they're not federal agents, but they got off because of the president. This is what's going to happen. I fundamentally believe that like allowing for ICE to just run unchecked and then hope that 3 years later when Trump is no longer president, so we can actually look at the things they've done is irresponsible. And it's something that this country can't realistically hold for. We should, in the same way that cops have body cams, in the same way that cops aren't allowed to wear face masks because that's just not right. Like, I understand what you're saying, and we can, debate or talk about the efficacies of what Alex did and why he got murdered, or what Renee did or why she got murdered, but the justification, the pretense to all of this, the pretense to ICE being in your country, in your state rather, them being in Minnesota instead of Texas, a border country, or California, is because of why? Because Donald Trump and his Republican fucking administration does not like the fucking Minnesotan fucking Somalis, and they're making a big drumming up support. It's the same thing with Doge, with the fucking Elon Musk shit, where they found all this corruption and all this money, but somehow none of it fucking made its way back to the American population. The pretense is what I'm trying to tell you. The pretense to all of this has always been bullshit. And because the pretense is bullshit, in my opinion, everything past that is wrong. Well, the only thing, last thing, I swear to God, I was going to ask you, do you remember 2002? What was the justification for going into the Iraq, Afghanistan, and that entire conflict? WMDs, weapons of mass destruction. Because we were lied to, and we were told that Iranian fucking militiamen or fucking Saddam Hussein had fucking weapons of mass destruction, even though his own fucking country found out that wasn't true. So all I'm trying to say is, the justification is what can very easily lead to all this fucking horrible shit happening. We had a justification that led us into a 15-year or 20-year war. I don't want a justification to allow ICE to roll through my fucking neighborhood unchecked and to pick up black and brown people or to ask me for my ID because the president said that was okay, or the DHS said that was okay. And God forbid, if I have a gun and I'm a legal fucking carrier like Alex, I could just get fucking murdered. Like, I understand what you're saying, but go ahead.
And let's try not to use the F-bombs. I didn't want to stop you in the middle because I know you wanted to really get that out and you've been waiting to get that out. But let's try not to use F-bombs. Let's try to maintain it in the green. Go ahead.
All right, so look, I understand everybody's mad about this dude dying. I can respect the fact that y'all can be upset that he died. But let's keep it a buck. He, again, just like Renee Good, chose to be there. There are things, and I don't like the fact that we're sitting here telling our people that, hey, we need to go out there for some shit that's not our business. Hey, this has nothing to do with us. Hey, everybody who keeps talking about, oh, ICE is real law enforcement. Yes, they are. They are federal law enforcement. Again, we are talking BS, and we're trying to justify the fact that we don't like ICE or Trump, and that's ludicrous. That is not a reason for us to get out there and get killed for something that's not our issue. And yes, ICE can hit any country in the United States, any state in the United States. They have what's called federal jurisdiction. They can go all over. An ICE agent from Dallas can go up to Minnesota because they have that jurisdiction. Stop telling our people that they don't. That's garbage. We need to be real about what happened. If he had not been there, he wouldn't. He went out there to literally impede justice. He did that. He made the choice and the consequences that came with it. Y'all may not like when I say it, but yeah, he ate that bee because he was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. He chose to put himself in a scenario because he feels like it's unjust. But guess what? The law supports what ICE is doing there. Because the law supports it, it's not because the law supports it.
The law don't support it.
But the law does support it. The law does support them coming in looking for illegal immigrants or people committing illegal crimes that are immigrants. Yes, it does. So when ICE is in, why is ICE? The reason ICE is in Minnesota right now is because they're literally going through a federal investigation involving immigration. Yes, all of that is immigration and fraud. All of that is a real thing, and that's all under ICE's purview. Stop saying they're not cops. I'm tired of that happening because that's not real. You're going to get our people killed telling them, hey, it's okay to jump out there in front of these people because, hey, you don't like ICE or Trump. Okay, that's cool. Don't like ICE or Trump. But don't jump out there and not expect to get... If you get body slammed because you decide to push a cop, guess whose fault that is? It's not the cop's fault. It's yours. If you get dunked on your head because they're trying to now protect themselves because they don't know what you're going to do, they have the right to protect themselves and stop telling people that they don't. That's not okay.
This is crazy. Who are you referring to? Who said? Because I know for sure I said that the federal government is above the states, right? I said they're above them. So I'm not like, but I guess some people did say that they don't have those rights and they were wrong. Just like this whole conversation, they're wrong, right? We have American rights. We have the amendments, right? The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. We could go on, the Sixth Amendment, the Seventh. Like we could go on and on and on. And you know, cops, they supposed to be trained. And they should have been trained enough to handle one guy. Let's say it was true that the guy, let's say he was wanting to fight with him. He put up his dukes and he's got in the stance and he was ready to fight. Bam, 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 bam. There was enough cops still where they can get him without shooting him. But you know, before they shot him, he was maced. I could have sworn they'd already blinded him. Right? We're going to forget all that. But okay.
But Bob, even if I accept the fact that they should have been trained better to do whatever, okay, I'll even concede to that point. You know what? You're right. They should have been trained better, and 8 out of 10 they were. But we need to also understand some very extenuating circumstances. Number one, the governor and mayors of these cities and states have been literally egging people. We were talking about Tim Walz less than a week ago about how he's telling people to go out to do this. When the state government is actively opposing federal government, these officers have to do whatever they have to do.
No, they don't. They need to get out.
Hold on. Bob,
they gotta be invited in.
Bob, I'm not done yet.
Okay, well,
but I'm not.
If the state say get out, leave
Just
out
let
alone.
them finish so you could correct the whole thing.
Okay.
So even if the state government tells a federal, like a state governor who's selling drugs can't tell a DEA agent, hey, I don't want you in my state. A state governor cannot tell somebody who's committing a crime to not commit the crimes. Hey, if the state governor is saying, I want you to get out and oppose ICE in whatever way possible, the federal government has the right to say, yeah, watch and play around and find out. Because they will be usurped at that point. They will literally lose that fight because they're going against a balance of power and they are choosing to do it. And my thing is, we're telling people that it's okay, and it's not.
You don't know what you're talking about, but it's okay. Like,
okay, well, we all watched the Walz video, so
let her respond.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, y'all. And then when they want to go against the talking point that you put out, they go to the extreme of, if the governor is selling drugs and going against the law, right, of selling drugs, then the federal government could come in. Okay, but you're right about that. If they found to be breaking the law, but you know, even before that, they go in, they got to have some insight. They got to go before a judge. Did you know that? But that's not what's happening, right? So we have these different states, and I'm looking at the chat and things like that. I'm seeing what people are saying. This problem with ICE is happening in Texas, California, in the places where they didn't have problem with ICE, they now have problem with ICE. And because these ICE agents, we don't know who they are. They covering their faces. They have cameras and they're not turning them on. And the person who's in charge of them don't care.
This is what
and
I mean.
so
When I say that
there's gonna be a lot. There's a lot of crimes that is going on. In fact, some people getting picked up where it look like it might be ICE people, and coming to find out that they're not even ICE people.
All right, let me. PhD, but you there?
Yes, sir. Okay. Ask a Brother podcast, $5. Bracy, you gotta warn our people about running out there to end up like Renee Good, bro.
That's what we're attempting to do. Shout out to Ask a Brother podcast. Salute to you. Thank you for dropping out the callous. I appreciate you. He's a brother that's doing his damn thing on these YouTube streets.
RS11, $5. Thank you for the super sticker. Detroit Coalition, $2. So E didn't watch but has an opinion. Predictable. Aron to Lucas, $5. The problem is they won't give ICE simple shit like info on criminals who are already in jail or with records. So now they gotta search the streets. Oh, they gotta beat the streets, y'all.
Shout out to Ask Your Brother. And the link is open for if you would like to, if you have time. So go ahead, Marvelous Opinion. I know you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I was just gonna share something with you guys so you guys understand when it comes to at least when it deals with protesting, law enforcement protesting. The first thing we always have is our presence, you know what I'm saying, and then we have verbal commands. That's the next stage when it comes to escalation of force. You presence, you're being there, being presentable. Secondly, you give them task commands. Usually when it comes to protests, we try to, and I just got done training the last 2 weeks with this too. As soon as you get the commands, right, you ask, you tell, and you make. You tell the person, get on the sidewalk, get on the sidewalk, get on the sidewalk. They are now being passive resistant, right? Now you have to go to the next stage. You have to kind of like, okay, now I'm gonna push you this way. I'm gonna make you go over here. I told you, I asked you, and I told you, you didn't want to do it. Now I'm telling you, I'm gonna make you do it, right? Now that I put my hands on you, right? It can go one or two ways. From the other person, it can escalate or de-escalate. Either the person's gonna be like, oh snap, you're not playing, or it would become what we call passive aggressive, meaning they're starting to resist actively. So if I put my hands on you, you go like this, whatever, you're being active. And now I can go the next force up and start doing control techniques, and now try to put you on the ground, anything else. So if you basically see it from that aspect, I'm telling you, like if the guy was told, and I don't know, I wasn't there, but if the guy was told to go somewhere and he wasn't told, an officer said, hey, go over there, you're not listening, okay, I'm gonna push you over there. The next thing, and this is why I said, like the moment he put hands on that officer, it went left. It just he became passive aggressive at that point. Not like someone who's trying to do harm. Like I said, if you actively resist at that point, that's a resistance act. The moment you put hands on an officer, that's the act of resistance. That's why it's kind of like, damn, I wish he didn't do that. But again, that's kind of where I said, I don't justify it as far as it did, but I'm letting you know that that's how the escalation of force usually operates. And that's all.
I like that you said that. But you know, we're gonna forget.
Hold on, Bomb. Goat was first.
I just wanted to agree with him because to me it looked like instinct. He saw a woman get shoved like on some crazy, like it was just a crazy shove. So the instinct is
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, it was an instinct.
If he told the lady to move to the sidewalk, right? I'm saying again, if I told you to go sidewalk and you're not listening, I'm going to push you to the sidewalk.
No, that's not how you're supposed to do that. Not like that man did.
But I hear what you're saying, Bomb. You may feel as I can get this. You can articulate that later. I'm glad that you said that because you can oppose that later if you have to. And we have evidence of it, right? You get your day in court, but don't fight with the officer then and there.
She wasn't fighting with the officer.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't. I'm saying, but your argument right now is that she was pushed, right? Which justified the man to put his hands on the officer.
No, that's not what
saying. Don't do that. Don't put your hands on
nobody's
the
saying that.
forever.
Y'all make up shit too much.
Nah.
Okay. I'm agreeing with. Listen, I have no problem agreeing with Sharon and Goat. You know, I'm not used to calling Goat Taz, right? I'm used to agreeing. I can agree with them if they saying, okay, look, that man put his hand up. It didn't look like he was forcefully, but based on what you're saying, Marvelous, you're saying just by him putting his hand up, now it's active and it can do this. Yes. But what about the force they did to that woman, right? So you already know that. Hey, that's way too aggressive. What happened? Even if they told her to move, even if they told her to move,
so hold on, Bomb.
Hold
on, Bomb. So, Bomb, what if this is their training that they say, hey, if they go this, you could go and do this. So yeah, if they are trained to push somebody and it just so happened that his push would put her on the floor, that is still what they are trained to do. What do you say to that?
I would say that's false. And if they're being trained that way, then
hold on. You saying that's false, but Marvelous just said that's what he was just trained to do.
But Marvelous isn't them. Is he Ice?
Hold on. It doesn't matter.
You said that's what Marvelous said.
Yes, that's the training. Like we don't have to be exactly ICE or police or military. It doesn't matter. He was training on this type of situation where the officer is able to go one up above. You in my way. I told you go on that goddamn corner. You don't want to do it. You get in my face more, and you put your hands up like I ain't got. He could go one above and push. He could physically push you out the way.
Yeah, but if Marvelous is saying what you just said, when Marvelous is a liar. Right, and he's not the only person who's been military or even in the police, right? Because they are trained to handle certain things. And by you telling a woman or a man to move to the side and they don't do it, you don't get to go and just shove them like that. Okay. And so, hold on
1 second. Hold on 1 second. Yes, that was crazy. Anonymous 2024. Good day. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
I'm doing well, thank you. This is your first time on the show?
I actually am in the chat a lot. I am Beretta.
Hey, hi. Beretta what? Beretta Scott Kang?
Correct.
Hey,
Shout out to Beretta Scott Kang. I cannot believe
That's a crazy name.
Shout out to Beretta Scott Kang.
The shit she be chatting be even crazier.
What's on your mind, Beretta Scott Kang?
So I want to address a few things. So one, the incident that happened with Pretti, I think his name is, that was a Border Patrol agent. That was not ICE, right? So that's one clarification. Number two, I'm hearing a lot of people kind of comparing Border Patrol agents to mall cops. And I'm not sure that's the correct communication we want to tell people, because those are not the same in any universe.
Okay. Fair enough.
That was me that made that comparison. If you want to talk about it, that was me that made that comparison.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I just heard it.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
All right. So I will say this. I think. Well, let me say this. I am a registered conservative. I've been a conservative for over 30 years. Some of the things that I'm hearing, I don't think people understand kind of what they're championing on this panel. For instance, I'm hearing people say, well, you have the right to do this. So you have the right to do that. You do not have the right to impede on a federal investigation. And if you get in front of federal officers as they're trying to execute warrants, then that will not work out well for you in any universe, right? So I think this communication of you have the right to do things, your rights stop where another person's right begins, because those Border Patrol agents, ICE agents, Department of Homeland Security agents, they have rights as well. And when you come into their personal space and impede their investigation, they're going to react like any other person would react.
Okay.
But they're not supposed to act like anybody else. They are trained. But when you say where one person law rule, or how you said it?
Right.
In another one, and that is false. That's why they have the land of the law of the land, right? Which covers everybody except when you're working, especially the government. You know, like I can walk into a government agency and record you all day, right? But that doesn't mean I could go into another place and record them all day. You work for the federal government, I can find out how much you're getting paid and everything. So y'all got to stop. And it's okay with being conservative. Many of us are conservative. It's just right now in 2026, right? A lot of you.
So Sharon, just let me know when I can continue.
Yeah, you could continue when you hear nobody else talking.
She almost finished. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just because the bitch come up here don't mean you can just insult me by just talking and asking him a question when you hear me talking. You got me fucked up. Now go ahead, Sharon.
Sharon, just give me the green light.
So as Diva finished laughing on mute.
I like the laughing on mute. It's funny.
Go ahead, Beretta Scott Kine.
Now, I came up here to be respectful, but since this funky bitch came to me, I'm going to go ahead and clear her ass out. Now, bitch, let me say this. Now, you might get your brother shot, but bitch, you don't know who the fuck you talking to, you funky whore. No, you ain't talking. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Bitch, you living in poverty. The last thing you should be worried about is Department of Homeland Security. Bitch, is this the advice you gave your brother? Bitch, shut the fuck up.
What?
That code switch was crazy.
Hold on.
I came up here to be respectful, but when you call me a bitch, you funky whore, baby, all gloves are off, baby, because I didn't even come up here for you. But since you want to come for me, bitch, I will take you down through there.
You was the one trying to be smart. Don't
I didn't even say your name, you funky ass whore.
I got you right now, but
I didn't even say your fucking name.
Hold on,
You ain't got to say my name, whore.
Bitch, go bathe. Go bathe, because I know you ain't seen water. Bitch, go
Where
bathe.
is your man, bitch, or your goddamn
Bitch, I can wipe your damn husband. I can wipe your husband, bitch. He ain't got shit. He ain't got shit. Bitch, I can wipe your fucking husband with his broke ass. Bitch, you living in poverty. You living in poverty, bitch. Bitch, the only thing that got your name on it is your birth certificate and your marriage license. Bitch, you don't own no property. Bitch, you don't own no portfolio. Bitch, you don't own no car. You broke, bitch.
Hold on. You gotta give her the chance to respond, please, without interrupting, please. I know you had a problem.
I don't have a problem, but the floor is open. I ain't got a problem, but the floor is motherfucking open.
All right. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got you, Bob. Hold on.
Sharon finna start a kennel.
Hold on. So, but allow Bob to respond without being interrupted, please. Go ahead, Bob.
Damn, somebody kicked me out already.
No, she didn't get kicked out.
Oh no, she good. I don't have no response to no dead ass fish.
All right, don't respond. I shut your motherfucking ass up as I stated.
God damn it, you're supposed to be on mute laughing. God damn it. Oh shit.
Bitch, I call myself Beretta. I get shots off in this bitch. Now I don't know who the fuck you thought you was coming for.
All right.
Yourself Smith and
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut your ass up. Where your husband at? Working 3 jobs and can't pull your ass out of poverty?
What is going on? How long did y'all know each other?
No, I listened to this broke bitch try to come for everybody on this fucking stage, and I knew she was going to try to come for me, but I was ready. Bitch, always keep one in the chamber.
Oh, Lord. All right, we don't need no violence. Non-violent. All my people.
Now, humble your motherfucking self. And like I was saying, listen, the guy who got himself shot, I don't think he deserved to die, but I also don't think he should have put himself in that situation. So as a conservative, I can see it in both ways. I can see myself as the victim. I can see myself as the shooter. And that's just where I am with it.
Okay. Whew, I'm glad we got through it.
That cold switch is amazing.
Go ahead, Chicago Gorilla.
She said she could see herself at the shooter.
Hey man, my gas shit is flabbered, brother. I have no words. I felt like I was in the middle of a 70s blaxploitation film with all that cussing. It was like a scene out of Dolomite.
Dolomite.
Let me bring in Kulu. I think Kulu wanted to say something about this point as well. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Shadow's point that he made earlier. I literally seen Greg Abbott refuse federal orders when he was putting boobies in that damn river to stop like illegals from coming across the river, like against Biden's orders, right? So, as governors can refuse federal orders. And my second point is I wanted to ask the men on the panel, right? Like in real life, if you see somebody push a woman like that, is your instinct going to be to try to stop him, whether he's an officer or not, or you're just going to let him push her like that? I want you to answer first.
I can answer that for you.
Okay.
So like I said, if you have evidence and you guys are recording, it's best to take.
Kulu, that's a loaded question because you called me by name.
That Marvelous answer it. I'll just answer.
Yeah, Shad. I thought you said MO. My bad. All I was saying was, yeah, I you guys already have an advantage. If you guys have the evidence, right? You guys are all recording. Take that and fight it in court. Fight another day. Like, I would rather you take chances in court than having to lose your life right then and there because you decided to retaliate in a moment where you don't have the power. And you do have power in the real world, but legally, we're talking now. You don't have it. So take what you got and fight what you can. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. No, it was directed at Shadow, so we'll let Shadow get a chance to address it. I think he's on a little bit of a delay. It's on you, Shadow. Maybe he just can't hear us. Saint Supreme, would you like to answer the question while Shadow get his thing together?
Yeah, that's my fault. Say it one more time. I just wasn't paying attention.
So you gotta ask the question one more time, Kulu.
Okay, so the question is, like, in that moment, if you see a man push a woman like the way the officer did, is your first instinct going to be to try to protect the woman?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Sheesh. We got one more, Chicago Gorilla.
Yeah, my instinct would be to grab her and not try and engage with the officer. If I'm honestly trying to protect her and I'm thinking in her best interest, I'm not trying to fight an officer.
Is
I'm
the
actually
question,
grabbing her.
I'm not trying to be pedantic. Was the question an officer or a person?
Question
was an officer. Yeah,
no, the
then
question just like
Okay.
first, just not even thinking about an officer or anything, just a man pushing a woman the way he did.
I mean, obviously, I'd still focus on
Oh,
the
a
woman,
man
but like,
yeah.
yeah, then that becomes a lot different of a situation because it's like a person-to-person situation. But still, you don't know if someone's holding a gun or not.
So the reason I asked that is because most men in that situation will try to help the woman or stop the person from pushing the woman further, right? And then, oh shit, that's an ICE officer, right? That's your second thought or third thought later, right? So I can see why he did what he did. Do I agree with it? No, right? Do I think he was gonna pull the gun? No, obviously he was pepper sprayed. They had like 8 guys on him, right? So I definitely think that ICE should not be killing people. They got tasers. They got pepper spray. There's batons they could have used. Like there's a bunch of different methods that they could have used to stop this guy from doing what they thought that he was doing versus using the gun, right? And I think that this just activates Trump's base, like they want to see these ICE go in here and start killing liberals. Like that's what they want to see.
I think you're muted, Sharon.
Thank you. I think we also got to reference that, hey, we understand that this man was a part of the protest as well. So that's the issue that we keep trying to act as if he was just a innocent bystander. He was somebody that was partaking in the chaos. Shadow, you are back now. I know you would like to answer that question. So go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
It's fucked up out here in Dallas right now. So look, his question was loaded. So if I see a random man pushing on a random woman in a heartbeat, I'm jumping in. But I know what ICE looks like at this point. If I see a woman getting handled by officers, I'm not stepping in that because one, I don't know the reason why they're doing what they're doing. So I could be doing something that's illegal in itself.
No, I don't want to stop you. Can I ask you what does an ICE agent look like?
Well, most police officers that I've seen in the last, I don't know, decade or so are wearing tactical gear. They're wearing the standard. Hold on.
Sorry. Yeah.
Typically somewhere on them, there's the HSI patch or the ICE badge on their back. If I can't see what's happening from the front, I'm gonna err on the side of caution because I have kids to get back home to. So if it's just a dude in random street clothes.
Can I
just a chick? Then hell yeah, I'm jumping in there. If I
really quick,
I'll deal with that.
I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to. Again, I just wanted the answer to that question because again, I can just tell you. So I live in Denver, Colorado, and when I see a Denver police department, or I sometimes go to Aurora, that's where I work. It's an APD for Aurora Police Department, and it's a DPD for Denver Police Department.
Right.
And it says it on the front where their badge and their ID and all their identification numbers are. It's effectively like they're walking with their ID out, just without their face. And then on the side, it also has their patches. And then they drive usually marked cars, but not all the time. Now, what does an ICE agent look like?
So what ICE agents wear very standard tactical gear. It still does not look like standard civilian clothing. Like most people when they see
I could buy.
Okay,
but I can't buy Denver Police Department gear.
That's fair. No, I can buy that.
Because in Denver, Colorado, and specifically again, I live in Denver. I am a registered gun holder, and I am open carry law. I have an open carry license.
Right.
I don't obviously come out in tactical gear. I'm not like some cowboy yeehaw or whatever, but like it is very possible. The places I work, sometimes you kind of see that. I don't, you know what I mean? It's kind of like if ICE is just like tactical gear that I can buy. I know I can buy pretty realistic looking police department stuff, but like Denver PD stuff I can't buy. Do you see what I'm saying?
I've seen ICE just wear regular clothing. Like they're not walking around just in technical.
And I'm not trying to get a gotcha, and I'm so sorry, I don't mean to cut you off either. But it's just that is like a big part of it. Again, I wanted to get back to it. I think it was Marvelous said something. You have your day in court to fight in, and I'm not claiming or putting this on Marvelous. But like I remember hearing specifically for the Renee Good stuff that it's a heat of the moment for the officer, right? It's hard to determine things when it's happening so quickly. And is that not the same thing? I think it was Kulu who said, right, if you see a man pushing a woman, what do you do, right? And I think that's a very fair, from everyone on this panel, kind of all agree, right? Like you're going to go help the woman. And, regardless of whether or not, if it's not a cop that looks like they're trying to arrest this woman, you might just go and help her, right? Which is kind of the point of why I ask, what does an ICE agent look like? It all kind of goes into this big thing of I've said it before, it's pretextual. I do not believe the reason that they're out in the streets is good in and of itself. And then you look at all the things that surround it. They're not using body cams. The reason why we have the video, I'm not trying to jump around topics, but the reason why we even have the video of Renee Good from the law or the ICE agent or whatever is because he had his phone out. Not because he had a body cam that was going to be recorded from start to finish of the entire interaction. The accountability aspect even is lackluster. And yet they have, and you're right, I do not call them police officers or law enforcement. They're kind of law enforcement, but they're more. If we're being honest, they have a better grant by, they have allowance to run in all 50 states, law free from the president. They're effectively like CIA, and we're like a fucking, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Sharon, I'm so sorry. We are like a third world country to them. How America used to do it with ICE or with a CIA, where they can just go through. I'm not saying it's to that point, but I'm saying if ICE has that level of credence, cops don't have that level of credence. You have cops that have to stop at country lines or county lines. You're telling me an ICE agent can just go from point A to point B? We have no accountability for them. Again, I'm not trying to bounce around different things, but it's just the accountability aspect. Even the fact that when I ask you, what does an ICE agent look like? And it's not hard for you to answer. I'm not saying it's a gotcha, but the fact that you can't tell me, oh, they wear ICE branded stuff that's, standardized and everyone knows what they look like. No, they wear black masks. Excuse me.
So, but what I'm saying, but what Shadow trying to say, is more than just the clothing, right? It's also the gun on the side. It's also some kind of brand that's saying they some kind of enforcement. The car that they hopping out, that is more than one of them hopping out. It's a lot of indicators that shows that they are part of law enforcement. They ain't just some militia group.
Well, we can see these ICE agents right here. They don't have on no branding, no nothing, but they do have the mask on their face, right? Which anybody could be walking out with mask on their face. Y'all literally are just saying things that's not true.
I was going to say, just because this is an instance of it doesn't mean that this is what is normal of them.
Yeah, this is normal. In fact, they say they dress.
And this looks like this is inside of possibly, and it's also like it's possibly inside of a building where it's probably a court office, right? So this is different. What we're talking about, what we're seeing in today. Every video that we see today that is out there on the street, at least in Minnesota, those people look a certain way, they dress a certain way, and we can kind of tell who they are. That's why the people in Minnesota is following certain cars and certain people, because they have an idea of how to racially profile them in the first place.
And you say you live in you work in Denver, yeah? I forgot who. Yeah. Okay. So in Denver, they have, because I've been in Pagosa Springs for a bit.
Yeah.
They have shadow officers there too, officers who are in their standard clothing, right?
You're 100% correct.
So it's because I remember maybe it was in 12-13, there was a DPD officer in standard clothing who had to assist in a no-knock raid. I think it might have been in Boulder. I don't remember. I
know what you're talking about, yeah.
But even he, despite being in his normal clothing in a civilian car, still had plates, because something a lot of people don't realize. Every federal ICE agent vehicle has a federal license plate on it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Every single one has that federal license plate. Even if you go back to look at the Renee Good video, both of those vehicles around that vehicle had literal federal license plates on them.
And
Yeah,
you
so
know
they
what?
were
I actually
marked.
really,
But all of them are not marked.
I respect that, Shadow, because I agree. And again, I really like history, and even like contemporary history. I remember, if you guys know him, forgive me. His name is Piers Morgan, and he really annoying British guy. He calls Obama the deporter in chief, and the reason why he says that is because Obama historically deported the most people, or a lot of people in his administration, like a couple million people or something like that. Obama, I mean, guys, he had ICE agents rolling. Understand that is how that happens. He had effectively a rubber stamp when it came to the lower courts, it came to circuit courts. Those are the courts that obviously when you hear about, I'm not trying to go like super political. So when you hear about like those first entry level court justices, like those are who you want to get for, right? And that's who Obama was like asking, hey, look, can we get justification? Can we, find these criminals, these people who are clearly overstaying visas and everything? And that's exactly what he did. And through that, there was so many steps, checks, and balances that eventually led to so many perfectly executed arrests, detainments, deportations, so many, in fact, that he was known again to the rest of the world as a deporter in chief, like unironically. You can search it up. Even to this day, I think Piers Morgan still repeats it, he still parrots it. And what I'm trying to say is America hasn't had an ICE problem until recently. I do believe that there is a hyper-politicalization. I do think that Trump is at the head of it, and obviously there are a lot of leftists and liberals and democratic thinkers also too. I'm not just putting it all on the behest of Trump, but I do think that there has been a hyper-politicalization of everything on this planet. And obviously when you look at something with more of a lens, you're going to see it.
I agree.
Why?
So I just want to
Why?
say,
Yeah, go.
Why?
I just want to
Why?
say, oh, who is that?
Why?
Oh, why would you see
Why?
it more?
No, I'm asking you, why has the climate been more hyper political?
Like I said, I think is a good deal because of Trump and how he's reformed his Republican Party and how they've commodified and how they've gamified our politics. I mean,
No, I think this is what I think. I think it's because for so many years we sat back while our laws were not being enforced. Now that my president is now enforcing those laws, it looks foreign to us, right? Because Biden and Harris allowed these people in our country nonstop, unvetted.
What about Obama?
That's not true.
Yeah, that's
Right? And so for 5 years, we had zero immigration enforcement.
That is
right.
bullshit.
So now, since my president is enforcing the law, which is his duty as the head of the executive branch, now we have a problem with it.
Yeah, we have a problem with you just spreading things that's not true. But anyway,
So he's not the head of the executive branch. Then tell me who is. Then tell me who is.
Let them get a chance.
Tell me who is.
What I want to say is,
then tell me who is. Because what you will not do is interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me and then tell me I'm wrong, but do not have the mental capacity to explain how.
Can I ask you a
Now
question, please?
they trying to address it now, so we're gonna let Bomb and Saint address it, and then you be able to address both of them. Okay, so we got Bomb Cherry, Saint Supreme, and then you be able to address both of them. Go ahead, Bomb.
okay. Yeah, no, I was trying to take it back to when we was talking about the ICE agents' vehicles, and I was disagreeing, but what his name went, and so I let him go. But anyway, so these people, ICE vehicles may have federal or state license plates or no plates at all. They have found that in some of these states, they are actually covering their plates and driving around. So they're doing a lot of things that they shouldn't be doing. And then let's go back to what she mentioned as far as I guess I've heard this because they've been spreading this, that we had open borders, because that's what it sounded like.
We did have open borders.
No, we've never had
Yes,
open
we
borders.
did. Yes, we did.
Ever.
Yes, we did.
We've never had open borders.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
You get a chance to respond. To
Yes,
both.
we did.
Just let them both finish their statement, and I promise you'll get it right after Saint Supreme, Anonymous. You'll get it right after that. Go ahead, Bomb, finish up so Saint can jump in.
Okay. Yes, we've never had open borders in this country, y'all. That the border, in fact, I could have sworn that the vice president was the border czar, right?
And she didn't do a motherfucking thing.
Yeah, except
so it was
because
open.
he was at the
It
border.
was open.
And
It
so
was
you
open.
I got you,
Then
Anonymous.
where the fuck did these damn illegals come from then, Bomb? Where
Hold
did
on,
it come
Anonymous.
from then, Bomb?
She can't control
Anonymous, I
herself.
got you, Anonymous. I got you.
That's right, because I have low tolerance for ignorance.
That's
You're not
fine.
informed.
You must
You're not informed, ma'am. You're ignorant. You're
That's
ignorant.
okay.
You're ignorant.
Anonymous.
That's what
but-
poverty gets you. You
Anonymous.
don't have any access to real media. You're in poverty.
Anonymous.
I know I gotta listen to
Anonymous.
facts.
You still gotta let the person finish their thought, so this way you can actually articulate your version of the point. Please allow the other person to finish their thought. Please finish up.
Yeah, nothing wrong with us disagreeing. You know what I'm saying? But like that's wrong when you said that our borders was open. In this country, we've not had open borders. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, I don't have to prove
Thank
myself.
you, Bob. I appreciate you, Bob. Go ahead, Saint.
Yeah, no, I mean it's just I don't know how you want to slice it and dice it. I mean, you can look at the 4 years of Biden, but funny enough, 4 years of Biden was sandwiched in between both of Trump's presidencies. So a lot of the slack that Biden had to deal with, including but not
Trump had one presidency before Biden. He did not have two.
Which was also
Unless you're
Trump's
admitting he won the
failure,
2020.
which was also Trump's failure.
Hold on.
No, he said before Biden. He said before Biden.
No, he said
All right. Okay, so get it, Saint. He almost finished. Anonymous. I got you, Anonymous. Go ahead.
And thank you. I appreciate you, Sharon. And it's just I don't know how you want to look at the totality of Trump's I don't even know what the 4 years of lunacy the first time, and then this year of just
lunacy.
Oh yeah, lunacy. I mean, the fact that
he said the first 4 years, the first time a president can only serve 2 terms.
Yeah, his first 4 years. He is now in his next. Either way,
okay.
When it comes down to it,
Need
I just don't know how
tampon,
I just don't know how you can look at the totality of Trump's administration, which has been a failure on so many fronts. He hasn't been able to accomplish any of the things he's looking at. But you know what he has accomplished, and it's worked on you perfectly. He has managed to cover up exactly the fact that he is a PDF file and that he's in the Epstein
Here we
files,
go.
and
Here we go.
And everyone else who wants to support him is looking.
Here we go. When all else fails, go to PDF file. Child.
All else fails because you want to defend him. You need to understand that. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
that you have
Jesus.
nothing else but to laugh about it, and that's why I can't make arguments with people in
Lord.
this way. I loved in talking with Shadow because at least Shadow had argumentation. When he felt like a disagreement, we were able to go on the substance. You have already shown demonstrably that if it's democratic, you are opposed to it. In the same way that you believe that I am so liberal or leftist cut or whatever the case is. All I know is, yes, the smug, this marminess, if you had Biden in half of those files, if you could be calling him more than sleepy.
So tell me why the Clintons didn't show up.
Because Trump
Ask
is
me, tell me why the Clintons didn't show up, because they were in the files.
Actually, you didn't.
They were in the files.
Where they sent a memo.
The Clintons were in the files, but
they said that
no one was talking about that.
Let me try to, I got y'all. So that we just cleared up so this way we understand. So do you feel like Bill Clinton should be arrested as well if his name is in the files, the Epstein files?
I'm sorry, you asked me? Oh yeah. Whoever's
okay. So Anonymous,
yeah.
He doesn't care who's in the Epstein files. If they are in there, he want them to
now,
be.
How about
addressed.
you and your boy? How about you and Trump?
So Anonymous, now you can address both Bomb and Saint Supreme. Slimmy, stop. Go ahead, Anonymous. You can address both of them. Beretta Scott Kane, don't you be quiet now.
It's crickets.
It is your time to shine. Ain't that a motherfucker? Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Hey, Sharon, is asylum laws considered open borders?
Say that again, Kulu?
Is the asylum process considered open borders?
No.
Okay, then.
I thought you was asking me if I'm running an asylum. That's what I thought.
No, asylum process on how immigrants get in this country, so that's not open borders.
Yeah, because it was enacted in 1980. It was passed in 1980. So, based on her logic, if she was right, then we had open borders since the 1980s. And that means during Trump's, during Clinton's, during Bush's, like during Obama's, and it's just not true. You know, asylum seeking is not illegal immigration. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at the numbers here. They say about 5.2 to 5.8 million came underneath the asylum process during Biden's administration, right? So I just don't see how that's considered open borders. And I'm not mistaken, like Biden has millions, or if not hundreds of thousands of deportations underneath his presidency. So if it was completely open borders, there'd be way more than 5 to 10 million people that would have came through.
And
Exactly.
and
People
again,
would have just walked in.
it's just frustrating because like I'm not of the position that we should have open borders or that we should let, people who are, criminals of any stature, especially who aren't supposed to be here. But the problem is, like, again, when you're just not doing it right, I'm sorry, there's a right and a wrong way to do things. There's a reason why, and it's crazy is I remember hearing all my life Republicans say this all the time. And I actually agreed with them, which is American exceptionalism, that we as Americans live an exceptional and a different way of life than the rest of the world. And that we are a trendsetter, that we are free from half the things that the other world, the rest of the world has to deal with. And I completely agree with it. Like, yes, we have our own struggles, we have our own tribulations. As a Black person, you better believe that we understand that. But even in that sense, like, this is the only nation on this planet where you can go from a penny to a millionaire, and you can do it, necessarily legally or extra legally or whatever the case is. But again, it's just this country should have and always should be about, our constitutional rights, the rights that we have, and obviously the way we interpret them. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Anonymous. I see you hopped off a mute. Maybe you have a microphone issues. You there, Anonymous?
I'm here.
Okay, good. You want to address anything that was said?
Sorry, I had to take a call.
No
sorry, I had to take a call. But I'm going to say this, and I'm going to drop because I have an appointment. If you're not happy with how these laws are being enforced, then this is a midterm year. Go to the polls and vote your elected officials out and put someone there who will work in your best interest. Going in the streets fighting Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security, and ICE agents isn't the way. So this is an election year. This is your opportunity to let your voices be heard. But until then, I will support my president in the way he chooses to lead my country. You guys have a great day.
And Anonymous, I got one question to prove that you, I wanted to make sure to prove that you are who you say are. Send a 99-cent super chat. I want to make sure that you actually Beretta Scott Kang.
Yes,
but that was awesome to hear. I ain't know Beretta. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense because she be wilding on the super chats as well. So,
Sharon, give me my credit later. I want my credit. I want my fucking credit, bro.
Hold on, let me read a couple of super chats. Diva, you there? I don't know. Diva might not be there.
RS11, $10 super sticker. Thank you, sir. Phil James $1, $2. Damn. Phil James $1, $5. It's funny how we're pretending that these people are not there to protest ICE. They literally are tracking them down to their hotels.
That's a great point. And make sure y'all support the stream. It makes no sense that we are not at 100 likes. What is the issue that you have? We got it all here. We got politics, we got laughter, we got screaming, we got yelling, we got jokes. We got them all. It's okay. Hit the like button. It's okay. KT the Garcia, you're back. Would you like to add something to this part of the conversation? But before you go, shout out to Diva.
Oh, all right. Broke lifestyle with the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, KT, what's on your mind?
Nah, baby left. I'm good.
Yeah. And I think we just got to really approach this situations with more honesty and stop looking at it as a left or right or a civil rights situation. This is not a civil rights situation at all. This is a man that got executed in the street 100%, in my opinion, from the information that we got so far. Unless they're going to show and prove that he had a secondary weapon and he was trying to go for that, I do not understand how this is not an execution. They took the gun away from him, They shot that man anyway. He was unarmed, so that means nobody was in danger. He wasn't behind no vehicles. It's wild. At the same time, I don't think Tim Walz and the leadership in that state is doing the right things. They are not protecting their citizens by encouraging his citizens to go ahead and follow ICE around, protest them, and get in the way of these agents from doing their job is making them stay there even longer. Because now they adding more police. Now they adding the National Guard. Now they talking about getting insurrection acts. So you are adding more fuel to fire. You are not calming the waters down. This is horrible leadership, and something's got to give. And we just got to be honest.
I'm not sure why you don't think this is civil rights. I'm not, there's civil rights. This has everything to do with civil rights.
The reason
civil
why
liberties that
look, I'll give it to you, civil
don't,
liberties. But yeah.
These people have a right. We all have the right to protest. We all have the right to be secure in our effects. The Constitution is what gives us our civil right. That's what civil rights means. So yes, it has something to do with civil rights.
Yeah, the problem is you add in regular protesting into this situation. This is not what protesting is. This is beyond protesting, and we got to call it.
This is exactly what. No, that's your opinion, but this is exactly what protesting is through history and moving forward. It's exactly what protesting.
I never in history seen people get in the way of law enforcement of doing a job.
Yeah, we were getting beat up and bit by dogs and sprayed, all of that while we was in front of the cops. When the cops was there and we was like, we won't go. No, we won't go. And that's all of that happened.
Yeah, but no, so they was not there to harass police. Again, I never in the history of America seen people go ahead and protest police investigations. I never seen that.
Yes, that's what we were doing. We were doing that all through the civil rights. While we was walking, we knew that they didn't gonna want us to walk. It was illegal for a lot of the things we were doing, knowing that it was going to aggravate the police. And that's why they had their dogs. That's why they had those hoses. That's what we were actually doing.
No, you are conflating things. When they was sicking the dogs, that was a permitted protest.
What?
That was a permitted protest. They walked from
one place. We didn't have no permit.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. That's why I was pointing out earlier. Like it was organized. When you were saying we were organized, yeah, I can agree with that. But it wasn't permit. It was literally illegal. How could you permit an illegal activity? That's why the police put the dogs on us. That was their excuse. Y'all doing illegal shit. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Yeah, that was the point I went up against like that first time. Like it's gonna be illegal if you're going against the government who doesn't, want you to be, getting your rights or whatever.
Yeah. So we saying that those people that was walking across the bridge and all that, they would say, "Hey, police officers, you are investigating, and then so therefore I'm going to impede on your job as a police officer." Is that what we're saying that they did in the civil rights movement?
You are the one who keep using impede, but yes,
yeah,
based on your definition, that's exactly what we did. We impeded on the fact that
an example of citizens, black civilians impeded on police activities. Give me an example, please.
Based on just what y'all saying here, they told us to go home, get out the streets, go about your business, and we refused to do it.
That's not what is happening. That is not what is happening here.
Listen, I'm talking about when y'all say that people need to leave and go, right? That they need to listen to.
Okay, listen to what we are saying, because for some reason, this is why the conflation is not proper. These people are following officers. When have we been in civil rights following officers, stopping them from doing their job?
When we would not leave when they told us to. Remember, y'all said that earlier.
No. Again, when have us as Black folks in civil rights movement, we followed police officers and stopped them from doing their job?
So you trying to make it this one specific thing about like
Yeah, I'm not
follow
understanding what you're
them,
talking about.
but
Follow
we
them.
impeded the justification they had for. Remember, they arrested Martin Luther King in which
Right, because hold on,
protest.
this is why this is a different situation. He was protesting on his corner with his picket signs and saying, "We are not going home." Fine, I could agree with that. That's what happened.
He wasn't on his
He
corner.
wasn't on no corner. What are you
Yeah,
talking
man,
about?
Okay, you want to say he was walking in the street? I will concede to that as well. He was walking in the street.
No, he's going to other people's neighborhoods. That's my point. Like, and again, the police were
and
saying
again,
this is
so
illegal for
now,
y'all to be walking up these
so
sidewalks. Right?
show me where these people are just gathering up together and walking in the street, and ICE is coming to them and saying, "Get out of the street."
You talking about ICE and the civil rights? This is what the fuck? I don't even know if that was a thing.
Again, all I need you to do is this: marry the correlation. So again, what we was doing in civil rights, we was marching and was walking down the street, and police came to us and broke us up. Fine, show us where people are marching in the street for something, and then the ICE is coming to them to break it up. The critic shows everything. This is why we have to just be honest about what we are talking about. Well, the people that are interacting with ICE, they are putting themselves in the middle of the ICE investigation. Us, as in a civil rights movement, we ain't never did that. So let's not compare what happened with civil rights to this situation. It's not even close to comparable. Please stop doing that.
Because you're referencing this ICE thing, right? And which I understand, but the way then you give us you tell us to find an example, just like this ICE thing with the civil rights. And what I'm simply saying is, based on what y'all was saying, people protesting, right? And you using protesting to say they impeding, and I'm saying that no, protesting. You can be there. You can hold your signs up. They can tell you don't belong there, like you're doing, right? You're saying, hey, don't follow them to these communities.
Be very clear. Beware.
Anywhere.
So do the ICE agents have a right to be where they at?
Yes.
Okay. So now how are you comparing that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Because the protesters have a right to be there too. And that's what I'm be where you are saying the ICE agents are. You're saying that they're following them.
How do they know they're going to be there?
They're following them.
Okay,
so in most cases, they're not following. In most cases, when when people see ICE, they start making phone calls and they get there. So that's what I'm saying. Right?
So therefore, it shows intent that they are impeding.
But they're not. But it's not true. It's called protesting.
That is not
using the word impeding. You keep doing it
because that's not protesting.
No, that is exactly what protesting is. And we read it to you. Somebody read it to you earlier.
All right. So, Bomb, question: if there was a protest, we'll go to protest, right? There's a protest in the street that's going on. There is an ambulance, right, that needs to get through to take a patient to the hospital.
An ambulance.
Okay, an ambulance. Does the ambulance have a right to get through, or should they just?
Yes, the ambulance got a right to get through, and people
wait. Hold it there. See, you say that the protest has enough common sense to see, okay, emergency services in the way. Let me get out the way. Let this guy go. Because me getting out the way would impede me from having the person who's in the ambulance get into the hospital in time.
Yes, and so, but we know that they've allowed the people to pass. We saw even with the young lady who got killed that they was letting cars go by. So what do you mean?
Okay, so wait, follow me. All right, officers have to get to a person that they ID'd, right? You are impeding them by not letting them get through to what they need to get to. You're in the way. What? Yes. If an officer has to get you're really putting yourself in harm's way in between because you're protesting. You have the right to protest. But you don't realize that the officers have someone they have to go get, and you're in their way.
Okay. And when I'm in their way, they could go around. Y'all acting like people was attacking me.
Okay, so hold on. But I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that you said that. So they gotta go around. So is that impeding?
I got you, Ron. I got it.
No.
That's not. Hold on. Do you want me to read it again? If you are hindering or you are slowing them down, that is the definition of impeding.
Y'all, my goodness.
Is that not the definition that I read? If you are slowing them down and preventing them and slowing them down is making them go around you, is that impeding?
If you say so. The way y'all listen.
It's not me.
Okay.
It's the definition that we read together.
Okay. Listen, this is the thing. This is the thing. I'm secure in what I'm saying because I know rights like
but what
you ain't even know
is
civil rights.
you are
But
acting
we'll
like
see. We'll
anything to do
see
with
in a
civil
few
rights, but
years how this all works.
This doesn't have anything to do with black folks at all.
Civil rights isn't just black folks, and that's what's ridiculous what you just said. Civil rights is for all Americans. That's what he just said. He said civil rights.
Bomb, how is one impeding and the other one not?
Listen, y'all are the ones who keep
that.
putting up the Pete. Y'all the ones who keep using the term.
Right.
I keep saying protesting. Y'all are the ones saying impeding. Or I'm saying protesting. Y'all saying impeding. So
I hear you.
okay.
So
I'm saying I have a right to protest and I
Yes,
have a
you
right
do.
to follow them. I have a right to have a sign. I'm 10 feet away from them, which isn't that
Okay.
far, and I have a right to do that.
Yes, you do.
Okay,
Now, my
and that's
thing
all
is-
I'm saying. And y'all are the ones.
Yeah, but that's not what's
who-
going on.
wait.
You're
Sharon,
saying
I got
two
this.
things that's not going on. What we are watching. That's the problem. You cannot conflate those two things.
No,
and we need people to stop doing that. This is not what's happening. These people
but
are not
I know what I
protesting.
see. I don't know what you see, but you know what I see.
Sharon,
I see the people following. I see the people even in front of buildings, and I see if
Okay, so
anybody
where
being
in protest
aggressive
it says
and walking up to
okay, so
people,
show me
it
where
would
in
be-
protest that you get
it
to
would
follow
be the
people.
ICE people. The ICE
Where
people
does
are
it
the
say that
ones
you can
who
follow
are
somebody
going
and stop them from
enforcing
doing their
people back.
job? Where
If I-
does it say you can protest by stopping somebody from doing a federal job?
I
Most
didn't say
people not
anything
doing
about
that though,
them stopping their
Sharon.
job.
Most people
This is
not
what they-
impeding.
Nobody-
Most people not following them.
People
How you
blowing
said
whistles is
earlier
not
to
stopping
me.
them from their job.
You said earlier to
If
me
their
it'd be
job is
conflating.
to arrest somebody and you alert them and those people run away, how's that not stopping them from their job?
But that's not stopping them from doing their job. And
Yeah,
that's not
that's-
impeding. And you,
That's
it was
making their
read
job
to you
harder.
earlier that they can blow whistles.
different.
Somebody up here read that too.
No.
And legally speaking, we don't have to help any officers with their investigation.
Hold on. Y'all, this is what I'm saying with the conflation. When they're saying that you could blow whistles and make loud noises, that's when you are you on your corner, you on your street. I could blow whistles, I could make loud noises, I could do all those things. What y'all are talking about is something completely different.
No, you are the one who put them on the street. I'm saying protest. I'm just using the term protest. It don't matter where you are. I have a right to blow whistles. I have a right to flash the lights to warn people. I have a right to even go knock at your door and say, hey, I saw the federal people down the street. They might be coming for you. I got a right to do that.
Bob, you don't have a right to do that.
On my street, and you're the one who keep doing that.
That's what it is.
Okay, so now what? Okay, you saying this is similar to civil rights? Is this correct?
What?
This whole situation with this whole protest, this whole situation with ICE, you saying this is very similar to civil rights?
Protesting is a civil right given to all of us as Americans. That's what I'm saying. It's a civil right.
Okay, so now how are we saying that somebody that is involving themselves in police investigation is protesting?
Because that's what they're doing. They're protesting the police. That is legal because we have a grievance.
Hold on, you're not understanding what I'm saying. So are you saying that involving themselves in a police investigation is protesting?
I am saying, what you mean involving themselves in an investigation?
By making sure the person that they're investigating gets away.
Well, you the one who adding all that, make sure they get away things. But I have a right to go and knock at the door and say, I see the police down the street. They might be there for you. I have a right. That's a freedom of speech.
Okay, that's fine. That's the right. So, okay, so that person gets away and that person is a criminal. Is that not impeding on that they was coming to get that criminal? Because that person is an active
you could call
criminal.
it impeding if you want, but I have a right to do it.
I'm just asking you a question. That person is a criminal. And they're going to pick up this criminal that they know did this crime. And you alert them and you help them get away by telling them that the police is coming. Because we are in agreement that is helping that person get away, correct?
No, I don't agree with that. You agreeing with that. You saying that. Just because I went and told somebody that something that, hey, I saw the police down the street, That don't mean I'm helping them get away, but I have a right to say that. And you trying to add, oh, they the criminal and they got away. I still have a right to do what I did. And that's my protest. That's my first.
What the criminal do? Like, I don't understand how you're not seeing what you're saying.
It don't matter. Listen, I'm saying it don't matter whether they get away or not. I have a right to say, hey, I saw the police down the street and they might be coming to you. Y'all the ones who keep on to add labels to what I done. I did it. I had a right to do it.
All right. So again, so you believe. So how are we going to get these predators off the street if we keep jumping in front of the police?
Now you're adding why we jumping in front of police.
Yes, I'm moving it because it doesn't make sense.
Nobody protesting.
If we do that to every investigation. Hey, police is coming. We do that to every investigation. Who's going to get arrested?
But that's not what they're doing.
Yes, it is.
But even if we did it, we can do it though.
Most people are not even following police. This is why I'm pointing out. Just not that most of them protesters are not following the police. Y'all making it seem like these niggas just
very specific
scenarios.
Okay, hold on. How are they finding themselves in front of ICE every single time?
Yeah, it's some people that's a part of a protest. First of all,
ICE
legally speaking,
listen,
legally speaking, you have no obligation to help any police officer with their investigation, except for in certain states where they allow Terry frisk and shit. No, you're legally speaking. That's why you got the right to plead the fifth.
Hold on, but y'all keep arguing things that is not being said.
You literally just said you don't have to.
They did. I did my investigation. I know at 1300 Westville Street that it is a criminal there. He is a pedophile. He got children in the basement. I know this because I did the investigation.
But even down to that,
then now when I'm driving, they got a bunch of people following me, blowing their horns, and going door to door and knocking on the door and say, "Police is here."
Mm-hmm.
Is that not impeding on me going to my investigation when I had the element of surprise to go and get this goddamn predator? Yes or no?
Just hear me out and let's stick to what you were
saying. Yes or no? Is that would that alert the man?
It don't matter if I alert it, it's not illegal.
Bro, how the fuck? No, stop. Nope.
Yeah, let's make this really clear and quick.
No, KT, stop. First and foremost, if I'm selling on the block and then people are coming up to tell me that I'm selling fucking drugs and then the cops are coming and I dip out, how is that not interfering with the investigation? That sounds crazy.
Do you not understand the right to remain silent? You are under no legal obligation to help any officer with their investigation. Am I correct or not?
What does the right to remain silent?
Because you don't have to help. That's why you have that right, because you don't have to help any officer with their investigation.
Hold on. Let me understand what's going on. Are you saying that we are helping them by not saying anything?
No, I'm saying you don't have to help them in their investigation.
So let me understand this again. If I know police is coming, I don't say anything. Is that me helping police officers?
No.
Okay, so I don't know why you're saying that we have to help them. So nobody's saying that you have to help ICE agents. Are we all in agreement?
Yeah, no. So if you're saying
so don't talk about helping. All right, so don't talk to me about helping.
Again, if we're in a legal protest, hold
on, please.
Wait, where are you?
Me not saying anything is not helping. Is me saying something helping the criminal?
It's not helping the police. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Even if I help a criminal, listen.
Hold on. I just want to have an understanding. If me saying that, is that helping the criminal? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, you say yes. Bomb Cherry, is that helping the criminal?
It may be helping the criminal.
You can take it whatever way you want to.
Just because I told somebody the police is down the street don't mean they got away. But if you say when I told them and they was able to hide their shit and get away, then I guess I helped the criminal, and it's not against the law.
All right, so
that is against the law.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Just to let you know, guys, it's not illegal to do what y'all was talking about. It depends on state by state case. For example, right? If I was to flash my lights to let someone know that, hey, there's a cop around the corner, slow down. That is
legal in some places and illegal in other places.
No,
It depends on
it's legal everywhere. The Supreme Court has already.
it
The
is illegal
Supreme Court has
someplace,
already
Bob.
ruled on it.
I just got
It
done
is.
talking.
That's why I pointed it out earlier. It's most states though. I'm gonna stick
most
with that
places
for
legal.
sure. Most. It's only like
Yes,
8
but
states, I believe.
listen, y'all were right in some
All right,
areas
so,
and legal,
okay,
some
that's
other.
fine.
The
So,
Supreme
so
Court
now we
ruled
understand.
on it.
So now we understand what we are talking about. Perfect. So now these people that are following these officers, they are alerting who? Who are they alerting?
They are protesting against them. That's why they're following.
Against
They're
ICE.
alerting
For
their
what
community.
reason? Okay, for what reason?
We have grievances. They have
Okay,
grievances
what is the
against
reason that these people are protesting ICE?
because they are
They
arresting
doing things to
non-criminals. That
American
y'all keep making it seem like these
American
people are criminals,
citizens.
right?
That's
I swear, Bob man,
That they run it.
Hold
They
on,
run
hold
it
on.
in
Y'all, so I want to
America.
have an understanding because I'm highly confused. So
Okay.
they are protesting. I want to hear the opinions of what they're saying because this is why we are confused. They are
Okay.
protesting what, Bob?
We are protesting the fact that they're claiming that they're going for criminals when they're not, right? That they're even going into American citizens' homes, right? And yes, and then they're killing American citizens and immigrants who are not criminals.
So do you believe ICE agents can arrest citizens?
They are arresting citizens, or
Do they
at
have
least
to-
they're
okay, so
detaining them.
hold on. Do you believe ICE have the ability to arrest citizens?
Yes, depending on the
Okay,
situation.
so therefore, so now we understand that it is okay for them to arrest citizens as well, as long as they doing
No,
criminal
they
activity.
can't just
As long as they
do
doing
just arrest you.
So what I'm saying is that as long as they doing criminal activities, an ICE agent can arrest a goddamn American citizen. We in agreement, right?
No, not necessarily. It depends. But yes, let's say if you was committing some crime that goes under their jurisdiction.
If I'm trafficking a human being, can I ICE agent? Okay, so we're in agreement. So therefore, why are we trying to act as if their investigation is not allowed to whatever they find out in their investigation? That it is not okay for them to go and knock on that door and arrest the people that they investigated.
Yes, if they investigate, when they investigate somebody who committed a crime and they go there to get those people, they have a right to do that. And I still have a right to protest in front while they're doing that.
Also, the bigger problem here would be like you're being very facetious when you're saying like they got some warrant. Like half the time they canvass in
We ain't talking
neighborhoods.
about no warrants. So we already understand that they could go ahead.
All right,
and
so when you talking about this whole investigation, so when you talking about they done this whole investigation, they have not. They're literally saying we heard there may be Somalis in this area. Drop 50
That's not
of them
what's
off, let them
happening.
walk
Hold
through the hood.
on. No, that's not what's happening.
It's literally.
No, it's not what's happening. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that is.
No,
they knocking at doors.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We gotta be. This is why I gotta slow it down because y'all just saying anything just to make your point clear. Again, they don't have to get these big official warrants like how local PD does because they doing the federal investigations. For whatever reason, they have these people that is on their radar as criminals. That they helping them traffic human beings, they help them traffic narcotics, and they also helping people get into this country illegally.
Cool. What the fuck they got to do with your house?
Right,
what?
All right,
you talking about they did the investigation and they did all this work. So why would they need to be going to your neighborhood and just randomly knocking on doors? Exactly.
So if the citizens would have just allowed them to do their job, we wouldn't be in this situation where Tim.
Sharon, you said they've already done the investigating prior to being in the neighborhood, or you insinuated as if they got all this research, they know where they looking for. So why are you knocking on random doors?
Because as they arrested, I believe it was like 87 out of the 90 is a certain group of people, right? And so now they get more information. They're going to arrest more people. And then they do more investigation. They're going to arrest more people. The problem happened is that now the people that is getting higher up is getting closer to them. This is what it seems like to me. And all of a sudden, ICE is the wrong situation.
Not see you making something up right there. You like you said, seem to you because we can just go over what's factually there. Like we don't.
Okay, so let's go. All right. So
again,
so don't make no laughs and make no jokes and say go with what's factually is happening.
Yeah, what you're saying is factually not true. You just said it's your opinion, which is cool also, but it's the fact that you're presenting
So say
your
what's there.
opinions.
Please say what's there. Please say what's there. Please. I'm begging y'all.
Yeah, ICE is there, and it's already a situation where they're literally saying they're going through neighborhoods, canvassing neighborhoods. So they don't know for facts. If you want to say, okay, they say, we heard Eduardo Rodriguez be over here. It's 28 blocks. You obviously didn't do no research on it because SWAT knows where your address is. You're the feds. You're above them. So I think you would have a little bit more systematic understanding.
So now you changing what it means to go door to door. So if police is knocking door to door, have you seen this person? You saying there's something wrong with that now?
When have you? You literally said no. Stop. You literally said they already had the information. Don't try to turn this into what I tried.
Exactly. Okay,
you the one said they have the information.
Hold on.
Police don't go door to door when they have information. When they have the information, that's why they go into the community.
Hold on, please. I'm going with your worldview, right? We talking about what you just presented.
It's not no worldview. This is facts.
Hold on. We going by what you just presented. Don't try to add in what I presented. What I presented have nothing to do with what you just said at all. You presented something to us. What you presented to us just now is that they looking for El Guado and he's in a 20-block radius. Am I wrong?
What you said, nigga.
I did not.
The investigation, they already have all the knowledge, right?
Hold on, please. No, that's not right. You presented El Guado in a 28-block radius. I
said if they have the information, as you were saying, they've done all their research.
I did not say any of that. Exactly.
You
so you are presented. No, my presentation is completely different. What you were saying, completely different.
We agree to disagree.
You said they doing the investigation. That's what you said. That's
right. So let's go with what.
But
if you want to go what I'm saying, you can ask me for He can ask me for clarification, but he cannot add things into it and then don't expect me to address it. So if I'm saying they investigated, then they go and knock on that door. People are impeding on that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's not what's going on, right? In the neighborhoods, they are saying that ICE are going from door to door to door, and they don't have any warrants. They're going in and checking to see who lived there. They don't know the race of these people or nothing, and then they're asking them for their papers, right? And so they're not only just going door to door, but you could be driving and you could get pulled out of your car, and if you're black and brown, you getting pulled out. They want papers.
Yeah, but you got to show where this is happening. This is
happening.
I just want you to know, off the God, this honestly is happening. I'm looking this up, and honestly, all they need to do is have the supervisor sign off on it. You don't need a judge. You don't even need consent from the person who's being searched. This happened in 2020. This is brand new. This just happened for 2026. All right. And apparently, they need about two forms: the I-200 and the I-203. If all those two forms, the supervisor signs off on it, you can get the search. It's broad. It's all hell. It's very broad. Now, the thing is, the person who signs off on it is held legally for whatever happens if during the raid. Are most raids happen like that? No, I don't think most raids are happening with houses. I think they're still hitting big businesses, is my opinion. But it's still a thing that does happen.
Mo, I want to target something.
Going house to house. No, what you're saying is what they're allowed to do. They are talking about what is happening.
No, that's what they've been doing.
Where is the fucking proof that y'all got it? Y'all just talking.
Listen, that's what people are out. If you don't even know what people are out there arguing about.
The problem is what I'm seeing is not what y'all are saying. Even when I looked up that ICE agents just pulling over all of these just Americans pulling over, it is not what y'all are saying.
So you telling me you ain't find a single video of ICE agents pulling over people?
People say things and y'all just going off of that because y'all hate a certain group. I don't give a fuck about no Democrat. I don't give a fuck about no Republican. Fuck both of them. So this
is happening in my state, and it's okay that y'all think it's just happening in one state. There are lots of people out there. This is what they've been talking about for a while. So you don't even know why people are out there.
Stay on his head, Bomb. Stay on his head. Make him tap out, Bomb. Make him tap out.
Bomb, can I ask you a question? Since you're saying what you're saying,
Can you look it up first? Can you? We on the internet.
Yes, I can.
Marvelous just looked it up and said it's going to shit, and this is what's going on. They have been going in people's homes without warrants since last March.
Again,
And it just found out because it was
no
leaked.
judge
It was
warrant.
just recently leaked. No judge is signing, and that's what they've been doing.
Hold up, it's a no judge warrant, but there's still somebody who's held legally responsible for what happens. But here's the question, because Sharon asked you a very specific question, and you've been ducking a lot of questions. So I want to ask a specific one.
I've been
When
ducking
an ICE
questions.
agent walks up to a car, what is the very first thing that they ask you to do?
Well, I don't know what they asked me to do or you to do, but I can tell you what people have been saying.
Well, I can
Right?
let you
saying
know
that
what-
they've been walking up the cars and saying, "I'll break your fucking window down."
No, they've been
And then,
asking you to
so the
identify
woman
yourself
says
first.
she just driving, and then all of a sudden she didn't even know what was going on. She thought she was in traffic, and all of a sudden these ICE agents are running on the road, and they're breaking out their windows, dragging them out.
So you're saying ICE agents, what you're saying right now at 2:03 p.m. Central is ICE agents are walking up to people's cars and immediately trying to break
Your
up
mic
their
trash,
windows.
B.
I just want to make sure that's what you're saying.
All you got to do is look it up.
Hold up,
It's
Bomb.
crazy that I have to say something that's
There's
right
a lot of
there on the
ducking.
internet.
I'm just trying to make sure because
Okay, well, you can make sure that even I'm right instead of wrong by looking it up. And
I
then
have
you'll
been.
be able
That's
to
why I'm standing
have
on
a
what I'm
discussion.
saying. Mom, I can put in the chat right now dozens of videos where the cops are saying, because here's what's actually happening.
Don't tell me
Officers
what
are
they're
pull-
saying.
hold
Show
on.
us what you
Officers
see.
are pulling up on people and they're refusing to identify because as you
And
keep
you
saying,
don't
they
have
the
to
right-
identify.
hold
Did
on.
you know
And
that?
you keep saying they have the right to not identify.
Okay,
but now
so that's
you have
right.
to deal with the consequences of not identifying.
Okay, but listen, the law is unless I'm driving, I don't have to identify to nobody, right? So you don't get to just walk up to my car, my husband driving, he identifies if there's something that they pulled him over for, but ICE don't get to just identify, show me your papers.
Okay,
Right?
this
And
now,
if I'm in
what do ICE,
if I'm
okay,
in
I'm glad that we went there. So now, what do ICE have the right to do? Do they have the right to lock your ass up?
no, it depends. What lock me up for what? It's what I guess
Whatever
the
they
question is.
whatever they said it you did. Do they have the right to
No.
say? Do they have the right to say you did X, Y, and Z crime and now they can lock you up? Yes or no?
No. Now, can
That's
they
a
do
lie. Yes,
it?
they can. They can absolutely.
Can
So
they do it?
they can
Can they do
absolutely.
it?
They can
Yes.
absolutely
Just like
lie.
they can kill
Hold
me.
on.
But
Hold
that
on.
don't
They
mean
can
it's right.
what I mean is that they can absolutely lie and lock you up.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yes.
then that's it.
No, but that's not it because I didn't know we was having a conversation about
Yeah,
birds.
you said, do
and
they got the right to lie on you now, Sharon?
gorillas can break
That's
out
why
of
we trying to get you
zoos.
to pay attention. You talking about what you have a right to do, right? Fine, cool. You have a
We
right
talking
to
about-
refuse. Fine. Your ass got.
They
override
don't got the
to
right to lie on you and lock you up,
Right.
though. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
they
It's
do.
illegal.
They do.
They
The
do it,
problem-
but
you
they
gotta-
ain't got
the
the
problem
right
is
to
what
do
we have in the conversation that we're having that you want to have courtroom on the street. And we're telling people that no, you cannot have a courtroom
Nigga, it's
on
police.
the
No,
You
you
may
the one
have.
doing that. You doing
The
that.
fuck?
I
Now,
am not.
you
Okay.
talking about what they can do.
We now
We talking
expecting
about what
people
they have
of
the
the
right
government
to do.
to not follow the law, Sharon. This is
Okay.
what you practice.
KT,
Oh,
you
this
keep
is
trying to
streets,
expand.
nigga. Like the
KT,
police. This
you are
is the street.
intentionally avoiding every issue that comes up, and that's what's driving me crazy. He's asking a very simple question, and you and Bomb are so busy being anti-Trump.
You just said he has the right. Nobody
saying something
anti-Trump.
very-
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no.
Y'all be glazing, bro. And
He is
listen,
saying
I don't give a
something
fuck
very
about no
specific.
Trump, no Republican, Democrat.
Yes,
He
you
said
do.
he
Yes,
had the
you
right.
absolutely do. You absolutely do.
I
Absolutely
don't.
do. Because just saying-
I've said
because
this
just saying that
5
you
billion
have the-
times. Fuck
Hold
Obama.
on. Let me be very clear.
Fuck,
Hold on.
like,
I'm gonna be very clear. First of all, we need some fucking support for the show. We got 200 people here.
Support the show, y'all.
That's number one. Y'all don't get to go to other places and just disagree with them without getting kicked out their fucking chat. You don't. Y'all don't get to go in somebody else's fucking chat and say, hey, pull this up, and pull this up. You don't. Y'all not gonna keep fucking disrespecting me like y'all don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. That shit's gonna stop. We can have the conversation all we want, but if the only way I'm gonna get shit done is by having echo chamber, then fuck it, I'll do it. Now we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have a conversation how I want to have the conversation and be focused on the conversation. We can have multiple conversations, but we got to go one at a time. We cannot have a totality conversation all at once. So please, one at a time. And we don't get no support in the next 10 minutes, then we just shut it down. Fuck it, y'all go where the fuck y'all want to go. See if I give a fuck. Pissing me the fuck off. Go ahead, Bomb.
Oh, was I saying something because my computer was
I'm
tripping.
not sure who I cut off. I don't know if I cut off Bomb or KT. I'm not sure.
Sharon put belt to ass on y'all. Y'all better send her 99.
Send the 99 stickers, y'all. Send the money. Support the show. Y'all know it's a good show. Lots of people. We arguing, we disagreeing up here, which is okay. But support the show.
We don't even got 100 likes. It's crazy. The fuck?
Yeah, that's wild. That's
Come
wild.
on, y'all. Hit the like button.
Hey, look, if y'all want to see Bomb give Sharon an aneurysm, man, send that super chat.
Hey, all right.
He was playing with KT earlier, and I was like, why is he talking to KT
Hey, Bomb,
like that?
no,
KT
Bomb,
was
you got
right.
him out his body, Bomb. You got him out his body. Keep going. You got him on the
Well-
ropes, man. He trying to hit you with the Philly shell, man. Don't let him do it, Bomb.
Well, I thought we was talking about rights, but he said, I get what he's saying now. He's saying, hey, you could get killed. You know, I could walk outside and get and a car could hit me and I could get killed. Lightning could strike me. Like all kinds of shit can happen, but should they happen based on the laws that we have in place? And that's what I thought we was talking about.
No. All right, so now Bomb finally. See, I had to damn near have an aneurysm for Bomb to understand me, but as long as we got it.
Well, I understood. I just think it's ridiculous.
As long as hey, if I gotta almost get an aneurysm for my girl to understand me, it is what it is.
Bomb, you got him cussing out the chat and everything.
God damn, I got to calm him down. I'm sorry,
Y'all are crazy, man. Y'all are crazy. Hey, man, get the likes up, man.
That's what he be trying to do to KT. Okay, I did him what he does to KT.
Oh God. I don't know who I cut off. It was Bomb or KT. I'm not sure, but one y'all can finish it though if you still remember.
Hey yo, Sharon.
Yeah.
I'll say with this, become the agents, right? When it comes to identifying people, they find reasonable suspicion. What, and this is to Bomb's point, what are they actually finding suspicious about someone driving in a car when stopping them? Because you cannot base it off of these things. You cannot base it off of the language, the race, or appearance. There has to be something that says, all right, pull this person over, but what was it? You don't even have a traffic law violation in most cases. So that is a bit of an overreach, and I can understand why that is problematic and how it interferes with the Fourth Amendment, searches and seizures. Because, I mean, unless they got permission, like I said, the supervisor's going to sign off on that, to check every car that comes onto this street, because your jurisdiction falls within this street, that makes sense. You know, like a DUI checkpoint, something like that, you know what I'm saying? But if it's not like that, and it just drive wherever, and I just say, yo, I think that person looks, the main word, looks suspicious. Well, what are you basing that look off of? The actions, or did you see something that impeding that can look towards like something shady happening, or just they look a certain way? And I think that's kind of more what Bob was talking about. Like you could just spot someone and just pull them over because of how they look and stuff, or they don't speak English or something like that. When that's not the realms when they can do that to you. You're
thought Sharon
violated by that way.
Hey, Mo, I thought they kind of talked about it earlier, right? Say this is what I'm seeing, right? They may be in a particular area. Say they're in South Shore and they're looking for a specific individual. They have an ID, a picture. They know the address. They know exactly who they look for. That person may or may not be there, right? But what you see happening also is civilians introducing themselves into the situation, and at that point, right, they have the right to detain you. Know?
Oh yeah, I'm on that. I'm on that. I'm on the same side of you guys when it comes to that. I
The
understand
answer
that.
is
I
no.
was talking about what Bomb was talking about, not necessarily what Sharon. I'm in agreement with you and Sharon and homeboy that dropped the $5 off in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
Indeed.
people stay out the way, keep your cameras up, sure, but do not interfere with police. Like I said, like I felt bad as soon as dude touched the police officer. I was like, damn, it's about to go left right there.
Touch, yes, but they have a right, yes, to
Stop.
protest what they are doing. Yes,
Hey,
the
Mom,
answer to that is
who
yes.
gave them that right?
The Constitution, the law of the land,
The law of the land gave them that right.
the law gave them that right.
No, I'm asking. And whose duty is it to uphold or enforce all of our rights?
The law. The law,
I mean,
the
if we talking
police,
about-
and the Supreme Court, our president, and all those.
What was the name
most
of
of them are failing us right now.
Yeah, that's who's supposed. But that's what I'm saying. The fail safe is supposed to be ourselves. That's why we have the right to make militias and all that shit, right? Like if
That's
the government is overreaching, we supposed to be able to say, "Hold the fuck up, y'all doing too much."
Okay, wait, KT, you said overreaching, right?
Yes.
Yes, and I.
So is that subjective overreaching or legal overreaching?
No, it is gonna be subjective. No, it's gonna be legal because first
I was
off,
about to
it's gonna be based on articulation of like, oh, I saw this person. And
Wait, Emma, that's you talking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Before I go to the super chats and the cash apps, somebody
This the
sent
video
me-
I was talking about too. Yeah.
Thank you. Guy, you want to introduce it since you want to stop me from talking?
Nah, my bad. I just wanted to point that out because I remember I was saying earlier it was a couple and shit in the whip, but
Yeah, introduce. You might as well go ahead now. Introduce it. Oh, now you want me quiet every time I get him in the spotlight, Bomb.
Don't get stage right now.
Let's see.
Look, I do not like this, and y'all know. They all know this ain't no targeted vehicle. Credit card, debit card, they got my ID. I just got out of jail because they caught me drinking and driving. I ain't drinking today.
This fool just told
y'all gotta do
Patty.
better. Yo, y'all gotta do better. Sending me the videos, bro.
You should have remained silent.
hey, let that nigga take his mind.
Bang.
I swear you can't make this shit up.
That's good. Shit, I don't like this. This got me too nervous. I don't know what the hell's going on. Bothering me? Just go. Chill out. Please, we do not need all that. Bro, listen. No, Illinois. And you see ain't no foreigners up in here. We ain't Mexican, African, none of that shit. I'm American. I know somebody doesn't pull me over. You see my
Right.
What's going on?
And who is this? Who's this cowboy?
What's going on?
Yo, go and get back in your motherfucking car.
And look, they all dressed a certain way. They not in street clothes.
That's fucking ridiculous. I know y'all know y'all read my plates. That's fucking crazy. These motherfuckers that read my place, they really came and tried to.
They done tried to
See, I told you.
These
I told you.
motherfuckers is crazy.
This
motherfuckers is crazy.
Yeah, and they came deep.
Wow.
I'm like,
Look where his license plate at, y'all. Look where his license plate. Hey, what is this? I wonder in Minneapolis.
Right in the window. Obstructive view and improper use of your.
Hey, I wonder if in that state that you're supposed to have 2 license plates. I don't know. Let's see.
I told that mother, you better get the fuck out my face, nigga. I ain't giving you shit.
Ain't no motherfucking target vehicle, bitch. You knew that.
Oops.
No, but
bruh, I think this is. Hey, I
No,
think
I
this
don't have the right.
Hey, hold on. What I'm saying is that they pulled it over because the car was suspicious. License plate in the window. This man was a drunk driver.
Nigga,
Like,
that ain't got nothing to do with you being. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got shit to do with you being an immigrant, bro.
There's plenty of things. It's plenty of things why we don't know why they pulled him over. Hey.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't make an excuse for him. Yeah, you can't make an excuse for him because you talking about we don't know why.
Hold on, so we can have the argument. What you mean? They don't have the right to pull him over.
ICE do not have the right to pull people over for a traffic violation. They pulled them over because they dropped, and that's what.
Hold on, they wasn't pulled over for a traffic violation.
You said that it might be because of the license plate. That's a traffic violation.
No, because of the things of okay. So clearly, the people that's moving in that city, the ones that are immigrants and that are legal, they move a certain way. They do certain
now
things.
you profiling. Now you with the
Right. Okay. So yes. That's what we do. We're trying to establish the profile, right? Because they must have pulled them over. So they must have pulled them over because of the profile, right? Right. That got to be clear.
No, you trying to make
That's
an
against the
excuse
law.
for him.
Okay,
No,
so
you
y'all
trying
don't
to
think
just make the
they
excuse.
pulled them over because they fit some kind of profile?
No.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why it's such a big deal. I'm gonna ask a question.
No,
That's
you
all I'm
asked a
saying.
question, but he's speaking. I agree. You're right. They racially profiled them, and that's against the law.
Okay. All right. So now we can understand that I'm asking questions so we can get some clarity instead of I don't know. It seemed like they answering it like I'm trying to argue or some shit. I don't know. All right. So clearly that maybe over there these immigrants, they drive certain type of ways. They they do whatever they are that's dishonest. That his car, because we can't see his car. The only thing we can see is that the man just got out of jail. He drinks and drives, and he got a license plate in his window. That's all we actually know from that video.
Yeah,
but it doesn't show that they arrested him. Doesn't show that they locked his ass up. None of that. So again, yes, they pulled him over. The ones they found out that he is a citizen, they let his ass go. Clear.
That's the point.
Yeah,
What
but
point
it's
did
against
they
the
have
law.
to pull him over? You
Right.
can't pull him over and say, "Are you an immigrant?" Because I know you be driving drunk, and you got nigga. That's a part of being an American shit. You got registry. They can see in there if you're American or immigrant or not, right? Nigga,
if
he can't tell that he's driving drunk, they don't have access to those records.
Okay. So they profiled him for whatever reason that they profiled him for.
Right, which is against the law. Racial profile.
It's not against the law to pull you over for reasonable suspicion, though.
No, suspicion of what?
That's what I'm saying.
But that's a whole. We too bad we never got to the understanding of what it was. We only could go about what the video they sent. Right? That's,
yes.
It
well,
wasn't
obviously there ain't none because they let him go.
Just because they was arguing with the police, we didn't see past whatever happened. We don't know what the reason. He looked suspicious. Let's be honest.
He don't look suspicious.
Being an immigrant.
Damn.
That man look. Hey, listen. Look. If my homie pull up to me looking like that, I'm like, goddamn, I know we probably gonna get pulled over. I'm sorry, I ain't that dumb.
But
What he was looking like?
I can understand.
And also, I need to correct something with Vaughn and KT. If you have an active warrant on you and they pull your driver's license and they pull your license plate and it shows you have an active warrant anywhere, whether it's a federal or state, ICE, like any other law enforcement officer, has the right to stop you. Every single one.
Ain't nobody talking about that.
Dude, how did know he got an active warrant if they didn't run you?
That's the thing. It don't even matter. He ain't got it. They ain't ran him. Talked about no warrant, no nothing, nigga. That's what I'm saying. Stop making excuses for these niggas. And that's what I'm saying. What happened there is what happened there. The nigga ain't got no warrant. The nigga
Wait. Whoa. Did this video start before or after the initial interaction? Just asking.
Bro, it's sad that we live in a country that we had to show our papers. Like back in 2020 when the whole C-19 vaccines were happening, I remember MAGA and all the Republicans, conspiracy theories, afraid about having to show vaccine papers to get into restaurants, to go out in public. Now all of a sudden they're okay with us having to show our papers. Like, what type of country are we actually heading to? Like, and we're just addressing the problems now, but obviously this is Trump's first year, and shit's gonna get worse. I mean, it's just a fact. I just don't understand how we're okay with this type of, like, our freedoms are slowly being ripped away to where now I gotta leave the house with a fucking my ID, my birth certificate, my social security, and my passport. We've never used to have to do that, man. Like,
nope, just your driver's license, and you always had to do that.
No, you never had to. Just
literally,
unless you driving, you don't have to have a driving license.
So you mean if an officer pulls you over in any state in America and you don't have an ID, because IDs are required in most states.
You don't have to ID yourself in most states.
You don't have to ID yourself.
No,
like you're a passenger in the car, somebody get pulled over. If the officer walks up and says, "Hey, give me your ID," you do not have to get him your ID. You don't have to have an ID. You can literally say, "I don't got an ID."
Are required in most states. What you're saying, what I'm saying,
no, it's not. It's not true.
All right. So hold on. So let me see. In West Virginia, you can walk around with an ID and not get arrested for it.
Yes.
If they pull you over, you can say, "Hey, I don't have no ID."
Yeah.
Bomb Cherry, in your state, you can walk around with no
Now,
ID.
North Carolina would be my state, but yeah,
Yeah,
you can do that.
in my state, I don't even have a valid ID for at least 10 years now.
Marvelous opinion. In your state, can you not have an ID?
I'm currently in Virginia, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty heavy over here. I don't really know, but I'm pretty sure if you're driving your vehicle,
Nah,
you have to
you
be
a
licensed.
Commonwealth state. It's over for
Yeah,
you.
if
They
you're
not playing
driving,
that
yes.
shit with y'all.
You gotta have a driving license if you're driving.
No, I'm saying ID. We just going with ID. PhD, but in the state that you currently in, do you need a state ID?
I don't know.
Kulu, what about your state? Do you currently need a state ID?
For driving, yes, but for just walking around, you don't have to have one.
Uda, I already know the answer to this because we're in the same city. Do you need a state
Better
ID?
have some damn ID before they come run down on you and drag you up out the goddamn car like you're an immigrant or somebody for somebody else.
Uda, me and Uda, look, me and Uda play ourselves and go outside without no ID, and then they pull it, and they for whatever reason they stop it, and we say we don't have no ID. Me and him both is in central bookings, like.
You go in the building, bro.
Well, y'all niggas live in Gotham City, bro. It's anarchy out there.
Uda, has it always been that way, or has it just recently?
Always, bro.
It's been that way for
always, bro. Every day you liable to get stopped or something, bro. Trust me.
You better be. The only way you can get away with it is if you're a minor.
So if you just walking
they was violating us as kids, man. They was putting us in vans.
Like you get in trouble for that?
Huh?
I thought they found that unconstitutional in New York. Now.
They did to us though, Bomb. They did it. Trust me. They didn't care.
No, I know they did it, but then they
Listen,
found it unconstitutional,
Yeah,
right?
after a while.
Listen,
Yeah.
right.
But
Listen,
some
right
places
now.
are-
Listen, right now, if something
You're right,
happened and it's whatever the reason is, if you don't have that state ID, they can lock your ass up. I'm letting you know now. If you hop a turnstile, you don't have no ID, you get locked up. They see your ass, and they see your ass pissing in the street, you get caught, no ID, they lock your ass up.
Yeah, but if you just walking with no ID, you don't go to jail.
You go ahead and jaywalk, you ain't got no ID, you getting your ass locked up.
No, like I said though, y'all niggas live in Gotham City, bro. Like that shit's already always been anarchy there.
And then maybe that's why I'm a little bit biased, right? So, it is what it is. Police.
No, but you changed the narrative. You saying if you committing crimes and or policy, right? Then you'll have an ID. They're gonna lock you up. Well, yeah, they're gonna do that everywhere until they identify you to give you your ticket or whatever they need to give you. But if you just walking down the
What
street,
I'm trying to say is, I see people get pulled off for being ugly as hell. That's all I'm saying.
You ain't shit.
Why you telling on me? God damn.
Hey, Saint Supreme, I didn't get a chance to ask you. Do you need a state ID in your state?
Nah, you're all good. You can just walk around without anything.
All right, so I mean, maybe that's where the disagreement. That's the beauty of
what states y'all in, bro? What states is y'all in?
We in places where you got rights.
Most states don't, bro. Most states do not have. You do not have to have ID. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like them same states where you have Terry stops, what is it, Terry Frisk? That's the shit. Now those are the state, and it's only like 8 of them. Like the majority of the United States, you don't have. Like you get pull up on me right now and be like, "Give me your ID, man. Get the fuck out of my face." What are you talking?
Sir.
All right, so now what if they looking for you specifically, and then they say, "Hey, are you KT to go?" And you say, "Well, I don't have."
For sure. If it's me, then it's over for.
No, what I'm saying is that, and then you say, "No, that's not me. I ain't KT to go." And then they actually,
they can get you.
And then they actually put an ID. What will happen? You don't have it.
Shit, I'm going to jail. Period. If they talking about I'm dead, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Now, what I'm saying is that if you say that you are not, they're not sure, because to them we all look alike.
So they're gonna be like, "Yeah, we'll stay right here. You detained," and then they probably gonna be like, "What's your address? Give me something." You know what I'm saying? Like your address, your phone, some shit. Some way to try to identify you. If not, they're gonna try to run you through the system, run your fingerprint, because they got this little machine now where they can literally just you put your hand on it outside. I ain't gonna hold you, but Yeah, they'll run your fingerprint, see if you through the system, see if they can see your photo off of that. And yeah, if
And
you
so,
if
so when that happened, you gonna say no? I'm not gonna put my thumb on that fingerprint. Now?
nigga, you going to jail?
You going to jail if you don't do that?
You know what I'm saying?
All right. So y'all saying the same thing what I'm saying then, right? Y'all procedures might be different in y'all states, but if that officer whatever he deemed as the reason why he put whatever his reason is, whether it's right or not, if he could come up with a lawful reason to pull your ass over, that's all that matters.
No, we talking
But
about
he has
ICE.
to come up with a
We
law.
talking about, hold up, nah, don't change it up. We talking about ICE. We talking about ICE. We been talking about ICE.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about police. We talking about ICE, nigga. ICE did not got that right.
Like you're gonna have to have your birth certificate, your social security, passport, like ID. It
That's
like
not
it's
real.
nothing anymore just to prove you're a citizen.
Right.
Kulu, that's not real, bro.
Bro, look, bro. If Chrissy Nolan just came out and said that you like you better be carrying like your paperwork on you. That doesn't mean just ID because anybody can get
As
ID.
Americans-
Illegal can get ID.
Kulu, as American citizens, do you want to know how I know my paperwork number? It's my driver's license number. I have a driver's license in 3 states right now: in Texas, Oklahoma, Ohio, and Colorado. Because I had to have them at some point. I know each of those driver's license numbers. If they put that number in, it pulls up my everything.
What
Even
you
if
mean
I
you
don't
had to
physically
have
have
them?
it, I have it.
You don't need 3 licenses.
No, you
No,
don't. You only
you
need one.
got to surrender them, but he's saying that he had.
That's right.
Each one.
But I still know those numbers.
Hold on, let me read a couple of super chats.
About to be a situation.
Thank y'all so much. You don't have to twist your damn arm.
Detroit Coalition, $10. A protest is right when it names real harm and targets power, and the oppressed are often told protest peacefully. Judging protests by how uncomfortable they make the powerful is weak and cowardly.
Salute to Detroit for the cash, for the super chat.
Elite Belzo, thank you for the $10 super sticker.
Also, let me shout out to the cash app. It says knick knack paddywhack. Give a dog a bone.
Give a dog a cash app.
And I also got another one. I said this is from the chat. And hold on, I got one more. Sorry. And this one says great topic today. Thank you so much. What? We also got drop anonymous for a 20-minute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that
rampant.
I'm hella late. See, Diva, I told you don't be just me. Sometimes I'll turn into a panelist, Diva.
Damn.
Shit. My bad, my brother. I did not see it until just now. And also, I also got supporting the show. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, make sure y'all dropping some likes.
Hey, Sharon.
So we got a couple of more.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, cool.
RS11, $5. Thank you for the super sticker. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $10. Let's get it. Put me and BC in the box. Who is BC?
Bomb Cherry.
Oh.
Bomb Cherry.
Conversations with MJ, 20 ball. Immigration officers have claimed expanded authority to enter homes, and this source from the Center for Justice Research notes on an estimated 20,000 to 80,000 no-knock warrants are served across all agencies annually.
Damn, that is some information for your asses. That's some great argument right there.
That was good. MJ.
Telling y'all this Gestapo.
So to fact check.
Corinne Mackey, thank you for being a member for 9 months. King, love. Corinne Mackey, $2. I found $1. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Kulu and Marvelous. Thank you so much. I did not see that in time. I apologize.
Just
You
real
hear
quick.
when he say I got credit? You hear when he was saying that?
Oh,
Ron,
but look, PhD will be on my ass. She be thinking I'll be just ignoring shit. I just be so into the goddamn conversation. I'll be like, I'll be forgetting about my phone.
You back?
That's not acceptable.
You back in the States or you still abroad?
Oh no, I'm here. I'm back in the States.
Okay, cool.
When D would be cursing me out, Sharon, I know you see that. I'm really be like screaming and yelling, fighting for my life. Goddamn. I'll be into the conversation just like everybody else. But go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, so the fact check shadow real quick. So it says right here, in January of 2026, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem indicated that the standard government issued photo identification, like a driver license or a real ID, might not be enough for U.S. citizens to satisfy federal agents during their immigration enforcement. And this is the recommended paperwork. Is to have his U.S. passport or a certified copy of your birth certificate to prove of U.S. status. That's what we should be doing.
We gotta walk
crazy.
I'm going to tackle that since you brought it up. Uda, you muted.
Already, I done lost 2 birth certificates already. I done lost passports already. So you want me to walk around every day with my passport and my birth certificate?
Bro, they're gonna start chipping us,
You
bro.
better, because
They're
you
gonna
look
start
like
chipping us.
you look like you Mexican, so you better keep your paper.
They're gonna start chipping you, bro.
Hey, listen, and Uda, also, and I want to make this very clear because y'all know I work on construction sites for a very long time. And look, this is coming from somebody that got fake deported. Like they put my ass on a plane and they put me into another country and they had to fly me back. Listen, I know it can happen, but I know that I'm not the normal thing that has happened to. That's all I'm saying. And it was beautiful. I got to spend a day. I got to spend a day in the former country because they thought I was from somewhere else.
Nah, they found out where you was from,
you
nigga.
Latino,
You ain't slick, Sharon. They found out where you and your people's from. You went back to Trinidad and Tobago for like
KT,
5 days.
look, KT, they ran up. Hey, look, KT, they ran up on that goddamn job site. All those goddamn Spanish people started running around, and I was like, "Hey, look, I'm American. Look, just call my house."
Nah, nigga.
KT,
Uda, I call you Juan Valdez.
Look, KT. Yo, KT. Like at the time, my kids was learning Spanish, so they called my house and they said, "¿Cómo estás? Hola."
You got deported.
I was like, God damn.
That's what you get for saying that you know black shit. You feel me?
I would have deported you too.
You should have chilled.
American citizens to this, man.
Hey, look, there's like turn around. Every now and then it gets a little bit hard.
I'm still trying to deport Uda right now.
Wait a minute. So you got deported, and you think that you're not the norm, but on this panel, it look like 2 of y'all would definitely get deported. That's you and Uda, okay? Uda, I'm joking with you, babe.
God, let's let Kulo get his full thought. I'm sorry, Kulo, go ahead.
No, you're doing good. That's hilarious. And I just think that the fact that we have to do that now, when before Trump even got in office his first term, that wasn't a thing. You know, your ID was enough. Like it just shows where we're heading, and it's just going to be a long 3 years. And if they win again, man, we're slowly losing our freedoms.
I'm scared about who's going to be president after Trump. We talking all this Trump shit. Who's coming after Trump?
I'm telling y'all.
Why you worried about who after Trump?
Bro, I'm in here thinking about Trump.
Can I ask
Person be a question? Devil for real, bro.
JD Vance. Remember the name. I said it 1,000 times. Remember.
And with all of this ICE stuff, the next person that steps in, that's why we might need to do something with this while Trump's still in office, bro. Because we don't know what's happening after Trump leave, bro. We don't know what is up for grabs.
No, I think we do. He's setting up the ground. I'm telling you, he doing nothing but I'm not even listen. He just setting up the norm, the new norm, so that way when the next person come in and they do some extreme shit, it ain't gonna seem that extreme because it's like, look, we already got ICE everywhere. You know, they in their city shit. You know?
Capping.
Yeah, they the police.
Look, Kulu. So here's the thing, and I want you to we're gonna be realistic right now. We're gonna be honest. Is it still possible to have fake IDs, like fake actual IDs?
Yes.
You can always have a fake ID.
Oh, hold on. So when you produce a fake ID, they go run that ID in their computer system, right?
Yes.
And it typically shows that ID is fake, correct?
Yes.
So it is very possible that the statement that an ID may not be enough to prove citizenship, especially if that ID is in fact fake, which does happen with a lot of illegal immigration. Would you say that's fair?
Yes. If it's fake, then they can detain them until they find out more information. But
it's a lot harder to produce a certified birth. Even people who are American citizens cannot get their certified birth certificate very easily, especially if they're past a certain age. Because if a hospital burns, there's a number of reasons why it happens.
No, but that's not true neither. It's easy to get a certified birth certificate.
Hold on, hold on.
They've asked me to play this Christy Nome. We're gonna see what she said. I don't know. They said this is gonna prove everything that I said was correct or incorrect. I'm not sure.
The White House has labeled the man who was killed in Minnesota as a domestic terrorist. Is that something you agree with? And have you seen any evidence to
when
back
you
up that
perpetuate
claim?
violence against a government because of ideological reasons and for reasons to resist and perpetuate violence, that is the definition of domestic terrorism. This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Where's the evidence of his ideology, though?
Drew Evans of Minneapolis.
Whoa. Now that's diabolical right there.
No, what's diabolical is ideological. Like, I don't even know how to say that again. That
It's
run that back real quick.
KT, you say it as ideological.
Yeah.
Nah, she said ideological or some
Right.
shit. She ain't.
Because that's how it's actually pronounced ideological. Because it's your idea, it's ideological. We say it slower, but that's actually how you say it.
Boy, what the fuck
that was wild for her to say right there.
No, she definitely did it on tape.
I don't agree with what she said right there. I don't know if I agree that he's some kind of domestic terrorist. That's
she's playing with legal terms.
They're investigating that man, but he was a nurse and a father, and they trying to do him what they did that woman.
She did the same thing to Renee Good. She did the same.
Right.
Renee Good had it coming.
It just goes to show you what type of timing they on. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what it seems like they're gonna lean that way anyway.
He thought that was funny to say they did have it coming, but it's something. Yeah, karma is a whole motherfucker, baby.
But right? But based on the logic that she has, right? January 6th, it should have been all domestic terrorists, right? Based on her logic, because they try to interfere based off their ideology. And based off Shadow's logic, thousands of people should have been murdered by the Capitol Police because they were domestic terrorists, right?
Absolutely.
So it could have been way worse.
No, absolutely. I agree.
Okay. I can respect that. But Christy Nome wouldn't, though. And she would say that those were patriots. Trump would say that those people were patriots. Correct. But these people out here apparently are domestic terrorists, are terrorists and not patriots. So
yeah.
Okay, hey, Kulu, but you want to hear the interesting part about it? Listen to how the Biden administration labeled the January 6th insurrectionists. They used the same wording that's being used by Trump's people now. We're not seeing it because we're two different sets of people. But think about it this way. For 4 years, they were naming all January 6th people as domestic terrorists trying to insurrect the peaceful transfer of power. Now we're saying these are domestic terrorists because they're literally impeding federal law enforcement.
That's
the
not the
thing
same,
is, I can
bro.
see it both ways.
That is not the same.
No, you say the same, but Christy Nome don't see it the way you see it.
You're stupid.
And she views her side as innocent and patriots. If she believed that logic that you're saying, that these people, who go off on ideology and go against federal government to impede them is domestic terrorists, then January 6th, based off her own definition, will be considered terrorists. But she don't believe that. She'll say that they're patriots.
Right.
Right.
But it's just like you said earlier, bro. I'm sorry. It's just like you said earlier. Right now, politics is very polarized. Christy Nome, because she is a Trump appointee, she could not, in good faith, turn around and then go against the president, the very president that's there right now, and say the people who were there on January 6th were not only domestic terrorists after Trump has pardoned most, not all of them.
So now, you say they got to lie. So we now know we got a lot of liars because Trump appointed.
Not just now, we've had a lot of liars for the last 30 years.
No, but that's what you're saying. But you can't prove it. Listen, I know y'all say things that you've heard But just because somebody's in office and they say they're gonna get something passed and it doesn't pass, doesn't make them liars. But that's what people do. They conflate and make that right, because we have a whole system. I can vote to have something passed, but then it can be outvoted by the people who vote against it.
So that's fair, Bond. I like
That's
that.
a great point.
So whenever they were saying Hunter Biden's laptop was not his actual laptop and it was just a Russian leak, was that not biased Was that not biased reporting from the Department of Justice?
Yeah, that was a lie. That information was a lie.
Okay, it was a lie, right?
But you probably think
Wait,
that
was
that
the
was
laptop
really
a lie,
Biden's
or was
laptop.
what happened a lie?
The laptop was a lie.
And that's where
Everything
that's where me and you have a problem now.
No, I know, because you believe in anything. The liars who you admitted are liars. You admit they're liars. You want to believe the liars even though you know they lie. And I'm telling you, I live in Delaware. So you got to imagine you take your laptop to get it fixed. But then a wealthy man from a wealthy family didn't have enough money to go pick up his wealthy ass laptop. And then the person who he took it to decided to contact the government and say, this is the government's laptop, even though it's not the government's laptop. It's Hunter Biden's laptop. Like, dude, it didn't make no sense. The story has been exposed to be false many times.
So what you're saying, it's not possible that it could have happened.
I'm saying it didn't happen, and yes, it's not possible.
So here's the thing. We are still humans regardless of how much money you make. If he took his laptop in to go get fixed for whatever reason, because the black box in all laptops carry all passive information. So,
Dude,
and again,
I've been a computer engineer for a very long time.
So
If you bring me your laptop to fix it, and you leave it here without paying, I do not go through your files. I erase your hard drive or get rid of it, replace it with a new one, and then bam, boom. But you don't know. It's against the law for the person to go through the laptop like he claimed he did. Just because you leave your laptop here don't mean I get to keep your information inside. Did you know that's against the law?
And why would he give it to Republicans and not just the police?
Exactly, it don't make sense.
So hold
and
on.
y'all don't have common sense.
Since we're having that conversation, did you know that when you take your computer to Best Buy, you actually sign an agreement showing that if they find something on your computer that is, because during the process of repairing, that is deemed against the law, i.e. CP, they have the right to report it to the federal government. And if you need me to, I'll post the actual contract in the back.
Dude,
yeah, but you can go to Best Buy.
They don't go through your computer. When you go to Best Buy, they hook that shit up to something, and another computer fixes it, right? But yes, if they find something in like child pornography and anything like that, which you can sue them and figure out why they even found it. But yes, they can report it. But what that got to do with what I'm talking about? He didn't take it to Best Buy. I can show you the store he went to. It's not far from me.
Here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're saying it's not possible to have found this information. But if anything, even if it was in his, you know the terming better than I do. If it was in his background, if he had tried to delete it, I haven't dealt with computers in a bit.
No, bro. Taking it to some local person, they just not likely gonna do that. You talking about signing a contract with Best Buy and this, that, and the third. This is a local computer fixer type nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
The man admitted that it was a false story, yo. They put that story out right before.
You gotta believe a lot of bullshit to make this rational for real.
Y'all don't understand that y'all are intentionally trying to avoid. Even if I agreed that it's absolute garbage, right? Even if I believe that the whole story is fake, the reason I could believe it's fake isn't the same reason why y'all are promoting that it's fake. Y'all are promoting that it's fake because of the side that y'all are looking at it from. There's a certain point where you have to not be biased.
You ain't never once heard me talk. Nobody up here talk about the Hunter Biden files like that.
You the one that brought that.
I brought it up for a reason. I brought it up to explain that we're looking at the same situation.
So in your mind, you think that anybody defense that's non-Republican stance is instant Democrat or like by default. Like that's why I be saying y'all got to stop lumping people into the conversation based on your ideology. Like,
okay, you know what? Fine. since we're gonna keep playing this ridiculous ass game, let's go ahead and go back to the fucking WikiLeaks drop from Hillary Clinton, which again has now been proven to be illegal numerous times. So
What
let me
you mean?
guess.
You mean when Trump asked? When Trump asked the Russians to get her emails and all of that stuff? You mean now it
Notice
was
how you
illegal?
immediately jump. You're still not seeing that you're doing it.
No, I'm doing it because
right
I'm
now.
talking facts, and you're the one who. Because see, I don't care for Trump, and that's a known. But that doesn't mean that if he does something right, I can't say he did something right or did something wrong.
Shit.
But we all know, Trump is a thief. He's a criminal and a liar, and they found him to be doing some strange shit with children. Some of us remember. Okay, y'all don't want to face that. Those of you who want to be Trump supporters.
Ooh, I like that.
Wait, my husband is saying something. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me read the super chat.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Excuse me. Shit.
Detroit Coalition, $5. Shadow, she had it coming. Titan, all heathens don't go to heaven. Look up epistemic humility. Ask yourself if you have it before you go to church again. Well, we done already established that Shadow is just here to represent the backsliding Christians.
Hey, that's offensive.
Brother.
Boy, every time you come up here, I got to tell you, hey, sir, what would you do? Do better.
I'm
not saying you're not wrong, but
it's offensive nonetheless, though, right?
I like that.
I can be offended by the fact that even though I'm trying to be a Christian, doesn't mean I'm a very good one at all times.
At all. But I'm on a journey. Let me have my journey, Diva.
Let me also welcome another very good Christian. I'm Nick Centra.
What's going on?
Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
It's all right. Alex certainly did not need to pass in the manner that he did. But I'm thinking us as black folks, we just got to let white people handle their business. Like it, leave them out there. If they want to be out there, you have no reason to go out there. That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. Like what our involvement, what is it for? It's so confusing now because we have the fake Black Panthers that's led by Robert Downey Jr. that's playing a dude that's playing another dude. I'm about to say it's a and then the real Black Panthers saying that those Black Panthers are the fake Black Panthers. Then we got BLM going into church with Don Lemon, of all people. And Don Lemon, the fact that Don Lemon was there actually hurts their cause because he gave all the game away of what they did. So now if they can't even say, no, this wasn't a conspiracy, we just showed up on this day. Don Lemon said, yeah, they planned this out. He did it right before. He recorded it right before they went in there. It's like, yeah, they planned this out. I can't say too much. You already said enough. You said that they planned this out and they targeted this particular church. And now you want to use your First Amendment rights to impede on their First Amendment rights because both speech and religion are protected under the First Amendment. It's not one or
And
the
none
other.
of them
It's both.
impeded on each other, right? Because the group that stayed outside, they had the right to free speech and protest, and those who was in
Until
the church
they went into the church. They went into the church.
No, they was
That's
welcome
the
into
problem.
the church, and then people were still praising. What are you talking about?
And then they disrupted church service.
No, the church services was still going on. You didn't
No,
see it?
they disrupted the church service.
Okay, well, that's not what the people at the church were saying. There was
It
people
is.
in the church who found out that
the-
their minister
The
was
pastor was being interviewed by Don Lemon himself, and he said, "This is a disgrace. You're interrupting fellowship." He's on
and while
record
they
saying
was
that.
talking, people was praying. You didn't see to the side. You didn't see that.
Yeah, they were still praying, but majority of the service was disrupted. The pastor couldn't preach anymore because they were yelling, screaming, and all of this about ICE. This is a problem.
But no, that's not a problem.
It is a problem. It is a
Okay, well,
problem
you
when you're
said it's a
disrupting
problem.
people's
Okay, I get it. Hubby wants
right
say
to
something.
practice religion.
Okay, yeah.
But for the whole WikiLeaks thing, Trump had 4 years to do something and he didn't do shit.
Yeah, why would he? They put that information out because he
Right.
wanted them to.
But that's all it was for. because what was he going to do? Because as like these same cats probably don't believe that the 34 charges of felony on him are real.
Right.
So do we find it funny that Don Lemon, a black man, is going to possibly get arrested for the Klan Act? Is that ironic or what? And
Yeah, that's
should he-
ironic. And
and
it won't fly because he's a journalist, so he has the right to be there, like he was.
Actually, the
all right,
DOJ
so-
said that a judge already said that he could be arrested and charged.
What judge said that?
Let me look it up.
Oh yeah, because I know there's people who saying they could do it, right, if they're on a certain side, but that doesn't mean that it will work.
So what if it's proof that
Right.
he had intent on disrupting church service and intimidate these people?
Yeah, but he didn't do that, right? He interviewed the minister and everybody in the church. He did his job.
He ambushed those people. Like, I don't.
But that's what journalists do. They could do.
Oh my god!
Like, what you mean? Oh my god! That's what journalists do. He's
What
protected.
about what about the
during
people
church
that-
service? You
Okay,
gotta
so now
put it-
let's just say that he's journalistically protected. What about the people that organize the situation? Do you think they are in good reason to be prosecuted by the Klan Act?
No, because they have a right to protest. So it look, they trying to use one thing to punish them for doing their rights. And so was usually it go in the wash, but we have criminal people trying to they really trying to make a group of people look like criminals.
So what about them running inside the church, screaming, yelling, and disrupting the service of them to praise?
Yeah,
And
that
then-
happened. They should have called the police, but that's not what I saw, and that's not what yeah.
What about them intimidating the church folks there?
But I don't know about the intimidation. I think that's a word you're using, or maybe a word they use. But you know, a lot of those people in the church, they were still praising. Like you could see it. Don Lemon was interviewing on the church over there.
What about the church girls that was there crying and feeling scared?
Well, I haven't heard of those people crying and feeling scared of who. Did somebody threaten them?
Don Lemon himself, he said, there's people over there in the corner crying and scared. He literally said that.
Okay. What that got to do with him? He reported it, right? If
Yeah, that's fine. I said let's give Don the excuse of him just reporting, but I'm saying the people that did the protest, they intimidated and had people crying. They were scared inside. They thought something was going to happen to them within a church.
Okay, but nothing happened to them. You know that's not illegal. Like somebody being scared.
So
and
what you mean nothing happened to him? What does that mean? That doesn't mean that he wasn't intimidated.
Yeah, but you could have been intimidated just simply because people were there. They didn't know. That could have been what they consider intimidation. So it's not illegal.
That isn't what I'm saying.
So
about
you mean I
according
could
to the
just walk
Klan-
into a church when I feel like it and start shouting and whatnot and disrupting
You can
the church
literally walk
service
in the church and start shouting.
No, that's
and
not
disrupting
true.
the sermon.
Okay.
Bomb, is that intimidation?
No.
Oh my god!
If you intimidated, if I walk in your big ass church and if anything, I'll look like I'm crazy more than you being
No, we're not,
intimidated.
but Bomb, we're not talking about one person. Even though
Right.
know,
We're talking about that group of people. Did they look intimidated?
Yes,
because the actual statute says 2 or more people for it to be a conspiracy.
And plus, people was there literally crying.
He said for it to be a conspiracy. Now he just changed it from intimidation now to conspiracy.
No, intimidation is a part of it, but you have to have the conspiracy in order for the KKK Act to work. It has to be a group of 2 or
Look
more
at he's talking about
individuals.
the KKK Act.
That's
It is.
What does harassment mean? I know that's the name of it, but you just found out about it. He acting like he know what he's talking about.
Bomb, what does harassment mean?
What does harassment mean?
Yes, ma'am. Specifically.
You want me to look it up and read it to you?
I want your definition of harassment.
Just say your statement.
To me, harassment, it could mean many things. But if somebody came up and while I was doing something that I want to do, and then they stopped me from doing it, I could feel harassed. Does that mean I'm being harassed? And do they have a right to harass me? Like y'all say, protesters are harassing, and they have a right to protest.
So
right? Don't y'all agree that the protesters are harassing the ICE agents?
Absolutely.
Okay, and there you go, and there you have it, and they got the right to protest, though.
Do they have the
No,
right
no,
to
no. They
harass?
have the right to protest. They don't have the right to harass. Those are two different
Yeah,
things.
they have the right to protest, and because they feel harassed, that's I guess it's a feeling thing, huh?
I mean, when you have snowballs being thrown at you middle of your operation, that would be physical harassment. So yeah.
Okay,
that's fair.
and the people getting thrown down, shot, ran in their house, they feel harassed too.
Okay, agree.
Post their harassment.
What?
And so it's not
No,
actually
it's only
called.
harassment when
So
it happen
it's
on
known
both sides.
as the KKK Act, but it's U.S. Code 18, Section 241. It's called conspiracy against rights. So you cannot impede on someone's rights when two or more people conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate someone in the free exercise of their constitutional or federal rights, or to go in disguise to hinder such rights. Most of those people, Don Lemon said it. Don Lemon stated this specifically before he posted that video. Don Lemon is stated this when he recorded. He said, yeah, we have a bunch of white people here because if we have a bunch of black people, they'd know it's BLM doing it. So we got more white people in order to go undercover in this operation. He gave away everything. If he just didn't show up, it would have been clean, but it's not clean because he was a part of the operation.
But he is the journalist, and if he wouldn't have showed up, I guess y'all wouldn't be talking about it. But since they want to go after
he confessed to a commission of a crime.
Man, but no, listen, he's protected. You got to go and look and see what journalists are protected from.
So I can use my First Amendment rights to impede on someone else's, is what you're saying.
No, so Don Lemon, he might be protected, but the people that did the actual protesting, walking through the church and disrupting these people from praising the Lord, and they intimidating people, having people crying, their asses are not protected. That's for sure.
Yeah, they may not be protected. I guess we'll see how it work out.
And how are you going to prove conspiracy?
The conspiracy is that they had a plan to go to this church and protest inside the church while they was worshiping.
They got Don Lemon saying it on video.
Proof of said plan.
Huh?
Where's the proof of this plan?
Don Lemon said it on video.
Yeah, that's how Don Lemon got there in the first place. He said we organized this thing. We've been he even said while he was there, we are conspiring more. Well, he didn't say the word conspire. He said we're going through more of the plan so we know what we are going to do.
No, I didn't hear that. I heard him say they knew they were going to protest somewhere. He then said, well, I didn't know it was going to be here. And like they had a, you know how you organize, like we said earlier, that's what you do with protests, you organize. I heard him say that. I actually heard him say that. And he said, well, I wasn't sure it was here, but yeah, we're here. We plan to protest. And that's
a conspiracy, yeah. But
it's a protest, though.
No, I'm just saying this is what the opposition can argue that it's conspiring. Is what I'm saying.
But it's not a protest that matters until you get white people there. Tell me when I'm wrong.
I guess I don't know. I guess so because when we was protesting, they were trying to call it all types of evil. But now that it's white people, they don't know what to do about it.
That's right. That's why I said it doesn't matter to white guys.
And they trying to get black folks to adopt into it, and that's why we over here saying that no, black people stay your ass in the house, go to work, mind your goddamn business. Let these folks allow the Democrats drive them crazy and believe that they doing something for the greater good where they are not.
For no other reason, Sharon, than what you just said, because when they did it for the Breonna Taylor, the George Floyds, they called it all types of stuff. So what do you think is going to happen when black people get involved? You think the white liberals that are currently involved, they're going to go to the back, or they're going to push your black ass to the front in front of all the cameras to take the fall?
Mm-hmm.
Stay out of white folks' business.
Absolutely.
This is Americans' business. Listen, I'm not saying you should go out there or do whatever. I'm saying do whatever you feel you need to do, ladies and gentlemen, for your community. Everybody, all of us don't live in the same place, in the same type of community. So I don't want ICE running through my neighborhood, okay? And they are running here in Delaware, they in New Jersey, they all over this country. Not in the red state, right? They're not in the red states.
No, they're in red states too. They're in Texas. It's just that the Texans let them do what they do. They leave those people
They
alone.
are in Texas stopping even the Texans. Even they complain.
Do their job though.
They let them do their job. This is only a problem because the Democrats are trying to deflect from the Minnesotan fraud.
Hey, listen, they tried to make it a problem in New Jersey, and New Jersey said, we don't care. Go ahead. they tried. I ain't gonna lie to you, Vaughn. They tried to do it over here. In New York, they really like it ain't even work. Like New York is we just don't care. In the tri-state, we don't care enough. They tried it in Newark, New Jersey. They tried to arrest what was the mayor, babe? In Newark,
They
New Jersey?
arrest senators in New Jersey.
They arrested the Newark, New Jersey. Newark, the biggest city in New Jersey. They arrested I don't know his name.
A representative.
Raz
And his
Baraka.
staff.
Yeah, Raz Baraka. They arrested his ass. They tried to get up a little stir up. New Jersey said, let him go. We leave this alone. They let his ass go. And we the tri-state said, fuck all that bullshit. We got to go to work.
In New York, they got people protesting.
Yeah, but so New York is, but in New York is rare like that. So yes, they do have people protesting, but it's organized protest. You got to get permits. They ain't playing that shit out here.
Oh yeah, because y'all in the city.
And
But
Florida
New York-
let it be known.
Hey,
I forget
so
what
all
the
over
sheriff's.
New York, there's protests going on.
Where your ass go? Come back, Mr. Mike. But New York City, like they did have some big protests, but it's the same people that do it. They did the same thing with the whole. It's the same people. They find any reason to protest.
Yeah. In New Jersey, didn't they arrested? Though all they wanted to do was go in and check on the facility, the ICE facility, and they wouldn't let them in. And they arrested. It was a black woman and a black man. They was arresting them people. How we feel about that though? Because we act like it doesn't affect us, but even when we're not out there, it still affects us.
Yeah, that was Raz Baraka. He really did it so he could have a bigger play at the governor. It didn't work in his favor. It showed that he was just causing trouble for no reason. It just didn't work because over here we care more about putting food on our table than out there just harassing law enforcement for no reason. So that's just what it is. Let me also welcome.
It's a federal building. They went to go do with oversight like they were supposed to do. Remember, they was picking up people. They wasn't telling people who they was picking up. Like people was coming up missing, and they some of them late.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Bob. In the tri-state, we have a problem with. We had a problem. It's a little bit better now. I ain't gonna lie to you. We had a serious problem over here in the tri-state. It was scooters everywhere. They'll just ride by. If your purse looked like it was, they'll just ride by and snatch it right off your neck and drag you down the street. It was crazy. So even though that was like how you said, like, hey, it was something that we should investigate, but it was so bad that people was like, hey, listen, something got to give, and we know a couple of eggs is going to get cracked. It is what.
Yeah,
it
remember
is.
they put them people on buses and dropped them off in New York and Chicago and things like that. They even dropped a load of people in front of one of them Congress homes, I think in DC, Baltimore, or something like that. So
and they
lied on the people and claimed that they were destroying everything, stealing everything, and they had a guy they said was outside of the homeless place. And when you go to court, they find out that these people used that to lie. It wasn't even true. They let them go.
Hey, look, it was a lot that's gonna like even New York. They tightened up on using illegal immigrants. If you got caught within that time frame,
wouldn't y'all think that's the way to get rid of them?
What I'm saying is that like over here, we wasn't really like, even though we understood they needed help, we was like, hey, at the same time, they asked you to go back where they came from. It was a weird thing over here for that period of time. It was like the tri-state was through with them. They was annoyed with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying we wanted to help them, but at the same time, it's like, all right, your ass need to go home though, because those.
Let me ask y'all this about the immigrants, right? Because I'm not.
Before you go, I want to add a new panelist. Welcome to the show, Jedi Mike. Good day, Jedi Mike. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
How you doing? Hope you guys are having a good day, staying warm. Hi, I just wanted to give my 2 cents because I'm actually am a journalist. I'm a film entertainment journalist. I review films and television, and also I've interviewed many different actors on my platform and written for many different outlets. So I just want to come from a journalistic point of view, if that's okay.
What
Just trying
school
to
did
turn
you
the
attend,
vibes about.
Jedi Mike, for
Say again?
journalism? What school did you attend for journalism?
School for Journalism, George Mason University, ma'am.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's not a credible degree in journalism.
A credible, okay, man. I'm not arguing about what a credible degree. I'm just I'm just advising in terms of clinical journalism. I'm not like
Okay,
there's
I'm
no
just messing
like
with you, sir.
entertainment journalism degree of Harvard. There's not like it's like I mean I also got a degree in information technology. I'm married. I'm not broke. Like I mean if I'm broke I wouldn't be.
It's because it wasn't at HBCU, sir. It's not.
Absolutely, thank you.
Right, HBCU. Yeah, I didn't go to Howard.
Just in case you listen, that's what she was referring to. It wasn't an HBCU. That's what
yeah. No, unfortunately, I'm sorry. I apologize to my people. But I just wanted to advise on the lady that was speaking, saying that that's just what journalists do in terms of entering into a space, especially private property. That is absolutely not true. There is definitely a privileges of you going into a space if you are part of press in terms of doing coverage and giving a media presence to tell people stories or cover whatever is happening in the event. That happens. However, when it comes with in terms of freedom of religion, is that churches are protected under a free exercise clause. And I have interviewed a few actors at churches before, especially down in DC. So it's just I understand just that environment. There's special privileges, but also when you abuse that, they can immediately revoke that and you have to leave the premises. And I'm not going to condone in terms about the whole situation going on with the ICE and that particular pastor and everything. If you have a criticism against the pastor, of course, that happens all the time. I am not against you in terms of exposing, the hypocrisy and lies, of pastors being a wolf in sheep's clothing in public medium. If you have that platform and you are a journalist, you have every right to report and feel like if you have information that the media or public does not have, yeah, by all means do that. But with this was actually invading a private space where people were worshiping. And yes, this absolutely was premeditated for you to have. People just don't randomly just going to show up collectively together and show up and walk into a church service and be like, oh, wait, you don't like the pastor too? You don't like the pastor? Hey, you down 2 pews back. You don't like it? All right, cool. Let's go grab the mic and go and do this and stuff. And it's this is the thing that I feel us as Black people, we need to have be in a state of common sense when in this information age we're becoming very illiterate and also irrational when we can actually just take a step back and look from this from a objective point of view. I understand there's feelings.
You mean your point of view? Your point of view is the only objective point of view, huh? So a church, right? I'm not saying that they shouldn't have been there. I think the people who allowed them to be there is the people who would say that, right? But when they want to make it political, now everybody's talking about the KKK Act and this and that, when the police could have been called and they would have been escorted off. But they wanted to use it politically. So, yes, I can take a step back and I can say if I was in that church worshiping and they came in, most of the churches I've ever been in, which isn't that many, by the way, let me just say that, okay? But everybody's welcome to come as they are. Yeah, they let them come in. And yes, if you starting to hassle, call the police. But now y'all want to make it seem like it's something way bigger. And that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Got Jedi.
Yeah, I just feel like also when to your point about whoever let them in, there's also there's maybe ushers that are in front of the congregation. I know I serve, me and my wife, we serve in ministry at Well Baptist Church. So I understand in terms of people being at the door, especially this time that we're in, you got to make sure you're protected. But when a swarm of people like that is coming in and then the doors are not locked, then you could get overconsumed with many people coming in to a point where there's not really someone that's result of letting them in. They just got overwhelmed by the number of people that was approaching that congregation. So I think for that, you can't really put, just my personal opinion, you can't put blame on any individual in that church who at that time, because they weren't expecting these individuals to come in. If the doors, it's a church, it's Sunday, doors are unlocked, they're coming in. You know, so when a swarm of people coming at you, it's like a fight or flight response, and that's what happened. I just think that with Don, you know, there've been many different ways he could have went about this more professionally. Even after him being let go of CNN and everything, I just think that he just need to hold himself to a higher decorum. Yes, I understand it's Don Lemon. Yes, I understand there's other journalists, white, whatever. I care about my people, black people. I don't give a damn what other people do. And I'm just saying that an image that affects one of us affects all of us. So I don't care, you know. And to me, I just feel like that's just being a byproduct of like, so shit. Well, here's a black journalist, here's a black guy going into a church full of white people, and then here you have the fear mongering and the irritation, just basically pouring gasoline in the fire of this division and making this really I call it really race baiting to be a fact. You know, it's the fact that of finding someone to blame for this situation of Don coming in and say, oh, well, it's Black Lives Matter, black man, black woman yelling, oh, angry black woman, let's blame her. And again, they just find an opportunity to find someone to use it as a mascot for their agenda. And black people, I don't want any of us to be used as mascots in this political game.
I agree. You know, someone said this earlier, but it seems like they were lying, because it says here that the federal magistrate judge rejected the Justice Department's attempt to bring charges against the former CNN anchor Don Lemon. Now, earlier someone said, yeah, they bringing charges against him, but we see that they decided not to do that. They rejected it. And so now
I was talking about the appeals, but I also see that the appeals.
Oh, so they rejected it. You ain't mentioned that, but you want to talk about the appeal. But you wasn't up here. I don't think I was talking about you though.
No, you were talking about me. No, I can own when I'm wrong. I'm not like most individuals. I can own when I'm wrong, and I was wrong.
Okay. Well, go ahead. I thought
I like that. We need more of that shit.
But I mean, no, I like him. Just because we disagreed on, I like him. He's from where I'm from too.
Yes, that's what Omni's saying. Like, hey, we disagreed, and he looked into it, and he was incorrect, and that's fine. That's fair. It's okay to be incorrect.
I love that. Did it say that if he was appealing it to the district judge yet, or did it stop at the magistrate? Just out of curiosity.
it went to appeals, and appeals also declined.
Okay,
so
all right, thank you.
And so, Jedi Mike, do you think Don Lemon, as a journalist, because you are a journalist, do you think he violated the church?
I think violate or disrespect is two different things. Violate in terms of their protocol for their own safety. I didn't know what that particular church, in terms of rules and how they conduct themselves, but disrespect, absolutely. Again, this is nothing to do. I don't believe that he was in danger, like to the point the lady who mentioned before. No, none of these people were armed, approaching the church. However, again, that type of environment is definitely, you are spiting outrage. And I definitely believe he disrespected that church. So violate, I didn't know what you're violating in terms of rules they had in place in order for people to enter. If it's an open church, anybody's welcome. Again, come as you are.
What I mean by violate with the protesting and, and people just running in and disrupting. If this happened at your church, would you feel that these people was attempting to intimidate you?
Absolutely. Because if you're entering into my church, one thing you being outside and yelling and screaming. I mean, there's plenty of videos of even black churches who are just protesting against the pastor for misappropriating funds like that. That's nothing new. That's been happening for years. But to disrupt a service like that, especially again, that swarm and that large of size, it definitely was used to intimidate.
Fair enough.
But it was also to make a point. Not of anything else. It was to make a point than really to intimidate.
So, as a journalist as well, what is your take on this whole ICE situation? What part do you stand on?
I stand on the fact that this is basically going out of control, and to a point, this is what, regardless of anyone want to say, this is what Trump was say he was going to do. Like everything would come to executive orders and everything. He's basically been saying this. And then we think, oh, that's not going to happen. And it's happening. But to the extent of these killings and everything, it is absolutely a disgrace. And to me, the having border control is one thing. I don't think anybody is actually on this panel arguing about border control and the actual use of ICE agents. ICE agents have been around for years, for decades, right? But I'm saying for the fact of going into now, you're basically becoming stormtroopers, from Star Wars at this point. And at this point, free people's freedoms and I'll say their peace in terms of keeping be the peacekeepers of a city or a nation, whatever. They're absolutely are the ones disrupting the peace. And this is not what you want to call of creating a better or greater America. And again, these people did not deserve to die. Even the situation happened with the gentleman from, I believe he's from Virginia, the nurse.
He's a resident of Minnesota.
Minnesota? Okay, my apologies. But like,
You mean the VA hospital, right?
He was armed, and but yet you saying that he had every right, he permitted to carry, and yet I thought the Republican Party was the point of, hey, don't take my guns, I have the right. Hey, no, I'm not no threat unless I pull my gun from my holster, and yet he didn't do that, and yet they were the ones that pulled it off of him. So it's like it is recorded clear as day, not at night and everything. This is clear as day. And I also said there was a conversation about how to us as black people react to this when it's been happening for us for years, but now it's happening to white people, and should be some dissociation of like, well, no, they let them handle their own problems. We've been telling you guys this for years. I understand that feeling, and I can understand you can be so easily to fall into that, but you have to understand that this comes to a point where, I mean, depending on how you raise it, I don't try to be going low, if someone mistreated me. So, well, okay, you weren't going to do the same thing for me, I'm not going to do the same thing for you. I understand that, of respecting yourself, but at the same time, we have to set an example, because again, I'm married, I have, having children down the line. It's like, we need to set an example of standing what's right, and also how to conduct ourselves in these situations. But also when it comes to, as a nation, we're Americans. I'm Nigerian American, but I'm American. This is I grew up here. I grew up in the DMV, grew up down in Maryland and everything. So it's like that, as much as I'm Nigerian, this is also my home too. So
my God, brother.
Not a PG County.
I was waiting on Diva to say tether.
Because y'all want to kiss Trump's ass, but he's still kicking y'all. And I agree with what you said. Wait a minute, let me say it. I agree with what this man said, right? As being a tether, I think they should deport your ass. Give me your address.
Oh my God.
The issue is that no, we cannot compare the same thing, Jedi, because we did not push ourselves in front of the police. The police pushed themselves in front of us. That is the difference. These so-called brand new white civil activists, they are impeding on law enforcement. We didn't impede on law enforcement. Law enforcement impeded on our civil rights. That is the difference. So we cannot compare the two at all.
Real quick, Mike, what do you think of the Dakar Thompson situation?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Do you know of Dakar Thompson?
Dakar Thompson? No, I'm not.
Okay.
Can you inform me?
Yes, 19-year-old black girl that was taken advantage of and unalived and tossed over an overpass by an undocumented immigrant.
Damn. Say her name. What's her name?
Dakar Thompson. It's crazy. I asked a bunch of black people, and I'm not saying that Jedi Mike is in favor of. I don't know what his true stance is on immigration, but I just asked a bunch of black people that are so up in arms about, Renee Good and Alex, but they don't know about Dakar.
And it sounds like this is not a Caucasian woman.
No, it's a 19-year-old black girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you ask my stance on in terms of the immigration issue, or I guess in terms of whether committing crimes and all that, like this, me personally, I feel as my parents who came to this country, I was born here, but I understand that the process of immigration, can, it'd be very frustrating and rigorous in terms of you actually getting that, papers and documentation. But at the same time, I feel it got to over extent of now this is they start with immigration, then it starts with, oh, well, now it's also people of color, like, it's Latinos now, that this is now, what's it called, Africans or anything or Nigerians. Now it's the Ethiopians, and now this is going to say. I think this is hiding behind the heightenedness of his immigration issue. Is just going to a far extreme that never was tend of just making sure you got your documentation to be here, in which they never make the process actually that easier. Just my experience with my own family, but turned with this Takara Thompson situation, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't know much about it into like to give my 2 cents on it. But I mean, if she's saying that she lost her life, I definitely am against that. I mean, that's what if you were trying to find a point or something.
No, I wanted to see what people's awareness level is, because it's easy to go for the thing that is pushed in front of our faces. You know what I mean? Like
correct.
The thing that's pushed in front of our faces. And so I tried to find stories that are a little bit deeper than that. The DHS.gov has actually done a great job of detailing, saying immigrants that they've captured and whatnot. You should check it out sometime. They have numerous stories like Dakar. I think there was another one, another black lady, her last name was Thompson as well, but they're not related. She's 40 years old, and it was a group of 6 immigrants that unalived her after they tried to break in a gas station before that she frequents. So it's just, there's stories out here. I just want people to be aware that they have the means to actually look past the first thing that's presented to them and what the media wants to show you, because they're trying to paint a narrative.
But can I ask you, Omni, are more Americans killing black women than illegals?
Ooh, that's good. I actually need to investigate that. But how would we actually know? How would we actually know if they are more likely to get away with it than the average American? Because there's a lot of things that connects, the citizenship to the government. You have the birth certificate, you have social security number, you have an ID. Most illegal immigrants forego those things in order to operate, so they can evade capture. So how would we actually measure that?
Well, I mean, we can just measure based on. But my reasoning for bringing it up is that we can all find like individual cases that fit our narrative. Like, for example, the whole dude that got sent away to Venezuela or whatever when he wasn't from there, right? As Democrats were using him as a way to justify or to denounce what ICE was doing. I mean, we can find, and then you got as a Republican side, like using these individual cases is to show how these immigrants are killing like Americans, but I mean I can show you 10 like Americans killing Americans. You know what I mean? So we so we can find like individual cases that fit our narrative. But my point is is that yes, is what happened to Thompson is bad. Is get that motherfucker out of here. Like if anything, like execute his ass. But the majority of illegals are not criminals. You know what I mean? Aren't doing what happened to Thompson. You know what I mean? The majority of people aren't doing it.
Correct.
We're gonna regret a lot of these people being sent away. Like, I don't know why we don't see the benefit of them being here. They've been here for a while. They
You talking about illegals or you talking about immigrants?
I'm talking about what Trump talking about. All of them are illegals as far as he's concerned.
This is what she's talking about. I put the link in the back chat. If
No,
you can
that
play
is
this
true.
real quick, Sharon.
They are going to get legal. They are kicking legal immigrants out.
They're only kicking legal immigrants out that have committed crimes.
It's the main.
No, they're not. You don't have to have committed a crime. Y'all not need to look this stuff
You
up.
cross that border. You cross that border. You commit a crime.
There you go, and that's what Trump is saying. If they came, if they're not from here, they cross that border. Whether they committed any other illegal crime or not, he's calling them a criminal, and they are sending these people back.
The very statement, the very act of crossing the border illegally is in fact a crime.
No, it's not, because a lot of these immigrants came over here legally. More of the immigrants are here legally than those who aren't legal.
There's legal immigration and there's illegal immigration. And
I don't know why you're telling me that.
So hold
So
on.
Sharon, This is what
So how
I
about
want to
this?
say real quick. Sharon, the video that I sent you is what the Democratic Party was saying initially when Trump was talking about immigration and all of this popped off. Their argument wasn't from a human rights perspective or anything like that. It was from a economic perspective, much like the secessionists of old had a problem with the slaves being free. It's like, oh, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to do this? Who's going to clean our toilets and all of this?
Toilets.
If
Yeah,
you
the toilets.
if you play this video, you'll see a bunch of Democrats saying,
But yeah, who's
that
gonna
same
do it? Because
rhetoric.
y'all know black people don't want to do it.
So wow, that's crazy.
You see what I'm saying?
Crazy.
You ain't gonna find a lot of black
I ain't gonna
people.
lie, Bob. That was absolutely insane. And also, crossing the U.S. border illegally is called improper entry, and that is a federal crime.
Yes, but remember, I said Trump is considering those who are legally here as criminals also.
What?
Oh, well, we was just talking about, just now we was arguing about the ones that's crossed the illegal. You said that's not a crime.
No, I said the ones
We keep
illegally
talking about
are not a crime.
Can you
And I
read
said
that real
Trump
quick?
said
Hold on, so we can get on the same page. So you agree that crossing the border illegally is a crime?
Yes, if they are here illegally, let them go through the process and they'll be sent back or whatever they have to do. But I'm talking about Trump is the people who are here legally through paperwork. He are running in them people's homes and then kicking them out.
Nobody has a problem with legal.
They're basically being here across
All
the
right,
board.
so I don't know. You have to show me where these legal migrants is.
I'll give you an example,
Right.
Sharon. Didn't you say that you do construction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so now
also
how
work in
about this?
construction too.
Because this happens a lot here. So a construction company decides to get a bunch of laborers from Mexico. They sign a contract and they get a 90-day visa to come here. On their way here, the union and the construction company cut a deal. 20 of those guys on that bus don't have jobs when they get off the bus, right?
Hold on, who's
now,
speaking?
While they're here, they'll
Who's
say,
speaking?
okay,
I
no
don't know
problem.
who's
Give me my
speaking.
ticket and I'll go
That's
home.
my husband.
And then,
okay.
I was confused. I was like, what is
and
going
then,
on?
I was confused for a second.
So now, while they're waiting, when they get here and they say, give me my ticket, I'll go home, the construction company says, we don't have to because you didn't honor your end of the contract. What happens to those guys 90 days after they get here?
Oh yeah, they're getting locked up, and that
Well,
really should be on the
they just
construction
became
companies.
illegal.
Right. That should be on the construction. So we need to ratify whatever it is that they're allowing.
And
them
I'm
to
just
happen.
using that one as an example, but it happens to lots of farm workers too. If Sharon has a strawberry farm and I have an apple orchard, when they get done at his farm, I'm going down there and telling them, you want to make some more money? Come on up the street. I don't care whether you go apply for your visa or not. I need you right now. What happened to them? They're illegal.
But that's kind of the issue.
So you have to split the hairs. Now, I'm not arguing that cats that just come here illegally. That's one thing. But what if they come here illegally and apply for asylum in El Paso, Texas?
Mm-hmm. That's
they
fine.
still illegal?
They would have to prove that they are actually being
persecuted.
Right. They had to prove
Right.
that. And
But
most,
that's
and
why I
most
said
of
they
the people,
applied for asylum. They didn't
Right.
just say, hey, look, I'm going to apply for asylum in Minnesota. They came to
Right.
the first city they came to in the U.S. to apply
and
for
we
it.
also know that most of the people that are applying for asylum is lying.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
That's
But just
not
'cause
because
they-
we know they are not being persecuted in their country for they whatever their situation is. Ain't nobody care about that.
How do you know?
We
So-
do
so-
know that.
so-
We do know that most people don't care about. Most people don't care about people enough.
Yeah,
Like,
no, we do.
we have an understanding of what socially is going on. That is not a this one person that's making $10 an hour that is damn near homeless. He want to follow Christianity and they chasing his ass.
But
And
they
this is
do
happening,
that.
and this happening in the millions. This is just we know that's just not true. Now we can always try to argue we don't know.
that.
All right, that's fine. That's your argument that we don't know, but we actually do. It's just that we can't
Well,
prove it.
Trump sent back a young man his first term, and as soon as he crossed that border and they dropped him off, them people set him afire. So, like when you say it's not true, when we can see evidence of where these, because if they gay in certain areas, soon as they get there. Them people don't believe in that, so they kill them. I'm sorry, they delete them.
So Mom, I actually agree with. Actually, this is probably the first time today me and you agree on something. So there is a such thing as asylum seekers, but something that a lot of people keep ignoring is the laws of asylum based on international laws is the first country you step into, which is generally not America if you're coming from Venezuela, is the country you're supposed to seek asylum in. It's not whatever country you want to seek asylum in.
No,
it's
that's not true.
First
What you
country
just said.
that can provide this asylum protection.
No, that's
You
not
want
true. What you said. That's not true.
Because I don't like arguing. I don't like arguing facts. So I'm going to post it in the back because I went and looked it up right before I said it.
Well, they don't. When you say they have to, are you serious? Or you saying they have to? They can't. Some places might say, "Well, we don't have any room. We're not accepting," and they might like send them to our border or another country's border. That's been going on for years.
And there is an exception to that. Just look at the Vietnamese that came here from Vietnam.
Now we do understand that some people really are seeking asylum, without a doubt, but just not at the rate that the people are applying for that. Because that's just the quickest way to get into this country is asylum seeking. To prove, you got to prove it though, right? But that's the quickest way to get here.
Yeah,
we don't know that. We know that's what the Ukrainian people are doing. Majority of them are not being chased out.
But they're in an active war.
But they're not being chased out. Nobody's looking for them personally. Yes, it is bombs over over their country, but nobody's looking for them to just destroy them because they could have went to plenty of other European nations. They didn't have to come over here.
They're going all over. Germany, the UK.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But we can't keep using the fact that it's some this and some here, some this and some this, and saying, and then we let
all. That's how the UN works.
No, but what I'm trying to get to
they decided that they're gonna take 1 million of them there, 1 million of them here, 1 million. That's how it worked.
Yeah, but they lying.
Huh?
That's what I'm trying to get. They are not seeking them. They are leaving because the country's at war, not because somebody's persecuting them.
Yeah, but the war, that's the thing, right? Russia is trying to punish them and kill them and destroy their thing. That's a country at war is a reason for them to leave with children and women and elderly. That's a reason to leave. That's an actual factual reason. So that's why, like all over the country, they pledged that they would take so many of those people in.
So asylum seeking has nothing to do with war. So that's the problem that we misrepresent in this situation. It has nothing to do with it. Means that you are being persecuted in your home country due to your race, due to your religion, or something of that nature. It doesn't have anything to actually do with war. And we cannot conflate those things into the situation of asylum seeking. If you are going for asylum seeker, you got to say, because I am gay, that's why I'm leaving my country. Because I'm a Christian and is a this and that, that's why I'm leaving. They are trying to kill me because I am XYZ. You cannot say, well, my country's at war and I'm seeking asylum.
So, Sharon, when Maduro took power in Venezuela, right, illegally, do you think that the people who left that country would have valid asylum seeking due to their political beliefs and due to their believing that he's, like he stole the election?
Yes, those people that was trying to speak up against him. That's why homegirl with the Nobel Peace Prize, absolutely.
Okay.
Because they was actually persecuting her, right? They was actually chasing her specifically. And so that we gotta just put the proper thing in the proper box. Asylum seeking has nothing to do with your country at war at all. And it has everything to do with you being chased out of your country because they are trying to delete your ass because of whatever your race is, or your sexuality is, or your religion. And once we start putting things in a proper box, hey, we can move, we can just tell the truth. I don't have no fighting.
Yeah, but I'm reading this, and what you're saying is not exactly what I'm reading, right? Because I had to look it up, because whether they seeking asylum due to, like what you said, or some other thing, but it says refugees, right? So they do. They have asylum seeker who may also be recognized as a refugee, right? And let's see what else. It's quite a few different things, but I'm just trying to see if what you're saying that it has to be one particular thing as far as they
In
say
the US.
Declaration of Human Rights, and they
In the USA, right? It says it's a form of protection for foreign nationals physically present in or around the U.S. border who fear persecution in their home country due to race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. It allows qualified individuals to live, work, and eventually apply for a permanent residency and citizenship. That's for
right.
the U.S.
So it says committed crimes against peace, a war crime, right? Like with the person who's fighting Ukrainians, right? Russia. So they actively are, so they can come over here and seek asylum.
For what reason? So what would be the reason for them to seek asylum? It can't. It's not just war, though.
A crime against humanity, which is very broad. So I guess I would look into.
Yeah, where does it say crime against humanity?
It says asylum seekers who are committed crimes against peace, a war crime, or a crime against humanity, or other non-political crimes, or whose actions are contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations and excluded from international protections. And they mentioned something about a convention relating to the status of refugees. Refugees, am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, refugees, which is also they gotta be refugees also gotta be prosecuted as well.
Right.
Persecuted.
And yeah, that's what and that's what happened with Ukrainians, right? Remember when they was running, the countries came together and they agreed to allow so many of them in each of these countries that allowed a part of the UN. And America had agreed to take so many of them in. But we do that every year.
But still, it don't have nothing to do with war. Is it's still not really war. Is not really a part of it, and they got other countries that they go to as well. So yeah, but what I'm saying is that a lot of people are using asylum as they are being persecuted, and they are not. Majority of people do not. They are not a big enough of a demographic for them to be actually persecuted. Most of them ain't gay. You can't prove that somebody. I could just go and say,
we
"Hey,"
can agree that they're not using the same standard.
I can say, "Hey, look, me and Ami gonna say, hey, after we gotta get the hell up out of here. Guess what? I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry, and then now we at the goddamn border. Hey, look, hey, look, that's my boo thing over there, and they won't allow us to be boo things over here. So you gotta let us in."
Hey, Sharon, so it says right here, in the U.S., the primary difference between asylum and refugee laws lies in the location of the applicant and the application process. Refugees, who would be considered as prosecution of war, like applies for protection from outside the United States or a port of entry and are resettled, while asylum seekers apply for protection while already physically present in or arriving at the U.S. border. So if people in Ukraine or let's say Palestine, they will go to an embassy and then apply for refugee status or process, the process. Then they would fly and get resettled versus an asylum seeker showing up to the border and applying for that. So that's, so you're both correct in a sense.
Yeah, it's a very delicate situation for sure because, at the end of the day, like what Bomb is saying as well, right, is that it is a lot of people that do need that help too. So that's not, negate that fact. But it's also a lot, just like any system, sad to say that somebody's going to take it. A lot of people going to take advantage of it. And just asylum situation.
No, that's bad. They got one country where they sinking. They got they area been going underwater for a few years.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what area it is.
So, and it's unfortunate. And man, I think we got through a lot of. I'm glad that I don't have an echo chamber, even though I know that's the easiest way to grow a channel is to have an echo chamber. I'm glad that I don't have an echo chamber. Shout out to everybody that is able to disagree with points and not just disagree to disagree. Shout out to y'all. We got to get a little bit more adjusted to supporting shows like that with likes and shares. That is the best way to support if you don't have $1. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is okay to hit the like and the share button. I shouldn't have to fight y'all for that shit. I barely even ask y'all for anything, to be honest. But I do know this: if somebody else is having the show, like, anyway, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone.
And that's why I'm here, so I can say it, because you don't have to. If anybody's having a show on bullshit, niggas support that shit 7 days out of the week. All right.
And this is a great conversation. You've been having some good fire conversations lately, Sharon. And you thought people wouldn't be here, but people like it.
Hey, and we getting there. So, you know, I appreciate Bomb holding it down, getting to her point. She is somebody that disagrees, and I don't agree with some of the positions, but she has a point, and she's not just a disagree to disagree. We got to get that part out of there too, right? Some people just disagree to disagree, right? Me and Bomb, we just be missing each other sometimes, and we just disagree. We see the same thing, we disagree, but we having our points, like how we got down to the nitty-gritty of this asylum thing. How we got to get down so we can get the real information out. So that's the beauty of these discussions, in my opinion.
And nothing wrong with us disagreeing. In fact, I had to go look up asylum, you know, and what it meant myself, you know. That's why I was reading, because I didn't have an understanding. But that's why I like these conversations, because when somebody says something, I go and look it up. And so when people say that I'm calling somebody a liar, when I say that's not true or that's untrue, I guess essentially I am calling them a liar, but I didn't use the word liar. I just said, hey, that's wrong, or you're incorrect. Now, when I call him a fucking liar, and you did
say liar. You're not gonna rewrite history. You did say liar.
Bob,
we from the South. We understand how we talk. We from the South,
right?
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, you and Beretta Scott Kane, y'all spoke before?
I don't know who she is, but I didn't have a problem with it. You know, I know I get a little aggressive. She a woman. We could do that, you know. I don't know who she is though. I think I've seen her name before, but I never heard her voice, so I don't know.
Yeah, that was just a passionate conversation. You know,
yeah,
so
and
they might actually get along.
Cracking up laughing, you know what I'm saying?
I know one thing, that was Diva's favorite part of the show, because
Diva came out laughing, baby. It was funny. It was funny. Sometimes you gotta let it get a little hype, you know what I mean? And then we calm it down. That's a good thing about women. We can calm it down, you know.
And get right back to it.
Yeah. But
What
she was
you about
funny.
to do, Bob? You about to charge it up, or what? We hit 7. We about to hit 8 hours.
No.
All right.
I feel like this is home, you know, and I go other places, and it's too much work, Sharon, you know.
Yeah.
I got a lot going on already, you know, my brother and all that kind of shit going on. So
How's he doing? Is he better? His legs?
we don't know. That's
still?
No, but I got an appointment with I put a claim on the officer, and the federal government gonna be calling me tomorrow. I have an appointment with them at 2 to talk about. But this is what's right. All his rights are being violated. So y'all right when y'all say it could happen, right? But it shouldn't happen. We shouldn't be okay with it happening. And then my brother have a lawsuit thereafter. We don't know if he's alive or not at this point right now.
Still, shit.
Yeah. Still.
Yeah,
they are holding him somewhere. We don't know. We hear little rumors here and there. To be honest, we don't know. So tomorrow, hopefully, I'll be able to find out something.
Yeah.
Gotta get a lawyer, but you can't even get a lawyer, right, for him, because we don't know where yet.
And yeah, that's scary. I didn't even get to the Jasmine Crockett thing at all. Shit.
What happened with her?
She had a whole debate. I was gonna break it down. I didn't get to watch it, so I don't even know if she did good or bad. But she had a whole debate.
Was this the one where she tried to compare or equate the illegal immigrants with our enslaved ancestors?
What Bob Kerry was doing all day? I don't know.
I was talking about civil rights. Now you the one who equate that with slavery.
I don't know, dude, because I try not to. I do my best not to personally watch the thing, so this way I could have a fresh, thought in the time. Because then if I watch it before, my narrative painting is going to be
And let me just say this to my sister PhD, but I am very peeved with you right now, okay? Because when these words like asylum comes up and all that, we look to you to come and give us some factual information, okay? So I don't have to look it up. I trust you.
That's when you know I'm cooking up. When Diva is quiet, that's when Sharon is cooking up.
That's exactly what that means.
I'll be waiting for her to come in and say, well, Bomb, no, I disagree. So I can listen to what she got to say. So I ain't got to look shit up. Right? Because she be having the facts, baby. Okay.
I'm just here to kiki.
You still riding off that vacation you had. You must have had a good time.
All right, so Diva, you got any final thoughts?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me.